Enchained. Written by Janet McNulty. Narrated by Katie Martin. Chapter 1. The Gauntlet. I have trained for this day my entire life, the day I become a member of the Martial Diplomatic Corps and earn my uniform as an arbiter. Only the strongest, the fittest, and the smartest are allowed to be a part of this honored service. I passed the written exams, but today is the day I must pass the gauntlet. Failure means death. I never knew my birth parents, a fleeting thought that races through my mind as I approach the starting line, and as far as I am concerned, I never had any. On the day of my birth, men came and took me from my mother's arms as she screamed, or so the whispers of others have said. It doesn't matter. The officers around me are the only parental units I have ever known. Every year, the Martial Diplomatic Corps visits the maternity wards and does an evaluation of the healthiest pregnant women in the region, taking their children upon birth. Those infants are taken to a bunker where they learn not love, care, or guidance, but how to be strong, self-disciplined, and the need for eradicating one's emotions, but above all, to learn the law. I stand in front of the starting line, surrounded by others like me, all 18 years in age, all dark-skinned, all dressed in black jackets and pants that hug every curvature of our bodies, and all expecting to win. I spot Faya, my only friend in this place, not that we ever speak of it as friendships are discouraged. And we lock eyes a moment before she nods in the direction of Trevor's. My eyes roam over to him, taking in the muscles that he has built within the last year, and the extra foot he has grown as well, making him over 6 feet tall. I hope I do not have to go up against him in a one-on-one competition. He is arrogant and enamored with the idea of having authority over others, and he loathes me, a feeling that is mutual. "This is your final test," says Mollers, our commanding officer, head of the training center, and overseer of the gauntlet. His rank is Master Arbiter, and by his lack of gray hair, you would never guess that he is 57. His boots echo with each purposeful and steady step that he takes, breaking through the buzzing silence within my ears, making certain that he has our full attention and that we all know he is in charge. The gauntlet is a 5-mile obstacle course. Not all of you will survive. A few murmurs rise from those who refuse to believe that the officers of the training facility would allow recruits to die. I scoff at their stupidity, having witnessed their ferociousness before. Mollers' harsh eyes glare at those who laughed at his speech, and ringing silence fills the hangar we are in once again. "Some of you will not survive," Mollers reiterates, his bass voice sending chills down my back. A part of me dreads this final test, but I shake it off. "Those of you who do will take your place among the elite, a special group of people charged with and dedicated to maintaining peace and order within our society. If you survive, you will be responsible for ensuring the security of the citizens of Arel. You?" He stops in front of me, and I shrink before his unforgiving gaze as the man has always frightened me. "Are our future." He walks away to the sidelines and joins others of his rank and station, my superiors. They each bear the same hardened expressions and lined eyes as they scrutinize the line of recruits. I watch as he picks up the gun on the pedestal covered in a blood-red cloth and lean forward, ready to sprint the moment it sounds. "Recruits, I wish you luck!" The gun fires. I race forward, leaving the one standing next to me behind, as I sprint for the first phase of the gauntlet. I do not have to go far before I reach it. Just before the double doors to the hangar that lead to the city outside, huge flames shoot out of the floor, reaching the ceiling and leaving fresh burn marks that cover the ones from the previous year. I skid to a halt, my heart racing and pushing its way past my esophagus in an effort to escape what could very well be my death. The fires disappear. Unsure of whether I should proceed, I wait, while others who had stopped when the flames first appeared sprint forward. It is a mistake. Fire erupts from the floor a second time, consuming those who had tried to continue through. Their tortured screams fill my ears and I want to block it out, but cannot. I knew that death awaits in the gauntlet. Everyone did, but did not want to believe it at first. My first failure. Death is everywhere. The flames disappear again, but another set shoots out from the walls further down, before vanishing, only to be replaced by another series of fiery bursts. As I study them, I realize that there is a pattern to their madness, but there are certain areas where the fires do not reach. The first set of flames erupt once more. I start counting until they cease and begin my count again until the next set appears. 10 seconds. I glance back at the starting line where Mollers and the other superior officers sit and scrutinize the recruits. They will move to the observation area soon to finish watching the recruits on the viewing screens, after which they will take a shuttle, also known as a railcar, to the finish line to welcome the survivors. I turn back to the first phase and begin my count again, ignoring those who go too early and their anguished cries when their bodies are burned until they are charcoal. The first fires appear again and I begin my count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The flames vanish and I run while counting in my head. 1, 2, 3. Sweat drips down the sides of my temples from the heat that fills the metallic tomb. 4, 5, 6. Almost there. I stretch my long legs, focusing on the safe zone ahead when someone rams into me, sending me flying sideways toward the wall where the next series of fires will erupt from. I crash against the metal wall and an echoing bang fills the area. I look up. Trevor sneers at me before racing away. That bastard. I do not have time to be angry, having lost a couple of seconds. A low rumble vibrates the wall next to me. I know that at any second the second series of flames will spring forth. I jump to my feet, stumbling a little as I regain my sense of balance, and flee. I have gone 8 steps when the fires burst from the holes in the hangar walls, the heat searing my skin and singeing my jacket. I dive for the safe area I had spotted earlier and hit the ground, wrapping my arms around my head to protect my face from the intense heat, my ears begging for relief from the thundering roar that surrounds me. Cold air hits my skin, followed by silence, and I know the flames are gone, for now. I jump to my feet, my boots slamming the ground with their hollow sound, and spring forward, starting my count once again. 1, 2, 3, 4. My eyes spot a charred body that had been a recruit only moments before. A part of me thinks that I should feel pity for him, but my training and will to survive ignores it. 5, 6, 7. I stomp on a smoldering sleeve of someone's jacket as I focus on where I need to be in order to avoid the third set of flames. 8, 9. I push myself, running so fast that I almost trip as my feet threaten to entangle themselves. 10. I reach the safe zone and skid to a stop just as fire erupts around me, surrounding me, threatening to cook me alive. I smell charred smoke and realize that my jacket has caught fire. I tear it off, throwing it to the floor and stomping on it to put the flames out before straightening up and staring at the fire in front of me. My black skin glistens in the dancing light from the sweat that has formed, running down my arms in streaks. The inferno dissipates. I rush forward, recounting the seconds before the last set of flames show themselves. To my dismay, I spot Trevor's. He has already reached the end of Phase 1 and turns and waves at me as his disappointed look turns to a sneer. I want to wipe that smug expression off his face, but have to concentrate on what lies ahead. 5, 6. The last safe zone is not far. Someone comes up beside me. I recognize his face and his wavy hair, but cannot recall his name. He trips and crashes to the ground, landing in front of me, forcing me to leap over him. 9, 10. I reach the last safe zone, but the other recruit's screams fill my ears when the inferno begins again, and chills run down my spine. I spot Faya through the licking flames and the name of the fallen recruit that I had just passed hits me. Jonas. 2 days ago, Faya had pointed him out to me, saying that she liked him. That is why his face was familiar. Sadness fills me for a moment, because if we both survive, I will have to tell her that the first boy she had ever shown romantic interest in is dead. The fires vanish. I race forward, restarting the count. If I reach the end, I will be safe, for the moment, until I reach Phase 2 of the gauntlet. My heart beats against my chest as I shoot forward, pushing myself with all the strength that I have. 2, 3. I glance to my left and notice Faya on the ground, struggling against something. I stop. Her right foot is caught in a snare. I am so close to the end of Phase 1, so close to escaping the flames, but if I continue, she dies. My only friend. Ever since we were first bunkmates, we have been friends. We would stay up after lights out, talking about our day, the latest recruits, whom we liked and didn't like, whispering so as not to wake the others or get into trouble. Though attachments are forbidden, everyone, including the officers, know that people form their circles, gravitating toward those they like and relate to while staying away from others they consider enemies. As I stand there watching Faya struggle with the snare, I know that I must make a choice. I hear the rumble as the tubes get ready to spew more of their wrath and change course, sprinting for Faya, dodging others who wish only to get away from what they know is coming. I shove others out of my way, garnering angry shouts and curses, but I do not care. I refuse to allow my friend to die. I squat on the ground when I reach Faya, and her surprised face informs me that she had not expected anyone to help her. "What are you doing?" she asks, the fear in her voice masking my own trepidation. "Can you move it?" I reply, ignoring her question. "It's some sort of rope. You will need a knife or something to cut it. I feel so stupid. I should have known." I pull on the rope, but cannot tear it apart. The rumble grows louder, and I know we are out of time. I pull on the rope again and it stretches, having untangled itself, but still remains firm around Faya's ankle. We are next to one of the vents that the fire will erupt from, and I get an idea, though I know that Faya will not like it. I grab her by the shoulders and drag her, pulling the rope around her ankle across the smoking vent until it is taut. "What are you doing?" She struggles against me, but my grip remains firm. "Just trust me." "We'll both die." It does not matter. There is no time for me to make a run for the end, and I refuse to leave her. Before she or I have a chance to say anything else, fire bursts from the vent, vaporizing the rope that holds her, while we both throw our arms in front of our faces to shield them. They vanish. We both grin at one another before we realize that her boot is on fire. As she shakes her foot in an attempt to put out the flames, her wiry hair bobbing up and down with each movement, I put all my weight on her leg to hold it down and tear off her boot, thrusting it aside before lifting her off the ground. By now, I have lost my count and have no idea when the next series of flames will appear. All I know is that we need to get out of here. I take off for where I know the last set of flames will erupt from, but if we make it past them, then we will have passed Phase 1. I hang back a little so as not to leave Faya behind as she hobbles, her movements unsteady now that she is without a boot. We hurry past the smoldering vents as they threaten to spew more of their furious inferno on us, Faya hobbling, weaving side to side, mimicking a seesaw as I push her onward. Either we both make it or we both die. The rumble begins again. 3 more recruits appear next to us, one of them my bunkmate, their mouths wide open as they suck in air in an effort to push themselves and avoid what we all know is coming. It grows louder, and an orange glow fills the metal tubes of the vents. We are just yards away from safety. I seize Faya's shirt and push her across the ledge, marking the end of Phase 1, and leap over it myself, rolling across the ground, just as a wall of fire explodes from the vents. I glance at Faya. Her chest still heaves as she tries to control her breathing. I turn to look for the 3 who had been running beside us. One did not make it. Though we survived Phase 1, we do not have time to rest or congratulate ourselves. Faya and I stand up while other recruits run past us. "Go," she says. "But..." "Go on, I'll catch up." I look up at the drones hovering around us, capturing us on their cameras, and know that the officers are probably frowning at my actions. The gauntlet is supposed to be a test of an individual recruit's strength and endurance, and I risked everything to save a friend. I take one last look at Faya, still hunched over, catching her breath before hurrying away, passing through the hangar doors and into the outside world. My eyes hurt, and I squint as they adjust to the bright sunshine after having been enclosed in a darkened cave that had almost become my tomb. The road lights up with images of Arel's insignia dotting the center, marking the path we are to follow. People walk by me, giving me odd glances and keeping their heads low. The only ones who stand proud are those who are dark-skinned like me. They are the noble class. I realize I have wasted precious moments looking around and jog down the road, following the marked path to Phase 2. I just hope Phase 2 is easier than Phase 1, but know that it will be just as unpleasant, if not more so. Someone yanks my ponytail and jerks me back. I fall to the ground, landing on my butt, my neck aching from the sudden tug on it, and watch as another recruit races ahead of me. Sabotaging the others in an effort to win is the norm, but it still incenses me. It is cheating in the end. You win by any means necessary. I hear Moeller's commanding voice in my head, and I have no doubt that he killed any who got in his way when he had to run the gauntlet at my age. I spring to my feet and run down the road, following the lighted marks, keeping my eyes focused on the one who had pulled me back. If this is how he wants to play, then I will show him what it means to be cast aside. I increase my speed, running faster to catch up, lining up behind him, and positioning myself so that I can shove him into the electric fence that lines the path, placed there just for this occasion. Almost there. My breaths are in short gasps as I close the distance between us. The ground drops beneath us and I find myself in a state of freefall as my momentum propels me forward, but I am no longer on solid ground. I slam into something sharp and reach out, grabbing onto anything to stop me from falling further, until I am left with my feet dangling in the air. I have managed to reach the edge of the hole. I realize that the recruit who had flung me to the ground by my ponytail is no longer with me. I look down into the hole and see Spikes on the bottom with his mangled body upon them, and his vacant eyes staring at me. My earlier wish to get even with him vanishes, and I regret ever thinking of such a thing. I turn back to my own predicament and heave myself up over the ledge and onto solid ground, just as the trapdoors shut and the path looks solid once more. Tunnels run beneath the city with trapdoors placed in certain areas so as to make it easier to send military personnel and supplies, should Arel be attacked by the neighboring city-state of Kityan. But it seems that those in charge of the gauntlet decided to use those same tunnels as a test of our resolve. Someone lands beside me, having jumped over the opening. I take a deep breath and pull myself to my feet, only to be forced to turn around when the screams of an unlucky recruit pierce my ears. Looking down, I see one of my bunkmates hanging from a spike, face down. I have no time to waste and continue onward. If I fail to reach the end of the gauntlet, I will be killed. I race ahead, trailing after two more who leap over the dark opening, desperate to get ahead. Another trapdoor opens, and I jump to the right to avoid it, skipping across the narrow pavement that keeps me from falling through the hole or slamming into the electrified fence. Another trapdoor starts to open, and I leap across it, landing on the slanted doorway. But before it drops, I jump back onto solid ground. A blur races past me and I dodge it, turning away as someone crashes into the electric fence, pushed into it by another recruit, and sparks fly from him as the 10,000 volts go right through his shaking body. There is no time to gawk at him or pity him. I must continue. A final trapdoor opens, but I avoid it by jerking to the left and running along its edge before jumping over the ever-expanding space. Phase 2 is now complete. An incline forms, and my breathing becomes more labored as I race up the steep hill, following the lighted markers, continuing my trek through the gauntlet. My pace slows. I cannot allow myself to lose because losing means death. It means I am a failure. The thought of failing gnaws at me, and my pride spurs me onward. I quicken my pace, forcing myself to climb the hill leading to the reservoir of Arel, where Phase 3 must begin. Another recruit passes me. By the strained look on her face, I know that she is using every ounce of strength she has to make it up the hill. I realize that we are the only two here and think it's strange that there are no citizens. One can usually spot a person or two on the road to the reservoir, and there are always at least 3 people monitoring the city's water supply, but the area is empty. I glance at her, but she refuses my gaze, not bothering to acknowledge my presence. Only one thing is on her mind: completing the gauntlet. I let her go. It is best to reserve my energy. I will need it for whatever Phase 3 holds. An explosion jolts the area and its force knocks me down while bits of dirt and flesh rain down upon me. I remain still until I calm my nerves and look up to see a bloodied hand, the other recruit's hand, on the ground in front of me. Now I know why no one is here. The makers of the gauntlet have laced this area with landmines and must have warned people to stay away, making this Phase 3. I take my time standing up and survey the area. The positions of some of the landmines are obvious, with the dirt turned up and gleaming in the sunlight, but it could be a trick. Phase 3 is meant to test our ability to reason and to think. Footsteps sound behind me and I whirl around. It's Trevor's. Did he get held up with the traps in Phase 2? When I last saw him, he was well ahead of me. I watch as he continues running and notice that he is heading straight for the field of landmines. I contemplate letting him go. Maybe he will step on a mine and that would be the end of his taunting and constant attacks, but such a thought seems cold and spiteful. There is no logical reason to let him die, not when it is within my power to save him. I spot a rock, scoop it up, and race for him, running as fast as I can. My feet slip on the dirt, but I manage to retain my balance. Trevor's never sees me coming. I plow into him, tackling him and forcing him to the ground, and we roll across it for a few feet. "What the hell, Noni?" he yells at me, but my answer is to throw the rock I have. It lands on a mine, triggering it, and the ear-splitting explosion stops his rage while he stares at the dirt that shoots into the air before pelting the ground around us. I look at him, but he says nothing. "I just saved your life, jerk. The least you can do is thank me." I do not tell him what I am thinking, but anger swells within me at his unappreciative actions. I jump up, looking around for anything I can use to prod the ground with. I spot a fallen branch at the base of a nearby tree, just the right size to use as a walking stick, and snatch it. After testing it, I notice that it is brittle, so I will have to be careful. I jog back to the minefield and ease the stick into the ground at an angle and toward the side of an upturned mound of dirt. Nothing. I prod at it a bit more and realize that the mound was put there to fake us out. I step on it. Trevor's is right behind me, no doubt thinking it more prudent to just follow me and let me be the one to set off any mines. I push my stick into the ground again, being careful to not make any sudden movements and to keep it at an angle. It hits something hard. Knowing that I have just found a mine, I ease the stick underneath the solid object and pry it up, my slow movements masking the anxiousness within me. The mine pops out of the ground and I scoot it to the side. Since the mine itself is activated by a change in pressure, or when someone steps on it, I can move it without worry, so long as I don't touch the plate. I step where the mine was and take a deep breath, glad that I have avoided death for the moment. Again, I ease my stick into the ground at a shallow angle and touch the base of another mine. Trevor's breathes down my neck as he stands behind me, watching my movements, his usual bravado gone. After I work that mine out and push it aside, I look behind me in an effort to ease the crick forming in my neck and see that a line has built up with me in the lead. Others had arrived, and having seen me picking my way through the field with Trevor's trailing behind, they have decided to line up behind him. I turn back to the task at hand, not sure how much farther I have to go, but I spot the lighted markers and guess that they must be marking the boundary. I shove my stick back into the dirt, using the same gentle motions as before. Nothing. I take one more step forward. Again, I ease my stick in at a 25-degree angle and feel a light jolt as it hits something. Another mine. No one speaks as I pry the mine out of the ground and flip it to one side. Minutes tick by as my mind concentrates on what I am doing, blocking out all distractions. After taking a few steps and finding no more mines, I know I have reached the end of Phase 3. Trevor senses it too, since before I get very far, he shoves me aside, and my knee rams into the ground and burns as gravel rips through my pants leg and into my skin. Maybe I should not have saved him, I think to myself, as I watch him speed off with the others behind him. An explosion rocks the air and I turn to watch as the remains of an unlucky recruit litters the earth. He should have paid more attention. I pull myself to my feet and start running again, jumping over rocks and another recruit who has tripped and fallen in front of me. My lungs burn for relief, but I refuse to give it to them. I need to get to the top of the hill before the others as Phase 4 of the gauntlet awaits. I skid to a halt when I reach the top and the edge of the reservoir. Other recruits stand next to me, not liking what they see, and I soon discover why. The dam had been opened just a little, enough to allow some of the water to pour into the canal system, which circles through the city and empties back into the reservoir. On the surface, it does not seem like such a big deal, but I know that once in the water, I will have to watch out for the current that has been created. If I get caught in it, I risk drowning. The lighted markers are on the other side, and I know that we are supposed to swim across, but how will I get through that undercurrent? Someone runs and jumps in. I watch as his head pokes through the surface, and he bobs as he takes a breath before he stretches his arms and starts to swim across. We all stare at this brave recruit, and for a moment, it looks as though he might make it. He lifts his arm out and strokes the water, and he disappears. The current created by the open dam captures him and drags him under. We all watch, helpless, as the recruit struggles to break free of the current, but is sucked under as he is washed away through the opened dam and into the canal system. No one speaks. We all know that he has died. Travers dives into the water and speeds across it, passing through the undertow with ease. He always was a strong swimmer. Others jump in, some make it, some do not. I do not like my options. I am not that strong of a swimmer. It was the one thing I struggled at during training, but I know that I cannot stay here, and my superiors are watching, as the hover drone reminds me. I look up and down the reservoir, and notice that the surrounding wall of it borders onto the inner wall that surrounds Arel. I think back to the schematics of the city that I had to memorize for the written exam. A protective wall surrounds Arel, but it is really a double wall. There is the outer wall that outsiders see, and it borders onto the wildlands, but there is also the inner wall, which serves as another layer of protection. The reservoir borders onto the inner wall. I wonder why the architect of the city would do such a thing, as it does not seem safe, but perhaps it was at the time. Arel is old, or so I have always been told, and as I look out at the city below, I see that Arel has grown around the reservoir, forming a bit of a aawu around it. I also spot 2 mountains where Kition is supposed to be, a constant threat. The official history is that Kition and Arel were once allies, having formed during the time of great upheaval, but something happened, and for the last 150 years, the two have been bitter enemies. I wonder if they are watching us now as we try to pass this final test. I pull myself from my fleeting thoughts and back to what I must do. I run to the edge of the reservoir and notice that there is a gap between it and the inner wall. If I can jump it, I can bypass the current, though I will have to swim the rest of the way. I risk it. Splashing water sounds behind me as I run to the reservoir's eastern edge and take a running leap across, grunting as the wind is knocked out of me when I land on the other side and a metal bar slams into my stomach. I grip the bar, relieved to have made it. Wild barking forces me to look down into the gap between the reservoir and the inner wall. Spikes await at the bottom, and falling would have meant my death. But darting around those spikes are wild dogs, kept there in case anyone survives the fall. They are kept in a state of constant hunger, turning them into man-eating animals, and best avoided. I turn around so that my back is pressed against the bars that line the top of the wall, and I am facing the reservoir. I watch as recruits swim across. Some disappear beneath the water, others make it to the other side. A clink sounds above me. I look up at one of the towers, and a masked face stares down at me. Idiot that I am. I forgot about the guard towers and the watchmen that are there with orders to shoot anyone who dares to cross the wall, even if they are trying to leave. I sometimes wondered if the wall around Arel was meant more to keep people in than to keep danger out. I stare at the watchman. Why hasn't he shot me yet? Could he have orders not to shoot the recruits as they run the gauntlet? I have no time to worry about it. The more I stand here, the more I risk being the last one to finish. I scoot across the top of the inner wall, my toes poking out over the edge, and my heart skips several beats as the dogs follow my movements, their incessant barking shattering what nerves I have left. My foot slips and I flail my arms, seizing the bar with my sweaty palm as they threaten to let go, my feet dangling in the air. The dogs gather around below me, deafening me with their excited and hopeful barking. Calming myself, I pull myself up, relief flooding through me when I place my feet back on the edge of the wall. I have no time to rejoice. I am falling behind and must catch up. Inch by inch, I scoot sideways, clinging to the bar, my shoulders hurting from the odd angle I'm keeping them at, and make my way over the spillway of the dam. A scream catches my attention, followed by the detonation of a landmine. Another unlucky recruit has failed. I crawl over the dam opening and make it to the other side, away from the powerful current. If I go any further along the wall, I will end up away from the reservoir and where I need to go. I must jump back across. I gauge the distance, but will not have the advantage of a running start. The dogs below me circle around with saliva dripping from their fangs as their mouths hang open in anticipation. More recruits jump into the water. Regulating my breathing, I balance on the edge of the wall and jump across. Air whistles past me, and my stomach leaps into my throat as I sail through the air in free fall. I miss my mark. I smash into the side of the reservoir wall and scramble to grab hold of something before I fall. My descent stops. Ignoring the burning pain within my arms and hands, I heave myself upward, placing my feet against the side of the wall and pushing with my legs. I reach the top and roll onto my back, staring up at the clouds in the sky, wondering how many times I will cheat death today. The disappointment of the dogs meets my ears. I lean over and glare at them as I pick up a rock and chuck it at them. Stupid animals. Remembering that I still have to swim across the remainder of the reservoir, I haul myself to my feet and dive in. I gasp as the cold water hits me, shocking my unsuspecting body, and gag because water slips into my mouth and chokes me. Kicking, I burst through the surface, coughing, while trying to inhale at the same time. It only results in more ragged coughs. I turn my head around, spotting where I need to go, and kick my feet to propel myself through the water. My swim is uneventful, and I think that perhaps I will make it to the other side with no interruptions. But strong hands seize me from behind and shove me under the water. I kick and swing my arms, causing white bubbles to surge around me in frenzied circles that block my vision as I struggle to break free from my attacker's grasp. But a fist rams into the base of my neck, stunning me. I notice he has a knife shoved in his boot. An illegal item as well, since recruits are not supposed to have any weapons on them while within the gauntlet. They are supposed to rely on their stamina and wits, but I am not surprised that some cheat. I snatch the knife from his boot and stab him in the ankle with it. Blood pools around us, darkening the water. His grip loosens and I tear myself away, twisting around and elbowing him in the jaw twice. While he rears back, stunned, I bring my feet up and kick him hard in the chest before swimming for the surface. Crisp air attacks my face, and I breathe deep, glad to have air in my lungs again. Something bumps into me. It's the recruit who had tried to drown me, floating in the water face down. I should leave and let him die. He did try to kill me. I start to swim away but stop. I do not know why I stop, but something in the pit of my stomach tells me that I cannot just leave him there to drown. I move toward him, flip him onto his back, and wrap an arm under his left shoulder, while using my other arm and legs to propel us to the embankment. I reach the sandy bank out of breath and exhausted, but I drag the recruit onto the ground, out of the water. Wiping the water from my face, I take a deep breath and continue on. If the recruit wakes up, he can finish the gauntlet on his own, but at least he won't drown. Phase 4 is over. I pull myself back to my feet, stuffing the knife into my own boot, and stagger on. My muscles are tired, but I have trained for this, and I will them to continue, to obey my command. Sand sticks to my soaked pants legs, falling in chunks as I move. The whine of a drone tickles my ears. I refuse to look at it as it follows after me, capturing my small moment of triumph, relaying every detail back to the viewing area for the Corps' instructors. I wonder what they think of me saving the one recruit who had tried to drown me. I shake off such a thought. It does not matter. My boots stomp the ground, beating it with their incessant stride as I run to catch up to the others who are far ahead of me. I find the path and speed up, flying across the ground, steadying my breathing as I hurry and not paying attention to the lack of everyday sounds as I enter a small clearing in the city. But I realize that there are no people, no carts, no open stores or conversations. It is still. I pass it off as perhaps people were told to stay indoors until the gauntlet is over, so that they do not interfere. I quicken my pace. It could be that A bit of wind rushes by my face and my cheek burns as the concrete pavement forms a dent, causing me to fling myself to the left and hug the ground. Another bullet strikes near my side. I scramble to the edge of a building and hide behind a corner in the shadows. I turn my head, searching for the sniper, and stop. Slumped in the corner with a round hole in his chest is another recruit. This must be Phase 5. Another bullet strikes the wall, its clink snapping me back to attention. I dive to my right and back into the clearing, running across the paved stone and heading for the truck-sized planters on the other end. Nothing but dead plants spill over the edges, killed by an unusual frost. I skid across the ground as I duck behind the planters just as another bullet grazes it, sending chips of stone to the ground. I pick them and study them, recognizing the pattern. I have been trained in the use of a sniper's weapon, though I am not as skilled as a true sniper who spends an extra 3 years in training if he passes the gauntlet. I search for the sniper, but he is well concealed and I cannot stay where I am. I toss the stone bits from the planter a few feet away. Within seconds, another bullet strikes the ground next to it, but I use the small amount of time to search for the sniper. I spot him. Just a flicker of movement, and his camouflaged clothing hides him well, but I notice the small shift in the bricks that make up the side of the building. Got him. Before he realizes that he has been tricked, I dart from behind the planter and hurry to the side of another building, a butcher shop, and hunker behind a sign. The doors open, activated by the motion sensors that picked up my movement. Damn it! I should have known better. I flee to another area while the shattering of glass reminds me of how close I came to being struck by the sniper's weapon. Footsteps come from my left and I glance over, watching as an unsuspecting recruit rushes up to the small city square. He falters and plummets to the ground as a bullet strikes his left leg. I race to him, seizing him around the shoulders and drag him to cover, and it is then that I recognize his face. He is the one who had tried to drown me, and I have saved his life for a second time. "You idiot!" he screams at me, but I ignore him as I peek around a corner searching for the sniper. Another bullet pelts the side of the store, and I smile. Now I know where he is. "That's my knife," says the recruit, noticing the hilt poking over the top of my boot. "Not anymore," I reply, scooping up a shard of glass and running off. I dart behind another sign, clinging to the shadows, glad that my skin matched them, making me more difficult to see. A scream shatters the silence. I turn and see a small boy, a plebeian, wandering in the square. His white skin provides a stark contrast against the dark pavement. The scream sounds again as a woman rushes for the boy, sweat gleaming from the brand on her right forearm, a sign of her status, while the legs of her pants swish together from her frantic movements. 2 shots permeate the air, and both woman and child lie on the concrete. I seize this chance to hurry across the square, staying near the edge and out of the sun. My foot presses into the thin stream of blood that runs from the boy and toward me, and I curse about the prints that will be left on the ground because of it. In my attempt to scrape the blood off my boots as I walk, my eyes focus on the boy laying on the ground. He was just one plebeian. Others will replace him. I hurry away and hunker under the low-hanging balcony that the sniper is hiding on. Another recruit runs up and stops when he sees the 2 dead plebeians before him, diving behind a motorcar just as 2 more shots ring out. Knowing this is my only chance, I jump up, grasping the lower edge of the balcony, and pull myself up, taking the shard of glass I had tucked in my waistband and tossing it away from me as a distraction. As the sniper whirls around to see what had made the sound, I fling myself over the railing and kick him in the back. He crashes into the rail, but recovers quicker than I had expected. He swings the butt of his weapon at me, but I duck and tackle him, forcing him to the floor while I grab his weapon with both my hands and straddle him as I try to pin him to the ground. He headbutts me. Though a bit stunned, I wrestle the rifle from him and hit him in the head with it, knocking him unconscious, and dismantle his weapon, throwing the bullets away so that he cannot harm any more recruits that will pass through. When I jump off the balcony and land on the pavement, I notice that the other recruits have left. I have no time to waste and start running again, following the lighted markers as I head for Phase 6, leaving the 2 bodies in the square. Sanitation will clean them up. The markers lead me to a wall, which seemed to have been built just for this occasion, with little hand and footholds on it, at uneven intervals. A line runs from above the wall and to the other side, and my guess is that it leads further into the city where Phase 7 awaits. I jump at the wall and cling to the handholds that are there. Before I have a chance to climb any further, rough hands seize my shoulders and rip me away, throwing me to the hard ground, where I land with a grunt. My left elbow throbs where it's smashed into the cement, and I feel the beginnings of a bruise form. The swelling is unmistakable. One of the female recruits bears down upon me, glaring at me, her unnatural blue eyes filled with hatred. Grelin. I should have known. She and Trevor's were close, more than close. If unions were allowed in the Martial Diplomatic Corps, they would have applied and been granted it. The two were the same, each trying to outdo the other in ruthlessness. And like Trevor's, Grelin detested my very existence. She must have seen me and decided to take advantage of the situation. Her blue eyes were made that way after she underwent a procedure, so that she could see in the dark the way nocturnal animals do. Upon our 17th year, each recruit is offered a chance to undergo the operation, but most refuse since it is dangerous, and not everyone comes out of it unharmed. One of the side effects on those whose bodies reject the implants is permanent blindness. But on Grelin, her body not only accepted the implants, but it was also as though she was meant to have them. Right now, I wish that she had suffered from the side effects. It would have saved me the trouble. I kick at her knee, but she is waiting for me and swerves out of the way, bringing her foot up to my stomach. Gasping for air, I clutch my abdomen as I breathe in, trying to ignore the sharp pain. A blur of motion heads for my head. I roll out of the way, forcing her to hit air. I tackle her. We roll across the ground, and for a moment, I think I have the upper hand when she grabs my right arm, kicks me in the chest with her knee, and flips me onto my stomach, with my arm wrenched behind my back. I feel the tendons in my shoulder threaten to tear as she pulls it back and shoves my face into the ground. Dirt fills my mouth and nose, and I cough, but coughing only forces me to choke even more, while her sneering laugh fills my ears, filling me with rage. My left hand flails across the ground and I squeeze my fingers together, scooping up a handful of dirt. I throw it behind me and into her face. I'm free. Before she has a chance to pin me again, I roll onto my back and see her about ready to jump on me, when a single shot shatters the silence around us. From the sound, I know it is not a sniper's weapon, but a handheld pistol, and means that the first recruits have finished the gauntlet. Neither Grelin nor I have time to waste on our eternal squabble. Grelin kicks more dirt into my face and runs to the wall, jumping on it and climbing it like a spider. Despite my own hatred for her, I could not deny her skills. I wipe my face, coughing twice more, and hauling myself to my feet with my elbow, shoulder, and stomach all in pain. I push through. I have to push through it. Pain is a sign of weakness, and weakness will not be tolerated. Only the strong survive. Only the strong can protect Arel. I charge the wall, leaping into the air and gripping the handholds that have been placed there. Sweat drips from my face onto my chest, while more forms between the skin of my palms and the smooth wood. I pull myself up, bracing the balls of my feet against the flattened areas of the wall while pushing with my legs. My grip slips, and for a moment, I fear that I will fall, but I manage to regain my hold on the wall as my moist breath forms mist on its exterior. I look up. Grelin has already reached the top. Her balance wavers for a second as she stands upon the ledge of the wall beneath the zip lines, and a part of me hopes she will fall, but she doesn't. She grasps the remaining harnesses of the zip lines and looks down at me, grinning, before shoving them down the line while keeping one for herself. That bitch. I climb faster, grabbing another handhold and propelling myself upwards, refusing to stop until I reach the top of the wall. My hands find the ledge, and I heave myself upon it, but Grelin has gone. I lay on my side, catching my breath, and glace toward the lower part of Arel, while a dark shape grows smaller in the distance. What am I going to do? Without the harnesses, I cannot ride the zip line down to the next stage of the gauntlet. A small portion of my brain reminds me that neither can anyone else. I stare at the 3 lines above me. Something pokes my shin, and I am such a fool. I still had the knife and I could have stabbed Grelin with it. Cursing my own forgetfulness, I push such regrets aside as none of it will help me off this wall, but perhaps the knife will have another use. I rise to my feet, not daring to look at the ground, but keep my eyes focused on the lines above me. I touch one with my hand, and if I'm lucky, I may be able to cut through it and use it to slide down the zip line to the next phase. I find the bolts holding it into the wall and use my knife to pry them loose. After so much use by all the recruits, not that these bolts were meant to last for very long anyway, and I think they have been designed to become loose after a certain amount of usage. They pop free and fall to the ground where they disappear. I wrap the end of the line around my hand and stretch it out, placing the blade of my knife over it and hack at it. At first, nothing happens, and I fear that I may fail to pass the gauntlet, but, without warning, it frays. As I continue to saw at it, more strands of the line break apart and snap free. The piece of cable goes limp in my grasp and dangles in the wind, swaying in the chill breeze. I hear running footsteps, but do not care as I ignore them, flinging the cable over the zip line and wrapping the ends around my hands. I push off. My stomach leaps into my throat as the sudden loss of a solid surface leaves my feet and I hang in the air, careening over Arel, past towers and over the tops of buildings. My eyes water and sting from the cold air that blasts my face, causing my cheeks to burn, but all of that is canceled out by the cord cutting into my flesh as it bears my weight. I watch as the city zips past below me, having never seen it from this angle before. My admiring mind freezes. How am I going to stop? I am going so fast that I have no idea how I will stop. My small moment of triumph may mean my death because of my own short-sightedness. My answer comes the moment worry threatens to take over my mind when I look ahead again. In front of me is a massive canvas trampoline, but hanging vertical from a crisscross mesh of ropes, and the zip line veers off so that anyone in the harness would be sideways when they hit it, not head-on. Though I might survive, I know it will hurt. I let go. The momentum flings me into the hanging trampoline, and I curl into a ball, wrapping my arms around my head to protect it, and I feel the canvas wrap around my body before chucking me back out, and I drop. I open an eye to peek and see a net hurling for me. I squeeze my eyes shut again and plow into the netting. As it absorbs the impact, it breaks away, and I fall into another net below it, before it, too, breaks away, allowing me to land into a third net, which remains intact, and I bounce up and down a bit before stopping. Laying on my back, I look up, marveling and relieved that I am still alive. Plebeians scurry up ladders and ropes to refasten the nets and make them ready for the next recruit. I roll over and crawl out of the mesh, dropping over the side and landing on the muddy ground on my hands and knees. Slime fills the gaps between my fingers, and before I can stand up, a staff strikes the slick ground next to me, jolting me. I fling myself away from it, rolling on my side, getting covered in the oozing mud. I look up just in time to see a plebeian charge me, thrusting his staff through the air in an attempt to stab me with it, his hardened and emotionless eyes betraying his wish to vanquish his enemy, me. This must be Phase 7, a test of our skills in hand-to-hand combat, and what better way to test them than against those trained to fight for sport? I rear up, my knees planted into the ground, and grab the staff, but he must have expected it because he kicks me in the face and jerks the staff away from me. I fly backwards, landing in the mud, dazed, and it forms a mold around my body. The man charges again, but I roll to my right and swing my legs around and knock him off his feet. I jump on top of him and punch him in the face. I go for the staff again, but he throws me off him, and in a second, my opponent is on top of me, using his staff to force me deeper into the mud. I bring up my right leg, placing my foot firm on the ground, and use all of my strength to roll over onto my side, knocking the man off balance. Before he has time to recover, I jump to my feet and ready myself for his attack, remembering the years of training I have been through. He rushes me. I block him and step out of the way. The lines on his face betray his frustration. He attacks again, and again I step aside, allowing him to strike nothing but air. He turns around and charges me, but I lean into the attack, seize the staff, and fling him over my back. He crashes into the slick mud, and I leer over him, the staff poised to strike. The high-pitched hum of a drone hurts my ears as it lowers and hovers next to me. No doubt those watching are waiting for me to make the final move. I could do it. All it takes is one jab in his windpipe, and he would die. I think back to the two plebeians who died in Phase 5, a woman and a child. I did not think about them when their lives were taken, nor did I care, but they were killed by the sniper, not me. If I strike this man before me, then... I swing the staff and hit him on the head, knocking him out. There is no logic in killing him. He is just obeying orders like a plebeian should. The drone still hovers beside me, annoying me, and I know what Mollers and the others are thinking. In one swift move, I knock the drone into the mud with the staff and toss it aside where it sinks into the black ooze and hurry away. There is one more phase, the final push to the finish line. I reach the edge of the mud pit and step over a recruit who was not so lucky and a plebeian who had met the same fate. Mud drips from my pants and shirt as I run, following the lighted markers on the ground, and as it dries, my movements are constricted. The markers take me to another hill and I follow. Though my legs are tired, I know that I can do this. I breathe deep and pace myself, conserving my energy as I jog uphill, hoping to use what I have left to bolt down the other side once I pass the crest and allow gravity to assist me. Pounding steps echo around me, telling me that I am not alone as other recruits near the end along with me. A few go by me and I curse for not being able to prevent their actions. I reach the top of the hill. At the bottom, the markers end, and a white, luminescent strip marks the finish line, the end of the gauntlet. I push harder. My legs threaten to give out on me, having turned to rubber, but I refuse to finish last. Another recruit threatens to pass me. Determined to not fall behind another, I use the tactic of many of the recruits, one that has been deemed acceptable by the makers of the gauntlet. I veer to the side and ram into her, forcing her off her feet. She lands face first into the ground, and I know I have created another enemy, but I do not care. The finish line is so close. I give it all I've got and run so fast that my feet feel as though they are flying over the ground, and am breathing so hard that my lungs ache for relief. Just a few more yards. I am almost there. I push harder. There are no cheers, no applause when I cross the finish line, but I do not care. I have finished. I have passed the gauntlet. I am not a failure. Relieved to have made it, I hunch over, allowing myself the chance to catch my breath, inhaling gulps of air while controlling their release. Once my breathing has slowed, I stand up, refusing to show weakness, and to await the last of the recruits to finish as well. My eyes scan the line of people and find Fea standing among them, still missing her boot, and I smile, pleased that she has made it. She waves at me and I wave back. Travers and Grelin are there as well, which does not surprise me. They were born for this life. A rail car pulls up and stops, allowing Mollers and the other officers to get off. We all stand at attention as they walk to the front of the line, their faces as grim as they were on my first day of training. Heavy footsteps break the still atmosphere. Some of us turn and watch as a lone recruit, the same one who had tried to drown me, the same one whom I saved, the last of all of us, approaches, his haggard demeanor betraying his exhaustion. The white line flashes as he crosses through it, finishing the gauntlet, and he takes his place in line, his chest heaving from his exertion.
"Congratulations to all of you," Moller says. His bellowing voice could be heard in any corner of Arel. "You have passed the gauntlet and have proven your worth, your strength, and your fortitude. You have proven yourselves worthy to be part of the martial diplomatic corps, to be the arbiters and peacekeepers of Arel." Moller stalks over to the recruit who has finished last. "Except for you," he says to him, and the fear on the recruit's face is unmistakable. I close my eyes and look away as Mollers pulls out his pistol and shoots the recruit in the head, a reminder of what failure means. Failure is not an option in Arel. Finishing last means you are weak, and weakness will not be tolerated. We are the leaders of Arel, superior to all. We have been chosen over our lighter-skinned compatriots to keep harmony in our society, and it is because of us that we survived the chaotic wars of the past. All of you are a testament to that strength. Strength in our kind. We finish, and I repeat it with the same conviction as everyone else. It is the motto of Arel, and we are taught it from the moment we can crawl. Strength in numbers, strength over weakness. Weakness is failure. Failure is death.
We finish the chant, and I feel invigorated as the realization that I have passed the gauntlet sinks in, and that my 18 years of training have paid off. I am part of an elite group and will be responsible for keeping Arel safe.
You will all go back to the barracks and hit the showers, Mollers orders us. Tonight, there will be a banquet to honor you in your moment of triumph. There, you will receive your commissions dismissed. I follow the others as we disperse and head back to the bunkers. My eyes pass over the one recruit who had made it to the end, but was unlucky enough to be the last one to finish, and for a fleeting moment, I pity him, but shove it aside. Such thoughts are not tolerated. Weakness is failure, and failure is death.
Chapter 2.
The banquet. I turn off the lukewarm water to the shower and grab my towel, patting my skin dry, glad to have the sweat, dirt, and blood washed off me. I am alone in the showers area, having been the last one to get in, and I am glad that no one is there. I like my solitude. I toss my towel away and grab my clean clothes. I snatch a comb from the counter and run it through my long, silky black hair, exposing the tattoo on the back of my neck. Every recruit has one. It is the crest of Arel, and our service number, mine is N27461, is tattooed on the back our necks when we are infants, along with the first initial of our name when we are first brought to the Martial Diplomatic Corps. After I pull up my skin-tight pants, black in accordance with regulations, I pause, realizing that I am standing in front of the floor-length mirrors on the locker room walls. I observe my body, my flat stomach, toned muscles, all signs of my physical training, and I stop when I see the mark. It looks more like a pinprick on my lower abdomen. When they reach the age of 13, all recruits, male and female, are forced to undergo sterilization. The boys receive a vasectomy while the girls get a hysterectomy, thus ensuring that we are unable to reproduce, as children are forbidden in the Martial Diplomatic Corps. Breeders are set up who give birth to the infants that become future recruits. Or as Mollers puts it, an arbiter's function is to provide stability, safety, and security to Arel, not child-rearing. I brush the tips of my fingers over the tiny scar, a part of me wondering if there is merit in being able to have children, but shove such thoughts aside. I am an arbiter. This is my role, my duty, and children would just get in the way. We function just fine in Arel. The maternity ward is where the children are born, and each child is sent to its approved parental units or the place where it's needed. That is the structure of my city, and its order must be maintained, or we will all die. The hinges of a door squeaks, ripping me from my reverie. I tug my shirt over my head and put on my tailored jacket, the maroon emblem of Arel sewn onto both sleeves and the collar. I must get to the mess hall where the banquet will be held. Tardiness is not acceptable. When I arrive at the mess hall, I am bombarded by noise, not the standard conversations that take place between recruits, but an excited and jubilant fare greets me. I do not recognize the room. Its long tables are missing, and the stainless steel walls have been covered with shimmering maroon, silver, and powder blue drapery with an emerald trim braided along the edges, giving off a more inviting and warm atmosphere, compared to the cold reminder of my profession. I stop in the entryway, staring at the pale yellow lanterns that hang from the ceiling. Their homey glow makes me think that I have just stepped into another world. I step through the entranceway and stop again. Instead of hearing my boots clack on the hard cement floor, they make no noise and sink into a soft layer. Looking down, I see carpeting and am puzzled. Why would they have carpet in here? The banquet is only for one night. I drop to my knees and pry up a section of the thin carpet and see that it has only been tacked down. This way, it can be removed the moment the celebration ends. 3 recruits walk past me, and I jump back up to my feet, smoothing out my jacket, pretending that I had not been interested in the new decorations, as arbiters are discouraged from liking fancy things. We are charged with keeping the peace and enforcing the laws. The acknowledgement of luxury is best left to the council. I walk into the room and spot a passing plebeian with a silver tray full of finger food, stuff that is not normally served in the mess hall. Most days, we had just 15 minutes to eat before being shuffled off to our next stage of training. Our diet consists of beans, meat, eggs,
Anything that is high in protein, steamed vegetables, or fresh leafy greens. Water is all that is allowed as a beverage, and bread is only served at dinner. The food is not bad, as the plebeians who cooked it must have known how to make it taste delicious, though anything less would have resulted in their punishment. The marbled lime green mousse on a cracker is new, and I have never tasted it before, so I snatch one from the tray and shove it in my mouth. My taste buds are oversaturated from the sweetness which is broken up by the crunchiness of the cracker. It is clear why we are not allowed to eat such foods on a regular basis. We would all be fat, and for an arbiter, physical fitness isn't just a requirement, but a necessity. I grab 3 more of the sweet treats from the tray as the plebeian tries to walk away, much to his ire, but he remains silent. They are not to speak unless spoken to. I wander the room, strolling past circular tables covered in lacy tablecloths, their edges swaying a little from the breeze produced by the ventilation system. I study the design that worms its way along the edges of the tablecloth, entranced by its delicate pattern and the bit of character it gives a basic table. I spot the buffet table, and my stomach grumbles, reminding me that I have not eaten since breakfast, and after running the gauntlet, I am famished. I stride over to it and look at all the food that is upon it with its array of 6 different kinds of meat: ham, herb chicken, roast beef, lobster, bacon-wrapped pork chops, and braised turkey legs, surrounded by platters of vegetables which have been steamed, roasted, sautéed, or just served raw. I am not surprised. Even though this is a celebration to honor the recruits who have passed the gauntlet, we are still expected to maintain our high-protein diet. Splashing grasps my attention. Behind the buffet table is a 5-tiered fountain with the most luscious and reddish liquid I have ever seen spilling over the edges. Lights in the bottom give it a golden glow. Mesmerized, I stand there gawking at it.
Fascinating, isn't it? Faya walks up to me, her curls bobbing with each movement she makes.
I smile at her. I've never seen such a thing.
You can drink it.
Drink it? I had thought it was colored water, nothing more.
Yeah, here.
Faya walks to a table where stacks of drinking glasses form a pyramid and grabs 2, placing them both in the red liquid, allowing it to slosh over the sides. Some of it drips onto her new shiny boots, and hands one to me. I sip it. Within seconds, my mouth is overloaded with a mixture that is both tart and sweet. I do not know what this drink is called, but I like it.
It's good, isn't it? What is this stuff?
They call it cranberry juice. It's too bad we are not allowed to have this stuff more often, and you need to visit the dessert table. Faya points it out to me as it is hidden behind the fountain of cranberry juice. My eyes widen. It is another long table, overflowing with serving tiers of brownies and different flavors, such as peanut butter, the standard chocolate, and marshmallow krachmi. 10 different cakes. Some are fluffy and moist, while others are more creamy. Platters upon platters of cookies, and... Ice cream? I ask Faya, and she nods. I've already had 2 dishes of it.
I have only had ice cream once and will admit that it is best if I am not allowed near it. Otherwise, I will be as round as Chief Counselor Weston. His name is Troy Weston, and he is the head of Arel's governing council, but still answers to our 2 presidents. It is rumored that he eats nothing but sweets, and his 700-pound body proves it. It takes 12 plebeians to carry him to and from his home to the council chambers.
What's the matter, Noni? Mocks Travers as he approaches us. You've never seen a table full of food before? Not this sort of food, and neither have you, I spit.
Oh, such animosity, he jokes.
I think your girlfriend is missing you, says Faya, pointing at Graylin, who had decided to turn her short hair into spikes for the banquet. In the morning, she will have to smooth it out, but tonight, we are allowed to forgo a few regulations, as my flowing hair demonstrates, since I did not bother to put it up, but wear it down instead.
Graylin looks at us, her unnatural blue eyes unnerving me like they always do in this sea of black and brown. I hope I never have to fight her in the dark. I would certainly lose. I look from her to Travers, and judging by the irate look on his face, I know that Faya has hit a nerve. Though relationships are forbidden among arbiters, everyone knows that they happen, and it is no secret that Travers and Graylin are more than just friends.
You watch your mouth, hisses Travers, closing the distance between him and Faya. I step between them. She didn't mean anything by it. Just get what you wanted and go.
Stay out of this, Noni. What's going on over here?
We all break up and take a few steps away from each other as Mandy, one of our superiors, walks up, trying not to meet the other's gaze. Answer me. Nothing, replies Travers, but the look on Mandy's face shows that she does not believe him. If you have differences, resolve them in the arena where that sort of thing belongs.
Travers grunts.
The arena is what we call the place recruits who have arguments go to fight it out. It is a 12-foot by 12-foot space that it marked off by ropes. Any recruits who wish to prove they are better than another go in there and fight, hand to hand, until one gives up. Fighting to the death is not allowed, but that does not mean that some are not sent to the hospital ward afterward. I always thought it a bit strange that, while in training, recruits are not allowed to harm one another. But in the gauntlet, those rules do not apply, which must be what makes it the ultimate test of our abilities.
What was that? Mandy notices Trevor's lack of respect. Should I bring molars over?
Trevor's demeanor changes. He straightens up, salutes her, replying, "No, ma'am."
Then get what you came for and go.
Travers hurries away, grabbing 2 plates and piling whatever desserts he can fit on them before running back to Grelin. He fears molars. I think molars is the only person whom Travers fears more than death. There was an incident 2 years ago where another recruit had challenged Travers in the arena, and Travers detests being challenged. The rule in the ring is that you can injure, but you cannot maim or permanently disable. But Travers went too far. He had penned the poor recruit down and did not stop when Molars had blown his whistle. I remember watching as Travers bashed the boy's face into the floor until blood pooled around them, covering his bare feet. Molars had to enter the ring to break them up. He seized Travers by the neck and threw him to the ground. For the next 5 minutes, we all watched as Molars beat Travers so bad that he spent the next 3 weeks in the hospital ward. But the recruit who had been foolish enough to challenge Travers was not so lucky and had died, and Travers avoided Molars ever since. Mandy turns to Faya and me. "Are you two enjoying yourselves?" "Yes," we both reply. I have always liked Mandy. She is kind, which is unusual for an arbiter, but fair. She never flaunts her authority, nor does she take any nonsense from others, and she never allows Molars to intimidate her. I hope to be like her someday. Strong-willed, fair, and an upholder of the law. "You should both get some ice cream before it disappears," says Mandy, "even though I know it will be your 3rd helping, Faya." Faya grins, her guilty expression proving that Mandy is right. A clatter sounds across the room, followed by Molars' angry shouts and a plebeian being thrown across the room. She looks to be no more than 10, and the room watches as she cowers under Molars' wrath, but she should have known better than to anger him. Molars pulls off his belt and smacks her with it while she cries, doing her best to cover her head from the blows. Motion makes me jerk my head, and I notice that another plebeian, about my age, clenches his fists together and starts to move toward the girl. But another stops him, shaking his head, holding onto his arm. Mandy shifts in the same manner as the one plebeian, and I do not know why, but anger and disappointment clouds her face. Why is she upset at Molars' actions? I turn back to the scene with Molars. The girl huddles on the floor, begging him to stop, and another superior officer walks up to Molars and places a hand on the belt.
"That is enough," he says. His firm tone commands obedience.
Molars glares at the other officer, but says nothing, since the man outranks him, and stalks off, heading toward the front of the room. As the commotion ends, music and conversations resume as though nothing has happened, but I remain where I am and watch as Mandy whispers into another plebeian's ear. The servant hurries to the girl and helps her up, taking her out of the room. I motion to Faya that we should go to the dessert table. She agrees. I think she is as addicted to ice cream as I am, and we both fill up a bowl with the frozen strawberry banana swirl custard. "Recruits, I welcome you." Molars' voice spills over the speakers, and he stands in the front of the room with a microphone. The time for the congratulatory speech has arrived. Everyone quiets down and the room stills as though what had taken place a few minutes prior is ancient history. You all have passed the gauntlet, demonstrating your strength, your fortitude, and willingness to overcome obstacles. You have proven yourselves worthy of being arbiters for Arel, upholders of our laws. Strength in our kind, strength in numbers, strength over weakness. Weakness is failure, failure is death. The rest of the room recites the motto with molars, our resolute voices echoing off the walls and high ceiling. My eyes survey the room, and I notice that Mandy's lips just seem to be moving as though she does not believe in the mantra, something I have never noticed before. Should I report her? Dissent cannot be tolerated as it leads to chaos, though I could just be imagining it, since Mandy has never given any indication that she disagrees with our way of life. By the end of this night, you will all receive your commissions and your first assignments as arbiters and members of the Martial Diplomatic Corps. And to commemorate this momentous moment, we have a special gift for you all tonight. It is my duty and my privilege to announce the presidents of Arel, Kumi, and Tapiwa. Applause goes up, and two people enter the stage, shaking hands with molars while waving at everyone. Kumi and Tapiwa are brother and sister, fraternal twins in fact, and co-presidents of Arel. When their father died, he refused to name just one successor and chose to name both. They rule Arel together, and it is rumored that they are closer than siblings should be, and their relationship is more incestuous. No one speaks of it, not publicly anyway, but rumors have a way of getting around, and judging by the way Kumi has his arm around Tapiwa's waist, I would say it is more than mere rumor. No one cares, though. So long as they perform their duties as president and adhere to the council, they can do as they wish. Besides, the last person who questioned their relationship disappeared, and his body was found days later, torn apart by the wild dogs that guard the wall. "Thank you," Tapiwa says into the microphone. Her wide smile exposes teeth that are so white they sparkle in the light. "Kumi and I are pleased to be here with all of you on this momentous day. You have all done well and proven yourselves worthy of the faith that Arel has placed in you. Congratulations." She steps back and claps her hands. The room follows by erupting into applause again, and I join them, thrilled that the presidents believe in us. In me. Kumi hugs his sister and approaches the microphone, preparing for his speech. It is customary for both to say something when the current year's recruits pass the gauntlet. He waves and has the same glittering smile as his sister. "Arel could not be more proud of you all." Everyone in the room straightens, including me. We have pleased them. "Your fortitude in the gauntlet," he continues, "has proven that Arel's future is in good hands. We have survived the tests of time. When the world fell and darkness consumed everything, nation fought against nation, brother against brother, and chaos reigned everywhere. Yet we survived. Arel rose from the ashes. We withstood the attacks by outsiders and freed ourselves of the tyranny of the fair-skinned. Ridding ourselves of their scourge, now all are in their rightful place." Murmurs of agreement flow through the room as Kumi recites the accepted history of Arel. "We are taught from the moment we can walk that a great war overtook the world. Most of the nations fell and were destroyed by weapons so destructive that entire cities were eradicated. Such weapons were created by the fair-skinned, people who had no conscience, but only thought of ways to murder any they deemed unworthy of life. Despite their efforts, they failed. Some managed to escape the terror, and when the Great War ended, probably because most everyone was dead and there was no one left to fight, much less care, those survivors formed a city-state, a new society, a better one. Arel. Those deemed responsible for the outbreak of war were punished. Many survivors came to Arel, and the leaders of the time chose to show kindness on the fair-skinned, even though they deserved far worse. They were provided shelter and security in exchange that they work. It was a fair bargain. Over the years, irrigation and sewer systems were repaired, homes and businesses were rebuilt, and the council was established with a president as its head. The outside world crumbled, but we survived, growing stronger. Those like me, the dark-skinned, have achieved justice and equality. This is the accepted history of Arel, and no one questions it.
There is a story that one man did question the official history of Arel. It was before my time. The man was said to have been antisocial, a loner, someone who preferred the company of books, and contraband books at that, over the company of people. He wrote his own history of Arel, one that collaborated some of what is taught to us, but it also challenged other aspects of the official record of events. The man was arrested. Professor Gareth the Fishbelieve was his name, and branded a traitor. Evidence was produced, proving that he worked for Kittian, and he was hung. His body was burned on live television for everyone within Arel to see.
The tyrants have become our servants, continues Kumi, and those worthy of leadership have risen to their rightful place. We have had peace and prosperity since we, the noble race, have taken our birthright. You are now guardians of our way of life, of our future. You all are our future. Embrace it and protect it.
Kumi steps back from the microphone, and once again, the room erupts into thunderous applause as we all cheer him. I join in, clapping my hands so hard that they sting from the impact, though I refuse to whistle and jump in place the way Faya is. I glance at Mandy. For the second time that night, I notice that she claps, but there is no vigor to her movements, and though her face remains impassive, her eyes possess a mixture of sadness and anger. The plebeians in the room appear frightened. I wonder why they are. They are in their rightful place. Have we not protected them all these years? Have we not clothed them and fed them? Is it too much to ask that they repay such kindness? They should learn to not be frightened and to appreciate what we have given them. Fear has no place in Arel, only loyalty. Moeller shakes hands with Kumi and Tapiwa again, and they exchange more pleasantries before he takes the microphone. A plebeian approaches me with a tray full of treats and I take one. As I raise it to my mouth, he trips and falls back into me, knocking me off my feet and causing me to lose my treat. I am furious. I stand back up and backhand the man. You idiot! The force of my hand sends him to the floor, and he stares at me with wide, frightened eyes as I raise my hand a second time. The scene causes everyone in the room to watch me, and I lower my fist. My eyes find Moeller's, who looks at me with a pleased smile. I have been taught well, before I see Mandy and the pity in her eyes. Why does she pity the servant? Get back to your duties! I snarl at the plebeian, and he snatches his tray and scrambles to his feet, hurrying away before I can change my mind. One by one, Moeller says as though nothing has happened, you will be called up to receive your badges and your first assignments. A woman steps forward with a tablet that has a list of our names. Jamal. A recruit walks up, the pride on his face lights up the room, and shakes Kumi's, Tapewa's, and Moeller's hands while a badge is pinned to his jacket. We all watch as we are each called to the stage, each of us shaking the hands of our presidents and Moeller's, and standing proud as a badge is pinned to the left breast pocket of our jackets. Faya, says the woman reading the list of names. Faya beams and we share a look. I know how much this means to her as her excitement matches my own, and it was all she talked about for the last several days, as she marches up to the stage and accepts her badge. 2 more recruits are called before I hear my name. Noni. My heart pounds in my chest as I realize what this moment means and how my life is to change after tonight. I step toward the stage, straightening my jacket, which always seems to form a wrinkle or two when I am nervous, and pick at the edges of my sleeves, before wringing my hands and placing them by my side in an effort to calm my nerves. I walk up to Moeller's first and shake his hand, and he holds mine in that firm grip of his for a moment. You did well back there, he whispers to me. Sometimes they need a firm hand. He glances at the plebeian that I had struck a few minutes before and smiles. He is pleased. At least I am on his good side for now. Moeller's releases my hand and I walk over to Kumi and Tapiwa, shaking both of their extended hands before placing mine back by my side and standing tall as Tapiwa places a badge, the arbiter's shield, on my jacket above my left breast, while Kumi hands me a thin, translucent, and pliable disc, rolled and tied with a gold ribbon. I do my best to remain serious, but judging by the pleased smile on Tapiwa's face, I know that I have allowed my pride to seep through. It doesn't matter. I should be proud.
I am now an arbiter. Once the badge is fixed on my jacket, I salute the three of them on the stage and turn around, striding back to my place in the room. The festivities continue well into the night before we are all dismissed and sent back to our rooms. When I enter my barracks, Faya and my two other surviving bunkmates are asleep. It is just as well. I do not feel like staying up late and talking with them as I yawn and realize just how tired I am. I unbutton my jacket and pull it off, taking a moment to rub my thumbs over the shiny arbiter's shield, admiring the curvature of the raised emblem upon it, the crest of Arel. As I place my jacket on a hanger and hang it up in my locker so that it will not wrinkle, unlike my bunkmates, who just threw theirs on the sides of their bed, I glance at the one empty bed in the room, the one that had once belonged to my fourth bunkmate who had died in the gauntlet. I think back to the look on her face when she knew that her moment had come. Acceptance. I shake my head, refusing to think about it. She was weak. That is why she died. A light from outside the window catches my attention, and I move closer, covering the lamp in the room for a better look. A shape moves from the barracks to the edge of the compound. I cannot make out the face. After a few more minutes of staring out the window, I decide it is useless to try and discern who it is I saw, and it probably doesn't matter. Some of the dignitaries and superior officers have stayed late, and it might have been one of them I saw. Minding your own business is also prudent at times. I uncover the lamp and pull out the thin disc that serves as my commission papers, which I had received earlier, remove the gold ribbon, placing it on the desk as I unroll the flexible diskette. I place it against the wall, which is a computer monitor, and it lights up as an official note appears on the screen. I am to report to the eastern sector of Arel, where Commander Vi will be my mentor and provide the on-hands training that is required of every recruit who passes the gauntlet. Though I am officially an arbiter, the training received within the compound only provides us with the physical training as well as schooling, but real-life experience is another matter. For that, every newly commissioned arbiter is to be apprenticed to another of superior rank, where they will receive on-the-job training for 1 year. After that year is up, they are assigned there on a permanent basis, becoming part of the group, part of that family. How well that person performs determines if they remain as one of the many arbiters who patrol the city, but always have to report in, or if they are trained for something else, something of more prestige. I do not know much about Commander Vi, other than she is a real hard-ass, which is good. It means that by the end of the year, I will be well prepared to perform my duties as an arbiter and to protect Arel. Another yawn reminds me of my exhaustion, and I strip off my shirt and pants and crawl into my bunk. Tomorrow my new life begins. Chapter 3. Morning. I awake before the sun peeks over the horizon, having always been one who loves the morning over the night, and stroll over to the window, taking in the warm glow of the sunlight. I snatch my pants, shirt, and jacket from the night before and tiptoe to the wall monitor. It is a touchscreen computer that takes up the entire west wall of the room, and press my index finger against it, bringing it to life. The words, "Awaiting your command," flash across the screen. Shuttle schedules, I say. The day's schedule for the shuttles appears and I scan through them, looking for the one that I need to take to get to my assignment. The 13th line is the one I need and it leaves in 3 hours. But the first shuttle that goes from the Diplomatic Marshal Corps to the shuttle hub leaves in 85 minutes. I am pleased. At least I have not overslept. Arriving late is not only bad form, but unacceptable, and would lead to questions about my commitment to my duties, and such doubts could haunt me for months or years afterward. A soft knock sounds at the door, and I shut off the wall monitor and answer it. Before me stands a plebeian. "Yes," I say in a harsher tone than is necessary. "Your bands, ma'am," he replies and hands me a small silver box. I snatch it from him, knowing what they must be, and toss him my clothes. I want these washed and pressed and returned to me before the hour is up. "But it will take a minimum of 30 minutes before the washers are..." My glare stops him. "Yes, ma'am. Washed and pressed before the end of the hour." He bows, squeezing my clothes in his arms, and hurries off. Closing the door, I open the box and find 4 bracelets, each the thickness of a necklace chain, but made from a metal that is virtually indestructible. I place the box on the desk and touch each of the bands, pulling the one out that flashes green, informing me that it is mine and has been coded to my biometric signature and... Faya's snores disrupt me. I walk over to her bed and kick the corner, jolting her awake. What? It's morning. Come back when it's actually time to get up, she says through a yawn and pulls the blanket over her head. I kick her bed again. It is time to get up. Mpa. She buries herself further under her blanket. I kick the corner of her bunk again, which jerks the person in the bunk above her awake. Geez, Noni, says the girl above Faya. Do you have to make so much noise? It's time to get up, or you will all miss the first shuttle. I grab my towel and hurry out the door, annoyed that they won't listen to me, and head toward the showers just as the morning alarm blares overhead, signaling that it is time to wake up. The showers are crowded when I get there, and I realize that I am not the only one who had wanted to get an early start. The other graduates, no doubt, do not want to be late to their first assignment either. I sling my towel over my shoulder and stroll over to the women's section of the showers, picking a stall and stripping off my underclothes. The moment I turn the knob, hot water spills from the faucet, covering me in its heat and filling the area with steam. I snatch a bar of soap from the shelf that is built into the wall of the stall. Recruits do not get their own bar of soap. They use what is provided and it's shared, and run it through my hair and over my skin, washing away the sweat from last night and the sleep my body still craved. After 7 minutes, I turn off the water and snatch my towel, wrapping it around me as I step out of the shower stall and into the main walkway. Someone rams into me, stopping me. Give me your soap. I glare at Grelin. Do we have to do this now? Every day, either she or Trevor's taunted me. I don't remember what I did to infuriate them, but they had fixated on me for some reason, and I had become a constant target. There are plenty of bars over there. I point at the shelf with 10 bars of soap lined up. I want yours. Grelin pushes me. I do not have time for this. I toss the soap to her, but it slips from her grasp as she tries to catch it and lands on the wet tile floor. Before I know what is happening, she charges me, dropping her towel and knocking me backward into a wall. I knee her in the stomach and she grunts, but it does little to deter her and fuels her anger. She grabs my shoulders, by now I have lost my towel, and flings me to the floor where I land face first and my jaw hits the hard tile. Cringing from the pain that reels through my jawbone and up the left side of my face, I do not see the kick that she thrusts my way and plants in my side. The other recruits in the shower room back away, not wanting to get involved, yet they stick close by enough to watch and learn the outcome of our fight. I take a sharp breath, refusing to give in and roll on my back just as she tries to stomp on me. Her foot crashes into the tile, cracking one, but before she can recover from missing me, I swing my feet, catching them behind her ankle and pull it out from under her. She loses her balance. I seize my chance and kick the side of her knee on her other leg, forcing her to fall down, landing on her side, and the pain evident on her face gives me a small amount of satisfaction. As she writhes on the tile, I jump to my feet and wrap my left arm around her neck, placing her in a headlock, while I snatch the bar of soap from the floor with my right hand and shove it in her mouth. You wanted this bar of soap, I whisper in her ear through gritted teeth. Then eat it, bitch. The banging of batons on the wall and counters echo throughout the shower area, and those who had gathered to watch our fight run. Some manage to get away. Some do not. Arbiters, our superiors, storm into the room. The fury on their faces could have frozen lava. One snatches me by the arms and yanks me off Grelin. The look on her face tells me that she wants to kick me in retaliation, but thinks better of it as more arbiters enter the room and one hauls her to her feet. 10 lashes each, says the commanding arbiter. The rest of you will watch. She paces the room, glaring at each of those who had watched the fight. Grelin and I are lined up against the wall, face first and naked, while 2 arbiters, one for each of us, and each with a switch, stand behind us. Begin, orders the commanding arbiter. The sting of the switch burns my skin as it strikes my back, but I refuse to show any weakness, determined to appear stronger than Grelin. whose face remains more emotionless than the statue in the square. Another burning sting attacks my back, and a small tear escapes my eye. I cannot reach up to wipe it. If I do, it will be considered an act of disobedience and more lashes will be added to my punishment. I let it fall and hope that no one notices it as the switch strikes my back for a third and fourth time. My teeth grind together as the remaining lashes are completed and we are allowed to turn back around. I know we deserve the punishment. Fighting is not allowed among recruits outside the arena, which is only done when a formal challenge is made, and we have disobeyed that rule. Disobedience is not tolerated. If you have finished your showers, the commanding arbiter says to everyone in the room, then report for your duties. The other recruits scurry away, not wanting to be on the receiving end of such punishment. As for you two, the commanding arbiter turns toward Grillin and me. Break the rules again, and you will receive far worse than lashes. Now, get out. Grillin finds her towel and wraps it around herself, trying to cover the marks on her back, and hurries away. Someone hands me a towel. I stare at it for a moment, wondering why I should bother, and angry that now I am covered in sweat and blood again and do not have time for a second shower to clean myself up. Reporting for my first assignment like this is not a good first impression, and I know this mark has already been placed on my record when I notice another with a computer pad typing away. I snatch the towel and fling it by my side, stalking out of the room naked, refusing to show shame for what I have done. I pass a group of male recruits on my way back to my room. At first, they stare and chuckle, but stop the moment they see the marks on my body and face forward, jogging to get far away from me. I reach the door to my room. Just as it slides open, the plebeian whom I had ordered to clean my clothes runs up to me. He stops short, surprised by my lack of embarrassment for being naked in the corridor. Yes, I snap at him.
Your clothes, ma'am. He holds them out to me.
I take them from him, and for a moment I consider slapping him, but change my mind, reminding myself that he did follow my orders, and it wouldn't be right, nor would it make me feel any better.
You're dismissed, I tell him and go into my room.
Noni! Faya eyes me with a curious expression as I enter the room, still naked.
My other two bunkmates stare at me as well, but when they see the marks on my back, they grab their stuff and leave. What? Faya begins. Grillin! I say, cutting her off.
Her mouth sets in a firm line, and I know that I do not need to say anything more as she understands, and can probably picture what has happened. I set my uniform on my bunk, taking care not to crease it, and yank open the door to my locker, grabbing some underclothes and put them on. As my undershirt touches my back, I wince. Here. Faya grabs some rubbing alcohol, a roll of bandages, and medical tape, something most recruits smuggle into their rooms in case they need it, which seems to be often. Take off your shirt. I do and turn my back toward her. The alcohol hurts worse than the lashes when it touches the wounds on my back, and I gasp from the pain.
Sorry, says Faya. It's not your fault.
With gentle hands, she places strips of the bandages over each lash mark and tapes it there. There, that should hold.
I put my undershirt back on. Thanks.
Faya smiles, trying to comfort me, and places her duffel bag on her shoulder and walks out of the room. Knowing that I have wasted enough time, I pull on my pants, put on my uniform shirt, cursing when wrinkles appear, which always happened no matter how hard I tried to be careful, and run my hands over them to smooth them out before putting on my jacket. I snatch a hair tie from the top shelf of my locker and put my hair up in a tight bun, glancing in the mirror, and grimace as a black and blue bruise forms on the left side of my chin, covering it. Great. Now I will have to explain it the moment I report for duty with Commander Vi. I pack my bag, shoving everything in there, zip it closed, and start to head out the door when I remember my arbiter's band that still sits on the desk. I leap across the room, grab it, place it around my wrist, and run out the door, speeding through the corridor to the mess hall, hoping that I can grab a quick meal before I head to the shuttle station. When I reach the entrance to the mess hall, I stop. All of the special decorations and tables of luxurious food have been taken down, turning the eating area back into its usual and familiar gray and gloomy demeanor. Faya stands by the entrance with 2 hard-boiled eggs in her hand, while still chewing her own breakfast.
This was all I could get.
Thanks. I take the eggs and shove one in my mouth, chewing while we hurry down the corridor to the main stairwell, race down the steps, and burst out the metal doors into the courtyard. As we jog past the statue of the first president of Arel, I ram the other egg into my mouth. "Where's your first assignment?" I ask through a mouthful of egg yolk, doing my best to not choke on it. "The business sector where the economic planning and shops are." That is a good assignment. A part of me is a little jealous. The business section is a nice area, always clean, always quiet. Everyone who had ever been stationed there moved up in the ranks quicker than anyone else, and afterward, they could have their choice of assignment. We hurry past a group of recruits who are in their 10th year of training, practicing drills until we exit through the gates and run down the paved road that leads into the city, our heavy boots pounding the solid ground. I spot the long stairwell that leads to the shuttle station and veer for it with Faya right behind me. We stomp down the concrete stairs. Some of them are split from the winter storms that have harassed us over the years, and the moisture from all that rain had seeped in through the porous steps, causing cracks. Sweat from my exertion streams down my face. The humidity is terrible today, and heavy breathing sneaks up from behind. I turn to see who it is, but I find myself knocked into the railing as a recruit shoves Faya and me out of his way and continues down the steps. I cling to the metal railing to avoid falling down the stairs as I regain my footing and glance at Faya, who does the same. She has a disgusted look on her face. I hear the whine of the shuttle and curse. Despite my efforts to be on time, I am running late because this is the one time the shuttle decides to arrive 10 minutes early, of all the days for it to do this. 3 more recruits push past us, ramming us into the metal bars of the stairwell. We won't make it if we continue down the stairs. I look around for some way Faya and I can get to the station on time before remembering that an open drainage pipe is just a few yards away from us. It allows water to drain from the compound and into the aqueduct just below us, which takes the water to the treatment center before dispersing it to the rest of the city. 8 years ago, during our allotted free time on a hot and humid summer day, some of us used that drainage pipe as a water slide. I tap Faya on the shoulder and point to it.
Are you kidding me?
Do you want to be late? I look through the trees and see a glint of light, warning me that the shuttle is not far away. Faya shakes her head and hops over the railing with me by her side. Some other recruits give us quizzical stares as they charge down the steps. We find the open drainage pipe, and I breathe a sigh of relief that enough water runs down it to provide a slick surface for us to slide down. You first, I say to her. Faya shakes her head at me. Not this time. I remain silent. That time some of us used this as a water slide 8 years ago. Faya was with me. There is a bar at the bottom that you have to catch. Otherwise, you will go right into the open aqueduct below and drown. And Faya missed it when she slid down. But there had been another recruit there who had managed to grab her before she went over. She has never come here since, and now I am asking her to face one of her fears. I jump in the open pipe first. Maybe I can grab her if she misses the bar again. A dull pain attacks my butt as it slams into the metal pipe, intensifying with each passing second as I slide down it. Water sloshes around me, soaking my pants and the bottom of my jacket. I do not like the idea of reporting to my first assignment drenched, but it is better than being tardy. Harsh echoes circle around me as my boots bump into the sides of the rusty metal pipe, and I cling to my bag, not wanting to lose it. I see a light ahead. I near the end and prepare myself to grab the bar. Water propels me downward and my body is moved up the sides a bit before dropping back down. There it is. Surrounded by bits of light and water vapor, I see the bar and gauge how much time I have until it will be too late. I reach up and bend my knees, holding my feet above the water so that I balance and slide on my butt. Just a little bit closer. Now! I slam my feet into the metal pipe and jump up, seizing the bar with my hands and cling to it as I haul myself up.
I've made it! I yell up the pipe.
A tremendous bang pounds my ears and I know that Faya has jumped in. Precious seconds tick by and my hands hurt from gripping the bar while my knuckles turn white. The muscles in my arms strain from supporting my weight, but I refuse to go any further until I know that Faya has made it. A shadow dances on the sides, and I hear her muffled screams. I see her. Shifting my grip, I hang onto the bar with one hand and reach down with my other. Faya spots me. Her fearful face turns to hope. She positions herself like I had and jumps up just as she reaches me. I grab her wrist and pull her up so that she can grasp the bar. That wasn't hard now, was it? I joke. I reach for the rungs of a ladder that is just above us and built into the sides of a manhole, leading up to the outside world. Faya is right behind me. We climb in silence and I open the manhole cover, crawling out of the pipe and onto much appreciated solid ground. The whine of the shuttle is closer, and we haven't much time. I tap Faya on the shoulder as she crawls out of the manhole, and she nods, understanding my message. She hears the shuttle too. We both spring to our feet and run for the station, which I can now see. The shuttle pulls in. Damn, we are going to miss it. I push myself harder, steadying my breathing and focusing on the shuttle doors as they open. My feet find themselves on the hard surface of concrete, instead of the softer greenery surrounding us. I look behind. Faya is with me. We reach the back of the crowd as other recruits, like us, shove their way onto the shuttle. One tries to get on the shuttle, but keeps getting pushed aside as others cram onto the transport. I maneuver over to him. He tries to get on the rail car once more, but another forces him aside. An alarm sounds, warning us that the doors will close soon. I elbow another out of my way and seize the poor recruit by his pack, hauling him onto the shuttle with me just as the doors slide shut, forming a pressurized seal, and we are off.
Thanks, he says.
I just smile in response and look around for Faya, spotting her next to a pole, put there for people to hang on to. I let out a slow exhale, relieved that I have made my transport, despite the fact that my water-soaked pants garner a few odd glances and cause goosebumps to form on my legs from the chilly recycled air that blasts from the vents. The streamlined, tarnished white shuttle glides over the rails, weaving its way through Arel, and I look out the tinted windows, getting a view of the city that I have never seen before. The morning glow of the sun on the roofs and sides of the buildings form a bit of a halo around them, setting them apart from the vast, flat grassland that morphs into a mangled mess of trees in the background with their white tips, which mesmerizes me. My city is beautiful, a beacon of light in a dark world. We pass through the tunnel, and the inside takes on an artificial glow as the transport's inside lights flicker on, until we reach the end and enter into daylight again. I see the first stop. The shuttle slows down, pivoting us forward as the change in momentum affects us, and I cling to the bar I am next to. When we stop, the doors slide open with a harsh ding, and people scramble off. I find myself being jostled around as they bump into me in their eagerness to get off, forcing their way past those that are trying to board in the 15 seconds before the doors close. Another harsh ding sounds and the doors seal shut just as two people try to get on, forcing them to take a step back before the shuttle speeds off. The smooth acceleration is different from the sudden stops, but I continue to hold onto the rail for safety's sake. I glance at Faya again, but she does not look in my direction, as her eyes are focused on the tops of the buildings we pass over. My center of gravity shifts a little as the shuttle climbs upward, heading to the upper levels of the city where the business district is, the district that Faya has been assigned to. A bit of jealousy passes over me, but I try to push it away. I should be happy for her. She is my friend, and perhaps if I work hard, I can get reassigned there. We follow the tracks over some mansions with green lawns, lush gardens, water fountains, and gazebos before entering the business district. Once again, the shuttle slows to a stop and the doors slide open, followed by the rush of passengers trying to get off while others attempt to board. I watch as Faya disembarks, shifting her duffel on her left shoulder before turning and waving at me. I wave back. The doors close and the shuttle speeds up again, diving downwards, before plateauing out as it heads for a transparent building with platforms spread throughout as rail lines swarm in, each going to their own station, before heading away, the central hub. I watch as rail cars pull in, passing underneath marbled archways as they stop at their designated station, allowing passengers on and off before speeding away to their new destinations. Shadows cross over us as we turn and head for the central hub, the shuttle's speed decreasing the closer we get. A final rectangular shadow stretches over us as we glide through an opening and into the transparent building that is the central hub. People gather around on the platform we head for, squishing together, preparing to force their way on. I clutch my duffel even closer. This is where I get off and must catch my connecting shuttle to the eastern sector, and I cannot afford to miss it.
The shuttle stops, and the doors open. Mayhem strikes as people force their way off, with me caught in the middle, clinging to my bag, while others ram their way on, not wanting to miss their transport. I shove my way through the mass of people, and once my feet touch the platform, I run, hurrying through the wave of people going in the opposite direction, while working my way to the edge where a walkway is. Once freed from the chaos, I charge down the loggia and to a map, which illustrates each of the rail lines and where they go. I tap the monitor screen once I reach it. Destination?
The eastern sector, I reply.
Go one level up and take the 13th line. It departs in 7 minutes.
7 minutes? Does every shuttle have to be leaving early today? I scramble away from the map station, bumping into someone as I dodge around a pole, and careen down another stoa to an escalator, ignoring the angry shouts that I receive. The escalator is packed when I arrive there, and I do not have time to wait in line in order to get on, so I jump over the side of the rail and land on the black moving stairs, kicking someone in the shin by accident and knocking her bag on its side, spilling its contents and almost dropping my own as well.
Young lady, that is completely...
I regard the woman whose bag I knocked over, standing in her orange pantsuit, which contrasts well with her dark complexion, with a matching headband holding her wavy hair back away from her plump face. She stops mid-sentence, glancing at my arbiter's badge, and chokes back the rest of her recriminatory words as she swallows and looks ahead. A nagging feeling that I should apologize for my behavior nibbles at me as I watch her scramble to retrieve her lost items, but I find it difficult to push the words out. Saying you are sorry in the Martial Diplomatic Corps is considered a sign of weakness, something Mollers always reminded us, and weakness is never tolerated. But at the same time, I feel as though I do owe her an apology for kicking over her bag and dumping its contents.
Sorry. My voice sounds mechanical, and even I cringe at the lack of genuineness behind the single word I managed to mutter. I imagine Moller's irate face, knowing just what he would say to me if he learned that I have apologized to someone.
You are arbiters, he told us recruits once, and arbiters never apologize. Admitting you are wrong is a sign of weakness, and... That session ended with all of us reciting the mantra of Arel, much like every training session did. I allow the memory to fade and bend down to scoop up a tablet when the woman stops me.
No need, she says through a forced smile, which makes me wonder if she was also constipated, in addition to being angry with me. Before I have a chance to say or do anything, the escalator reaches the upper level and I realize that I need to leave. I snatch the tablet from the step, thrusting it in her hand, and shove my way past the line of people stepping off the escalator, moving in a zigzag fashion as I ram my way to the 13th line. A harsh chime sounds, and I know the doors are about to close. I pick up my pace, clutching my duffel bag and pressing it into my side so that it doesn't cause any drag or get caught on anything, and leap through the doors just as they seal shut. A few odd glances point in my direction, but I ignore them, having been well taught to maintain a stern demeanor, letting others think that I am always alert and diligent, ready to enforce the law at the tiniest of infractions. They turn away. I feel my pants leg while trying to remain inconspicuous, but stop as the shuttle slants backward, leaving the central hub, and climbs high above the city, gliding through the highest levels of the tallest building, disappearing under their shadows before being reborn in the morning sun. My center of gravity shifts again as we head downward toward the eastern sector. My assignment. The lush buildings with their pristine windows and marbled plazas vanish, replaced by more run-down buildings with smaller yards, if they have any at all, crumbling walks, and sputtering lamps. For a moment, the transport is level with the outer wall, and I am able to look at the vast landscape beyond and some of the defensive structures that have been built around it, before we plummet below the barrier and the sun can no longer reach us. The shuttle slows again, and I grip my duffel so tight that the strap cuts into my skin. I have never been one to give in to fear or anxiety,
But my nerves attack me without warning as I realize that this is it. This is the start of my life as an arbiter. The shuttle stops and the doors slide open with the same harsh ding that is more annoying than welcoming, but it does ensure that you do not miss your stop. I jump into the fray of people scrambling to get off while others try to get on. One woman snags my duffel in her attempts to board the shuttle, and I yank it from her, forcing an apology from her when she notices my uniform and arbiter's badge. Being the keeper of the peace has its advantages. People respect you, but the look in her eyes seems to be fear. I am an arbiter, not someone to be afraid of. It is my duty to protect people like her and to protect Arel. I hurry off the shuttle and onto the platform, forcing my mind away from my sudden curiosity. Now is not the time to wonder about one woman's reaction to my uniform. I have some place to be.
I run across the platform and am amazed that some people avoid me, possessing the same look in their eyes as the woman. It bothers me a little as I am not used to being feared. Back at the Arbiter Training Center, no one is intimidated by me. Instead, I was the one who tried to not anger certain superior officers. Moeller springs to my mind. At least I will not be having to see him again. Angry shouts catch my attention and I stop, turning in its direction where I see a man yelling at his wife. A passerby pauses to observe the scene, and the man strikes him. I look around. No other arbiters seem to be nearby. The man strikes the stranger again, and I know I must do something. This is what I was trained to do. I drop my duffel bag and march over to them, knowing what I must do, even though I have not reported in yet, nor do I have the materials assigned to every arbiter, but I cannot allow this to continue. I have been trained for this. It is my duty.
What seems to be the problem here? I demand, my voice more authoritative than I thought it would be, though inside I am shaking. In training, recruits go through several mock scenarios to help them prepare for the real thing. Except on the training grounds, you know that it isn't real. And here, at this exact moment, the realization and knowledge that this is the real world hits me. But I am committed to it now. The man backs away, his aggressive demeanor changing, and he seems more afraid of my uniform and badge than me. "Nothing," he spits, but his face changes, betraying his regret at using such a tone with me. "Nothing?" The anxiety welling up within me sneaks through in my voice, so I arch an eyebrow, hoping it will have the added effect of making me appear bored with the situation. "I said I wasn't doing anything," the man repeats himself, and I know that he detected the nervousness in my voice. Did he expect me to believe that he had done nothing? I saw him strike that man. Please, fella. I might be young and this might be my first time exercising my authority as an arbiter, but I am not stupid. Any fool could have seen that he was causing a disturbance, and he did strike another citizen, twice. "You struck this citizen," I say, keeping my voice even, remembering what Moeller had always said about fear being a sign of weakness, and a clear indicator that you are unfit for your job. I need to use this fear people seem to have of my uniform to my advantage, or risk failing to uphold the law and keep the peace on my first day as an official arbiter. Striking another citizen of Arel is against the law, I inform him, remembering the protocols I had studied since childhood. Each offense was listed with the corresponding punishment and the actions an arbiter was to take. It had all been ingrained in my brain, so I know what I am supposed to do. I just need to put it into practice. "What is your name?" The man refuses to answer. "You can either tell me your name, or I can drag you to that information booth over there which will tell me." I keep my voice flat, hoping he doesn't force me to follow through on my threat, but the information booth is procedure when someone refuses to identify themselves. "Passion," grumbles the man. "And your place of residence?" Again, the man refuses to answer me, but his wife speaks for him. "Here, in the eastern sector." The man strikes his wife, freeing the anger that he had kept in check while talking to me. I am on him in a second, my training dictating my movements, and pin him face first to the ground, stretching his right arm out behind him and ready to break his shoulder if necessary, while people scurry past the scene not wanting to get involved. "Move and I break it," I warn him as he struggles a little before going limp. He is no match for a lifetime of training. I lift him to his feet, keeping his one arm behind his back while I grab the other, to the information booth. The woman and other witness follow me to the nearby information booth. Many, just like it, are spread throughout the city, and each have a detainment box next to them. While holding on to the man with one hand, I place my other, with my arbiter's band, on the panel of the detainment box. It scans my palm, while another scanner reads my wristband, and my information appears on the screen. "State the purpose for detainment," says a computerized voice. I run through the list in my head, remembering what the law is and what is a punishable offense. 5 infractions: causing a disturbance in Arel, striking another citizen of Arel, attempting to strike an arbiter, resisting detainment, and for striking his wife, who is a citizen of Arel. The computer logs my statement and I place the palm of the man on the screen. Within seconds, his information appears and is logged as well, with 5 red marks added next to his name. In the seconds that pass, I notice that he has been detained before, and this is his second infraction. A person's first detainment results in a warning and 4 weeks of manual labor spent repairing structures around the city. A person's second detainment is more severe. The punishment consists of time spent in the detention facility before being sent to re-education. A third detainment: no one returns from a third offense. They just disappear. All records of their existence are erased, and the fires of the crematorium burn brighter. As I scan the information about his first detainment, I hope that the man learns from this incident and does not find himself arrested a third time. A door appears and opens, revealing a dark space just large enough for a single person. I shove the man inside and the opening seals shut, followed by a hiss and a clang before falling silent. When a person is put inside a detainment box, the floor opens up and the individual falls straight down, landing in a sealed transport, which speeds through the underground rail system, taking the offender to the detention facility, where other arbiters process him and where he will await his hearing. I turn to the other 2, remembering that protocol dictates that they are to be logged as well, as witnesses, and must be present at the offender's inquiry. Scan yourselves. They each place their right hand on the screen of the information booth, and their names and residences scroll across the screen. You both are witnesses to the infractions stated earlier. You will report to the Ministry of Justice and will each receive a notice of the day and time you are to appear, where you will give your statements. Failure to show up will result in detainment. Do you understand what I have told you? Every time an arbiter exacts punishment and is forced to log witnesses of that punishment, they are to ask the witnesses if they understand what they have been told. Both nod in silence. You are dismissed. I watch as the woman and the stranger run off, disappearing in the bustling crowd, and let out the long, slow breath that I have been holding. I realize the time and curse under my breath. I am late, very late, and have already managed to make a terrible impression on Commander Vi before I have even reported for duty. I touch the screen of the information booth and get directions to her place of residence and frown. It is a bit of a walk. I stalk over to my abandoned duffel bag and heave it onto my shoulder, not surprised that it has been left untouched. It is an arbiter's bag with the seal on the side. Only fools would steal it. I race to a stairwell that takes me from the platform to the main walkway that runs through the eastern sector. There are side streets and back alleys, and I will have to learn them at some point, but right now, I need to get to the arbiter's building. The sun is high in the sky now, though with all of the tall buildings and the towering wall that surrounds Arel, its light remains hidden, obscured by shadows that mirror the uncertainty that lies ahead of me and feeds my apprehensiveness. People charge ahead of me, some rush right past me, while others dodge around me, all in an effort to get to where they need to be. I join them, shifting my bag as its weight presses against the nerves in my shoulder, cutting off the circulation and causing my arm to become a bit tingly. It is a standard issue bag and not meant for comfort. A man walking ahead of a plebeian, the plebeian carries the man's bundles, strolls by me, heading in the opposite direction, while his servant keeps his head down, unwilling to chance looking anyone above his station in the eyes. I stop. This is the first time I have been outside of the Martial Diplomatic Corps compound by myself, and have never witnessed the regular activities of people. The compound had plebeians all over, and I have issued countless orders to them each day, but never have they carried my things, or any recruits. We are expected to carry our own bags at all times to build physical strength, and an arbiter who cannot carry their own possessions is dismissed from their duties because, as Mollers puts it, they have no business being keepers of the peace. Seeing so many people with their servants walking the streets astonishes me because it is new. A few times, while I was still a recruit, I was brought out of the compound with a group of other recruits, and we walked the streets, receiving a tour of Arel. I do not remember seeing many people on the streets at the time, and as I think back, I believe that our commanding officers had the streets cleared so that we would not be bothered, or perhaps it was so we would not see the real Arel before we were ready. A motorbike weaves around me, blowing black smoke out of the exhaust, while the cart behind it bounces along, almost hitting me in its effort to keep up. I watch as the driver pulls to the side of the narrow street and picks up 2 passengers. I get an idea. I need to get to the other end of the eastern sector, and I have wasted enough time as it is. Each sector has its forms of taxis, much like the man on the motorbike with the cart, but there is also a trolley that runs through the city, in addition to the shuttle and moving walkways. I spot one a level above me, overloaded with people, much like the sidewalk is. I jog to a low-hanging ladder and jump at it, grasping the lowest rung, and pull myself up, readjusting my duffel so that it sits across my back, and plop onto the graded causeway. I hurry across it, my boots striking the grate with deafening clomps, causing a few below me to look up, but they turn away the moment they spot my uniform. I hear the hum of the motor that moves the conveyor belt of the moving sidewalk. With a leap, I jump over the railing of the causeway and land on the belt, startling a group of women and children when I land. "Sorry," I say to them. They smile and step aside, letting me pass, and I have the feeling that I am not the first person to get on the moving walkway in such a fashion. I get on the left side of the belt. A red line runs down the center, splitting it in half. The right side is for slower moving people, while the left is for ones like me, ones in a hurry, and race down the moving sidewalk, its conveyor belt making it seem as though I'm running twice as fast. I fill my lungs with air, loving the exhilarating feeling I have as I speed down the belt. A horn honks and I look down at the people meandering below me. Another motorbike with a cart speeds through the street and swerves to miss the plebeian that had attempted to cross the road, but as the servant falls to the ground, I know that the bike has failed to miss him. I watch as the driver hurries away, not bothering to stop or slow down, while others ignore the injured servant as he rolls in agony in the puddle he has fallen in, and mud covers his snowy skin with each movement. The plebeian manages to get to his feet, pick up the bundle he had been carrying, and hobble away, while a man and his wife push past him without a second glance. I refocus my attention on the people ahead of me as I charge down the moving walkway, using my left hand to hold my duffel bag close to me so that I do not hit anyone with it. "To your left!" I yell at 2 children, 8 years, in white suits, a sign that they are initiates in the medical corps, when they cross the red line into the fast lane. They both jump back into the slow lane and I rush by, giving them each a smile and receiving 2 grins in return. An arm reaches out and grabs me, yanking me to a halt, and my heavy duffel slams into the lash marks on my back, causing me to wince from the pain it elicits. It is another arbiter, at least 10 years my senior. "What's your hurry?" he asks me in a gruff tone, but his expression softens when he notices my uniform and the crest on my bag. "Running a bit late, aren't you?" "Yes, sir!" I gasp, trying to catch my breath. "There's always one of you," he mumbles to himself, more than me. I glance to the side, hoping he will let me go, but I cannot just leave without dismissal. He is my superior, as the 4 silver stripes on his sleeve indicate. "You better get going, and take the next exit. There is a causeway that makes a nice shortcut to the trolley." "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." "And you better hurry. Commander Vi does not like tardiness." I salute him and run off. 2 people dash out of my way when they hear me coming and I charge past them. I spot the exit the arbiter who had stopped me had mentioned. Slowing down, I fall behind a couple and wait the 5 seconds before the belt positions me in front of the exit, and I jump to the right, taking the steps down to the causeway 2 at a time, my boots pounding the grate, creating riffs of thunder that echoes around me. A group of people approach me from the other direction, and the causeway is not large enough for me to run by them without knocking one of them over. There is a walkway right below the one I am on and runs perpendicular to it, but still goes where I want to be. Gauging the distance, I know I can make it, and I climb on the railing, swing my feet over, and land on the walkway below, its solid surface making a different sound compared to the metallic ring that its grated twins make. I ignore the people who stare at me. Let them ponder my actions. I have someplace to be. My back stings from the constant thumping of my duffel onto the wounds I had received in the shower room, and judging by the extra amount of wetness I feel and how my shirt clings to my skin, I know that the wounds have started bleeding again. I hurry down the paved pathway and find a set of stairs leading to the street below. A set of chimes warns me that the trolley is almost there, and if I do not hurry, I'll miss it. I slide down the railing to the bottom of the stairs and run off the moment my feet touch the ground, not bothering to stop or slow my pace. I push my way past another group of people. Once again, they start to say something, but stop the moment they notice my uniform. The chimes of the trolley sound again. It has already made its stop and collected its passengers and is off again. I quicken my pace, not bothering to control my breathing. I must catch it. The magnetic wheels of the trolley glide over the smooth, glossy rails, which still look like new, even though they have been there far longer than I have been alive, making a soft humming noise as it moves. I fall in beside it. It turns a little to the left, following the tracks and ignoring me, but I remain next to it, running so fast that my breathing sounds labored. There is a vertical bar I can grab onto if I jump for it. 2 faces fill the window above me. I ignore them as I concentrate on the bar, playing in my mind what I must do, thinking of it as a test of my skills and commitment to my duty as an arbiter. Keeping pace with the trolley, I speed up and lunge, gripping the bar with both hands and placing my feet on the side runner. I laugh to myself as I hang onto the side of the trolley, my body shifting with each jerk of the car. A few more faces from the top deck of the trolley lean over to catch a glimpse of me, and no doubt, my antics are the highlight of their day. The rocking motion of the car does not faze me, and I shift my hands for a better grip, while remaining aware of where I am and how far it is until my stop. A plebeian carrying a crate overflowing with onions stops, forgetting his station and his task, and stares at me with a dumbfounded expression, before remembering his place and trots off. The chimes sound again, signaling that we are nearing another stop, my stop. I see the spires of the arbiter's quarters through a line of buildings and trees, their trunks as thick as my wrists, and know that I am close. I may make it in time after all. The chimes sound again, and the trolley slows down. Once it is close to stopping, I let go of the bar and jump off, landing on the cracked pavement of the street, and a little bit of mud splashes onto the edges of my boots. Not the impression I want to make, but I cannot worry about it now. I race up the street and through the gates to the arbiter's quarters. The pavement transitions from concrete to brick, that looked like it had been a bright red at one time, but has faded to a moldy gray, and some of them are soft and mushy and crumble beneath my feet. I hurry to the main doorway. The glass is fogged and coated in crusted grime, while the dirtied white paint of the building peels away around the window panes. My heart sinks. I had hoped that the building would at least look pristine like the training compound, but it appears that it is as run down as the rest of the eastern sector, or what I have seen thus far. I pull my mind away from my own disappointment. This is my assignment, and I must see it through. I reach the path that leads to the door and stop, attempting to slow my breathing and make it look as though I have not been running across all of Arel, though my flushed and sweaty face says otherwise. Once I have controlled my breathing, I walk up to the door, my duffel hanging by my side, but before I can ring the bell and ask for entrance, the fogged glass door slides open, and a woman stands in the opening with her arms crossed, and a stern expression fills her face. "You're late," she says. "Damn it!" Chapter 4. Commander Vi. I say nothing. What can I say to the woman? It has to be her, who is now my new commanding officer and mentor. I am late, the one thing I tried to avoid. "Well?" demands the woman. "What do you want me to say?" The words are out of my mouth before I realize that I have said them. This is not the time for a sarcastic response, but my pride and mouth gets me into trouble more often than not. Is that an attitude you are giving me? The woman arches an eyebrow. No, Commander, I reply. I save my bad attitude for when I am in a foul mood. I bite my tongue. What is it with me today? This is the day of all days that I am supposed to make a good impression and demonstrate that I am the perfect recruit, willing to follow orders and in control of my emotions. Yet, here I am talking back to my commanding officer as though I am her equal. I brace myself for her punishment. As my superior, she has the authority to punish me should I step out of line, and my rude remarks fall into the category of being way out of line. To my surprise, she steps aside and allows me through the door, which slides shut, releasing a soft thud as it seals. The entranceway matches the dilapidated state of the exterior of the building with paint chips on the floor that a plebeian girl tries in vain to sweep up. Dulled paint, that must have been a bright white at one point, has yellowed, and in the fluorescent lights, it looks like urine. Smells like it too. The faded green rug cushions my boots as I walk farther into the hallway, taking quick side glances into the 2 rooms it veers into. What makes you think that I am the commander? Asks the woman, her voice sharp and tight. I turn back around and face her. Is this a test? Who else would you be? I could just as easily be one of the other arbiters that is stationed here. Unlikely, I reply. The woman glares at me. Ma'am, I add as an afterthought. What is it with me today? I never would have spoken with such disrespect to molars, but I also know that molars would kill me if I did. The woman continues to stare at me, and I realize that she wants me to explain how I came to my conclusions. You answered the door before I had a chance to ring the bell, so you were obviously waiting for me, I begin. And the only reason you would have to await my arrival is if you are the one whom I am to report to. No other arbiter here would care if I was late or not, because I am not their responsibility. You speak with authority, with the demeanor of one used to issuing orders and getting her way, and your demand to know why I am late without asking directly means that you expect me to offer an explanation for my tardiness and beg for forgiveness.
Very astute. The lighter tone in her voice tells me that I have pleased her, or passed some sort of test. I do not care which, just so long as she does not punish me for my rudeness earlier. I am Commander Vi. You were to be here 30 seconds ago. She taps the band on her wrist, which is similar to my own. Every citizen of Arel gets one. Not only is it an identification band, but it also serves as a timepiece, and by the way she is holding hers, I can tell that she was timing me, counting down the seconds until I was scheduled to arrive. You will address me as Commander or Ma'am. Formality will be maintained here. There are 75 other arbiters in this house, and 4 other arbiter houses in the eastern sector with the same number, all which report to me. We walk through the hall, stepping over the pile of paint chips that have just been swept up, scattering them across the floor again, and I notice that the plebeian's face scrunches up in irritation, but she refuses to say anything. I give her no more than a passing glance. Her kind are everywhere, and it is their duty and privilege to serve us. The dining area is through this room and near the kitchen, continues Commander Vi. In this area is what we call our recreational center. There are books to read if you wish. I peruse the titles, silver words against fake, brown leather, and they are all ones approved by the council. Nothing else is allowed. I pull one off the shelf, ripples form where my fingers touch the sides, waving across the holographic binding, and open it. Words appear on the page, and the screen changes its color, taking on the appearance of actual writing on paper. Books are not made from paper anymore, as it is considered wasteful. Instead, they are all digital, and each book is a computer that, once opened, will display the title which had been loaded onto it. Rumor has it that some of the older citizens complained about the inhumanness of these digital books, so the council compromised, issuing that these readers be made to look like actual leather-bound volumes designed to hold a single book, and when opened, the screen would change to look like paper. It satisfied the part of the populace who missed what they called paperbacks, and they do add a bit of hominess to the room,
though I am surprised that Commander Vi allows it, considering the abrupt manner in which she greeted me. As arbiters, we are not encouraged to like comfort or luxury. I put the book back in its place and turned my attention to an ornate chair, one I have never seen before, and touched the engraved spirals that run up the sides of the back until they meet, forming a curled peak. The silky smooth wood caresses my fingers, and the glossiness of the velvety material, which make up the cushions, look as though it can't be real. Losing my sense, and forgetting where I am and that I am being watched, I run my hand over it, back and forth, amazed that when I rub it in one direction, it feels rough, but when I go in the other direction, it is smoother than the wood. This chair does not belong in a room that has splotches of mold weaving their way along the molding that covers the edges of the wood floor.
Aren't these items considered luxuries? I ask.
They are, but you will find that sometimes people perform better when they earn rewards.
That sounds reasonable. Sometimes, at the arbiter training compound, recruits were offered a reward for finishing first, which, in most cases, consisted of being allowed an extra meal or an extra hour of sleep.
Commander Vi walks through another room, a short hallway, and through a third room before stopping. This door goes outside to the main part of the grounds. Over there are a set of stairs that lead to the second and third floors, the main stairwell you saw when you entered the building, and that right there, she points at another door, concealed in the shadows, its gray color making it look as though it is nothing more than a smudge on the already dirty paint, leads to the basement, which is the plebeians' quarters.
I hear rustling and look up into the blank face of another plebeian as he scrubs the walls. Commander Vi stalks off again, and I follow her through more doorways until we enter the entranceway for a second time, where the servant I had seen when I first entered the building continues to sweep up paint chips.
Sheila will take your bag.
I look at the plebeian girl, she avoids my eyes, and hug my duffel closer to me. I can carry it. You've been lugging it around since you left the compound. An arbiter carries their own possessions. Failure to do so shows weakness in weakness. Go prepare her room, Commander Vi tells the servant, cutting me off and stopping me from repeating the mantra I have been taught since the moment I could first speak. The plebeian sweeps the final paint chips into the dustpan, dumps them in a trash can, and puts the broom and dustpan away, before hurrying up the stairs without a word. This way, says Commander Vi. She walks around the wide base of the carpeted wood steps. I cannot tell if the carpet has always been this brown or turned that way from years of grime, and to an oval doorway that leads to a small office nestled beneath the stairwell. 3 square windows line the far wall, spilling sunlight onto a metal desk with its pens in a neat line on the left and a stack of forms on the right. A rag has been shoved under one of the legs, no doubt in an attempt to stop the desk from wobbling. Commander Vi walks behind the desk and sits in the chair, pressing a button that turns off the flickering screen, and in that split second, I notice that my face and recruitment record is on it.
So tell me why you are late.
I recognize the order for what it is and stand, feet shoulder-width apart, arms behind my back, and my duffel still hanging from my shoulder, preparing to explain why I was tardy. I witnessed a transgression after disembarking the shuttle. Transgression?
Yes, ma'am.
Explain. A man struck 2 citizens of Arel. And your course of action? In accordance with Aurelian law, I cited the man for striking 2 citizens and asked him to go to the information booth where he would be processed. He tried to strike me, so I put him down and placed him in a containment box, adding the charge of striking an arbiter to his citation. The 2 citizens involved have been cited as well and are aware of their duty to report to the Ministry of Justice and the punishment involved if they fail to do so. Commander Vi punches another button on her desk and the monitor screen appears, showing her my first act as an arbiter. Yes, it says here 5 infractions: causing a disturbance in Arel, striking another citizen of Arel, attempting to strike an arbiter, resisting detainment, and for striking his wife, who is a citizen of Arel. Does that sound about right?
Yes, ma'am.
But that should not have prevented you from being on time. Not prevented me? By the time I had finished detaining the man, I only had 10 minutes at most to get here. and she has to know that it is not enough time. She is testing me, and if I answer wrong, I may be punished. Newly commissioned arbiters who failed to report to their first assignment on time have been known to disappear, never to be seen again. Some say they are sent beyond the wall, a fate worse than death. But another rumor is that they are sent to the crematoriums. Either prospect is dismal, and I do not wish to be sent to either of those places. I will have to try harder if I am to serve Arel and prove my worth.
Lieutenant Renal says that he detained you this morning, Commander Vi continues.
I am being baited. Of course, he has contacted her and told her of our altercation. Failure to do so would result in him being punished. But the way Commander Vi informs me of her knowledge means that she is setting me up. This is another test, a measure of my commitment and quick wit. She wants to see me frightened, but I refuse to let her.
An arbiter stopped me on the moving walkway. I was running and must have given him the impression that I was running from something. And why would he get that impression?
Because I caused a scene and he did not see my uniform. He released me when he realized that I am an arbiter.
True.
This woman's snobbish attitude angers me, and I do not understand the change in her behavior. 1 minute she is showing me around what is to be my new home for the next year, if not the rest of my life, and the next minute, she treats me like a plebeian. I clench my teeth to keep from opening my mouth like I did the time Molars played the same trick on me. He enjoys toying with others and catching them in traps. It is his way of testing your emotional responses and whether you have learned to control them, something I do not always succeed at. It was 2 years ago, and he had lined all the recruits up in the courtyard to demand who had been stealing from the kitchens. We all knew that no one had been. Such an action is foolish and results in severe punishment, but Molars was adamant that someone had. He walked down the line, holding a green apple in his hand, and asked us one by one if we had stolen it. When he reached me, unlike the others, I stared him in the eyes, refusing to avert my gaze or acknowledge his superiority. The entire incident was a hoax. "Do you know who stole this?" Molars had asked me.
Yes, I had replied in a strong voice, sounding more confident than I felt.
Molars had smiled, one of the few times I had ever seen him do such a thing, but his grin was not one of warmth or friendliness, but one of gloating as he reveled in his own sense of superiority. Really? I could tell by the sound of his voice that he thought he had broken me. Something he enjoyed most was breaking people's spirits.
Tell me who.
This was when I made a fatal mistake, showing Molars up. "You did," I had replied. 30 minutes ago, I saw you enter into the kitchens and leave with that apple. You are the thief. The next thing I remembered was a searing, burning pain engulfing my left cheek when Molars backhanded me, and warm blood oozing from a cut that formed in the center of the welt he had given me. Instead of hunkering to the ground, like I had seen so many in the past do, I straightened my back and glanced at Trevor's, who shifted in his stance with a mixture of worry and pleasure on his face. But his concern came through the most. The only person Trevor's hates more than me is Molars, and during that lineup in the courtyard, I had challenged the one man he fears most. Molars had struck me 4 more times until a higher-ranking officer stopped him, reminding him that it was his duty to train recruits, not murder them. I managed to walk away from there, though another recruit had to help me because of the dizziness I felt after taking 5 blows to the face. For a week after that, neither Trevor's nor Grelin harassed me, and I believe that it was because of my standing up to the man that had almost beaten Trevor's to death. Though after my face healed and I was cleared for duty by the senior doctor in the medical wing, they went back to their usual taunts. A low cough rips me away from my memories and back into the room with Commander Vi glaring at me with her sharp brown eyes, waiting for a response, and I decide to chuck caution aside, as it is nothing more than a hindrance in this instance. "If you wish me to say something, then I suggest you ask me a question," I tell her. "Otherwise, let's cut the game and you tell me why you have really brought me here." "You have some balls on you," Commander Vi says. "Here it comes, my punishment." "That's good." "What? Is she congratulating me?" "I was late in reporting for duty. I just challenged her authority. I have committed infractions, one that most high-ranking officers punish, And she is praising me? As you know, the eastern sector is not the most affluent in Arel. We are the first to be attacked and have suffered many over the years, which is why many of the buildings here seem to be in a state of constant disrepair. The people here are rougher and more prone to aggression, making our job as arbiters more difficult. I have seen too many get killed because they did not have the right temperament or the pair of stones you seem to possess, and Molars has warned me about your brazenness. You will need that attitude of yours. I let out a small puff of air through my nose when she says that, but Molars' action does not surprise me. If you wish to survive here, however, keep it in check. I am your superior and chosen to be your mentor for the next year. I will not tolerate disobedience or failure, and you will receive far worse than 10 lashes. I will send you outside the wall myself if you cross me. Is that understood? The hawk-like gaze she gives me is my warning, my one and only warning to not fail her again. With everything that has happened since the shower room this morning, I had forgotten about the lashes on my back. Until now, as the very mention of them brings the throbbing pain between my shoulders to the forefront of my mind. Yes, ma'am, I say, my tone even and unreadable. Good. Tomorrow, you will explore the wall. It is best to get the worst part of this assignment over with first. After that, you will be assigned your duties and will patrol the streets of the eastern sector, monitoring and keeping the peace as is expected of you. When I see fit, you will be introduced to other areas of this sector, such as the maternity ward, medical compounds, factories, and shopping centers, and there will be trips to the plebeian zone of this sector as well, as they must always be controlled. Your duties will be rotated, and you will not have the same ones each day, and there will be times when you are asked to perform menial tasks, such as cleaning. We cannot allow you to become too accustomed to luxuries, and there will be times when you are assigned to patrol the outside perimeter of the wall or visit the outposts we have out there. If attacked, you will be among the first to respond. Breakfast is served at 0600 hours. If you are late, you will not eat. You are on your own for lunch, in which case you can either eat here, or if you are on patrol, there are diners where you may grab a quick meal. I will have a list of them sent to your room. Here is your ration card. Commander Vi picks up a disc, no bigger than the round tip of a ballpoint pen, and presses it into my wristband where it melts into the metal. On the first of each month, a stipend will be reloaded onto that. It is up to you to make your rations last until the next period. Any questions?
No, ma'am. You're dismissed. Take your bag to your room. It's number 5 on the second floor. You have 15 minutes to eat your lunch and report back here, where another arbiter will be waiting to show you around.
I salute the commander and walk out of the room, hurrying to the stairwell, taking the steps 3 at a time, and jog down the hallway to room 5. The room has no lock, and the faded green door slides open the moment I step in front of it. I glance around. A single bed, just big enough for one person, with a pillow and folded sheets and blanket on top of it, rests against the wall to my right. A small closet is next to it where I will hang my extra uniforms, and on the wall opposite the closet is a desk with a single lamp framed by the window, which provides the only light in the room.
I place my bag on the bed, knocking the navy blue blanket onto the floor, and stroll to the window, looking out onto the atrium below with its built-in gymnasium equipment. I watch as 2 men circle on a mat and wrestle with one another, no doubt continuing their training so as to remain in physical shape, and their toned, well-shaped muscles prove that they have succeeded. The wall looms ahead of me, and I get a good look at it from the window, our only protection from what lies outside it. Sometimes, I wonder if the wall is meant more to keep people in instead of keeping invaders out.
A harsh cough jerks me from my reverie, and I realize that I have wasted precious time that I could have used to scrounge up some lunch, but it looks as though I will not be eating until dinner, and what little nourishment the 2 eggs Faya had given me this morning has worn off. I straighten my jacket and hurry out of the room, stomping down the hallway and down the stairs, shoving the plebeian girl, who still sweeps up paint chips, out of my way when I reach the bottom step. A low thud tells me that my actions have caused her to bang her head into the wall, but I ignore it, making no apology as I hurry to stand in front of Commander Vi, who waits for me in the entrance with another arbiter, the same one who had chastised me earlier while I was on the walkway.
Noni, this is Lieutenant Renal. It is my understanding that you have already met. I keep my face emotionless. Commander Vi knows we have already met, and I find her false assumptions annoying, but I keep my mouth shut. I have been too forward as it is, and must remain in control to prove to her that I am fit to be an arbiter of Arel. And perhaps I can get a transfer out of here to a more favorable post, such as the business or manor districts.
He will be escorting you around the eastern sector today, and showing you some of the patrol routes that you will be expected to keep under control. The two of you will report back by 1500 hours.
Yes, ma'am, says Lieutenant Raynal.
Before I pass through the door with him, Commander Vi hands me a belt.
Put this on.
I strap it around my waist, noting that it has a holster with a semi-automatic handgun fastened in it, a palm-sized flashlight, zip ties, and a baton that folded up into a stick the length of your index finger.
These are your protection in this city, Commander Vi tells me as I fiddle with the baton. You are to keep them with you at all times when you leave this facility, and they should remain within your possession at all times. Failure to do so will result in disciplinary action. Is that understood?
Yes, ma'am. Dismissed.
I follow Lieutenant Raynal out the door and down the winding walkway to the gate, which leads to the bustling street I had taken to get to the manor. A trolley jingles its bells as it speeds past, but I pay no attention to it. I must show that nothing intimidates me, and I am curious as to why Lieutenant Raynal was kind to me earlier, but now acts as though that exchange between us this morning never happened. 10 minutes tick by as we walk down the street, heading to a more shrouded area of the eastern sector, where the streets are narrower, dirtier, and more crowded. I keep my eyes peeled for any suspicious activity, watching all the people that stroll past while keeping their distance from us, and the plebeians who keep their eyes focused on the ground. Having tired of the silence, I worked up the courage to ask a question. Where are we going?
Questioning a superior officer now, are you?
I press my lips together, fearing that my luck has run out and I have overstepped my bounds. But when Lieutenant Raynal faces me, his mouth is upturned into a sly grin and I relax my tense muscles. You needn't be so frightened of me. I'm not frightened, Lieutenant, I quip. How dare he imply that I am letting my fear get the better of me? Fear is not allowed. The bemused look on Lieutenant Raynal's face betrays his thoughts, and I know that he doesn't believe me. I just do not want to make another mistake.
It's okay to be a little on edge, he says. This is your first day outside the training compound, and your first time being expected to perform your duties. I know it is intimidating, we all go through it.
He points at another arbiter who looks to be my age before continuing. Bren over there came to us last year, and he was off to a rockier start than you. I watch as the man strolls down the sidewalk, whistling to himself, something I have never seen someone do before, while smiling at those who pass by him. His cheerful mood is off-putting when compared to the reactions I received this morning from any who saw my uniform. Are you sure that he is an arbiter? I ask.
Lieutenant Raynal chuckles. I've wondered that myself a time or two. He is a different sort of character, but don't let his cheery demeanor fool you. Though he is pleasant to most whom he meets, when it comes time for it, he is all business. I watched him put 3 strong men in the same containment box once. Word got around, and ever since, people just mind their behavior around him.
A yellow ball rolls up to the man referred to as Bren and taps the tip of his steel-toed boot, followed by a girl and a boy. They stop when he scoops up the ball, glances at it, and hands it to them, patting the girl in the space between the 2 buns on her black head. Both children smile and run back to their teacher, who jogs up and escorts them back to the other children standing outside, tossing balls back and forth during the physical education period. Their yellow uniforms mark them as future teachers, and a part of me envies them, as teachers are not expected to follow such rigorous guidelines like arbiters. I shake such thoughts aside. It is not my place to question, but to serve. I must remember that. Where are you taking me, Lieutenant? You can call me Raynal when we are not at the manor or near the commander. Raynal, I repeat, thinking it strange to address a commanding officer by his first name. I am taking you to a place where you can get something to eat while you are on duty. It isn't a fancy place, not that any here are,
but it serves decent food. I follow Renal as we walk down the dingy streets, past citizens hurrying along, some with their plebeian, making certain not to look us in the eyes, which is strange because we are all citizens. Their behavior reminds me of this morning and how the majority of those I had run into diverted their path so as to avoid me. After strolling down another block or two, we arrive at a building tucked between two taller ones with the Arelian insignia on its sign, except instead of two spears and guns crossing one another, forming the shape of an X, this sign has two knives and forks doing the same. I stare at it a moment, perplexed as to why someone would do such a thing, remembering a rumor about someone else who had a similar sign, but his had two quills forming the X, and it had been torn down by a squad of arbiters, and he was arrested. The more I think about it, the more I realize that the sign had been the least of his offenses, since he was accused of spreading ideals contrary to the Aurelian system of government.
Renal glances at me, wondering why I have stopped, and I pick up my feet and hurry after him, straightening the bottom of my jacket for the umpteenth time. We enter the small establishment and the banging of cast iron frying pans, as well as the sizzle of frying bacon, chicken, and beef grilling over an open flame, serenade my ears with their enticing song, while my mouth waters from the tantalizing smells reaching far into my nose, beckoning me to sit down a spell and indulge. A mulatto woman places a loaf of bread, which has just come out of the oven, on the counter beside me, and its aroma reminds me that the 2 eggs I ate in a hurry are not enough to survive on. Something wet rolls down the side of my chin, as my parted lips allow a small amount of spit to escape. I wipe it, hoping that no one notices, but a winking smile from Renal tells me that he has, and was expecting it.
Renal strolls to an empty table in the far corner and sits in a metal chair with his back to the wall, facing the entranceway. From his vantage point, he watches everything. Every patron who enters passes under his observant gaze, which remains vigilant despite his clear interest in the fresh-cooked food. I take the chair across from him and watch as his eyes roam the vicinity, but his face remains amiable, never portraying an ounce of ire. The buoyant crowd ignores us as people continue their private conversations, unconcerned that 2 arbiters are in the room with them. My eyes roam over them, studying their jubilant faces as they talk and eat without a care, astonished that they do not care that Renal and I are here, considering the reactions I received from people this morning. As I wonder why no one in the building seems concerned that we are here, a man gallops up to us, carrying a tray brimming with 2 glasses of blueberry juice and a plate overflowing with scrambled eggs, buttered toast, and avocado halves wrapped in crisp bacon. I watch as he hurries up to us, dancing around the mishmash of tables and chairs with the occasional foot sticking out, not spilling a drop of the beverages he carries or losing his balance. He reaches us and bends down, holding the tray low as he moves the drinks and plate of food to the table, setting it in front of Renal.
"Haven't seen you in a while," he says, allowing the now empty tray to hang by his apron, and I note the grease and sauce stains that litter it. "That might be because I haven't been here," says Renal, his tone light.
"You're not running out on me and eating somewhere else, are you?"
"Perhaps I am. There is a nice little place further in the district that serves an apple cobbler which makes yours seem paltry in comparison." I watch the 2 of them banter, my eyes flicking from one to the other, as their brows furrow and each struggles to maintain a serious face, before the man lets out a guffaw that shakes the entire establishment. "Renal, my friend, you know how to hit me where it hurts." "Not too hard, I hope," Renal replies. The man claps Renal on the shoulder and gives it a tight squeeze in friendship before both of them turn to me, noticing the confused look that covers my face. "And who is this?" asks the man. "Segal, I want you to meet Noni, our newest arbiter in the eastern region," Renal introduces me. I smile and stretch out my right hand to shake his, only to have it swept up in 2 watermelon-sized monstrosities that squeeze it until it goes numb, as he gives it a vigorous shake that bounces me out of my chair. "A pleasure to meet you," he says, releasing my hand. I jiggle it a little, trying to get the feeling to return to my fingers, while also trying to not draw attention to it. "Likewise," I mumble.
You look like you need sustenance, Segal says to me. As though to add credence to his words, my stomach growls loud enough to be heard over the laughing crowd, and I glance over as the same mulatto woman places another steaming loaf of bread on the counter, unwrapping it from her towel, and its herbed aroma sets my stomach into another series of covetous growls. Segal chuckles and places one of the glasses of blueberry juice in front of me. Drink up! It is our house special. You won't find a place that serves anything like it.
I sip the beverage as Segal tromps off. It is semi-sweet with a hint of nutmeg, giving it a pleasant flavor. I take another drink and realize that Renal watches me and put the glass down. Oh, go ahead and help yourself, he says. Segal would be insulted if you didn't drain half your glass in one gulp.
We do not have anything like this at the compound, I say, taking another sip of the juice.
I'm not surprised. They keep everyone on a strict diet there to keep you from getting soft. You are expected to maintain that diet out here, but there is no reason why you can't indulge in a few things. Segal's place here is a good one. He knows the arbiter's diet restrictions better than most, and keeps his menu in line with it, but has a way of making the food taste more palatable. I think you will find this to be a great place to catch a meal. The door opens and 2 more arbiters walk in, settling down at the counter where the same woman serves them huge slices of bread with steak and eggs, accompanied by a bowl of fruit. They thank her and scoop egg into their mouths.
We were never allowed bread, except at dinner, I say.
Renal snorts. Just don't eat any at the manor. Not that it will be too difficult, as Commander Vi never allows it to be served.
His statement about Commander Vi does not surprise me, as I picture her in her disciplined manner doing pull-ups in the manor's outdoor gymnasium, living off a bowl of boiled beans, which was always the training compound's standby meal when they thought that the recruits were getting too used to savory food. There do not seem to be any plebeians around, I say, curious as to why they are absent here when I have seen them everywhere I go.
Segal does not use them.
Why? My question sounds harsher than I mean it to, but Renal takes no offense to it, as he must have been expecting it. He prefers to cook the food himself, replies Renal, saying that it is the only way for him to know that it is prepared properly. His wife bakes the bread and some of the treats that are sold here.
The mulatto woman. A sharp glare from Renal tells me that I have pushed it too far, and I avert my eyes. Her parentage is something she had no control over. She was born of a plebeian woman who had entertained her master. Entertained. He might as well just say that she was raped. It wasn't common, as most of us dark-skinned found thoughts of sexual relations with the fair-skinned abhorrent, but some people are unable to contain their desires and kept a few sex slaves to satisfy their needs and the needs of those like them. They are usually shunned by the rest of Arelian society, but are allowed to remain because of the services they provide. She would have been doomed to a life of drudgery if it hadn't been for Segal, says Renal. How? Papers can be forged for the right price and if you know the right people. Renal leans over the table and whispers to me. We do not speak of it here. She is dark enough and Segal adores her, and there is no harm in them serving good food to the people here. And their children? I ask, watching as Segal bumps her elbow, on purpose, while she ices a cake, and she turns around, swiping a spoonful of frosting on his nose. All arbiters know that the water-serving Arel has been fortified with certain compounds to prevent unwanted births, but sometimes the sterilization technique failed and unregistered children were born, which meant they were to be registered the moment the pregnancy was discovered and given an approved identity. They have none, except for Ian over there. He was assigned to them to work here as a server, much like we were sent to the Marshal Corps, but they treat him more like a son than a servant. And Lila over there, she was not wanted and Segal's papers for adoption were accepted. Some things tells me that Renal had something to do with the acceptance of Segal's papers, but I keep such suspicions to myself as I watch a young woman with frizzy hair joke with a few patrons. So they are not their biological children? No. Do you remember when you turned 13? I nod. That was the day I was given my hysterectomy to prevent me from ever becoming pregnant, as arbiters are not allowed to have children. Segal's wife was given the same treatment on her 13th birthday. I lean back in my seat.
The policy regarding children is complicated in Arel. Maternity wards are set up where women, through in vitro fertilization, where the embryo has been given certain traits to make them well suited for the profession chosen for them, bear children on a regular basis, and those infants are taken from them and sent to their assignments. But not all children of Arel are born in such a manner. To keep the populace happy, some families are allowed to have their own children and keep them, but they are only allowed one child, and that child will work in the same profession and sector as its parents, the exception being the noble class, the council members, policymakers, and, of course, our two presidents. A plate is placed in front of me filled with Salisbury steak, coated in a sausage gravy, a thick slice of buttered bread, a fruit salad, and beans. I pick up my fork as Renal winks at me with a smirk on his face, guessing what I thought of the last item on my plate, but Segal stands next to me with his arms crossed, waiting for me to sample his entree. I could not let him down. I scoop up a forkful of beans, might as well get eating them over with, and place it in my mouth. My taste buds quiver from the overwhelming flavor that the beans hold. I shove another forkful of them in my mouth, savoring the texture and the smoky, sweet, and sour flavor that they possess, followed by a huge bite of the bread, the herbed texture providing a nice accompaniment to the beans.
Ha ha, I knew she'd like it.
Segal claps Renal on the back, and they both share a laugh, while a bit of icing remains on the bridge of his nose. I can always tell the newly commissioned from those that have been here a while because you all have the same reaction. They don't feed you like that at the training facility. He left us and Renal and I continue to eat our food until it is gone, relishing every bit of it. We better be getting back, says Renal as he checks his wristband for the time, while I sop up the last bit of sausage gravy with the last bite of my bread and cram it into my mouth, glancing at the cake that Segal's wife had placed on the counter moments before.
Come on.
Renal taps a corner of the table and a scanner appears. He holds his bracelet before it, allowing it to be scanned and a portion of his allowed rations to be deducted. I do the same and a number appears on my band, informing me of how many rations I have left for the month. I follow Renal out of the building, but before we get out the door, Segal runs up to us to say goodbye and shoves a small package into my hands.
I noticed you eyeing it, he says to me with a wink, while Renal frowns. You both come back anytime. My door is always open.
Will do, Segal, says Renal. The food was excellent, as always. We step outside and Renal leans close, whispering,
You better eat that quickly before someone sees you.
I open the small package and find a sliver of lemon cake in there. Glancing around to make sure no one sees me, except for Renal, who already knows that I have it, I eat my cake in 2 bites as we head back to the manor. Chapter 5.
The wall.
I rise before dawn. Not even a sliver of sunlight covers the horizon. After having made a bad impression by arriving late yesterday, I am determined to report to breakfast early, eager to begin my duties as an arbiter in the eastern sector. I sit up, placing my feet on the cool floor, stretching my legs as I stand. I make certain to straighten the blanket on my bed and tuck it in on the sides, so tight that a coin will bounce if dropped on it. As I step past the window, I pause to look out at the wall. It is a massive structure, built for our protection from barbarians and raiders. Kidion is not the only threat we face in this world. It stands taller than the buildings, made of solid stone and concrete, blended together, forming a structure that is almost impenetrable, with barbed wire stretched across the top. At varying points are guard towers, placed between the inner and outer walls, and I have a feeling that I will be asked to be in one at some point. At other areas of the wall are flamethrowers, which spew black fire, a concept based on Greek fire, but the word Greek was considered too white, so it was replaced, except that the fire that spills from the flamethrowers is black, made that way by the chemical compound within them, and impossible to extinguish. If touched by black fire, a person's skin melts from their bodies, and they die a slow and agonizing death. No amount of medicine can cure a severe burn from it, leaving a victim of black fire with one remedy. Movement catches my eye, and I look down into the yard where the outdoor gymnasium is. Is that Commander Vi?
I lean closer to the glass, squinting as I try to make out the person in the semi-darkness. The woman stands beneath a bar and jumps at it, grabbing it with both her hands, her strong muscles visible despite the faint light, and pulls herself up until her chin is above the bar. Repeating that motion 20 times before letting go, it is Commander Vi. I watch as she moves to the two benches and places her hands on one and her feet on the other, doing push-ups, never faltering or exhibiting tiredness. I hope I can be like her one day. Strong, confident, the epitome of a true arbiter of Arel. She stops and stands up, pausing before she bothers to move on to her next exercise. Her head turns in my direction, and I jump back, hiding in the shadows of my room, hoping that she didn't see me. When I work up the courage to glance out again, she is gone. I tear myself away from the window, just as the sun peeks over the horizon, placing a faint red line of light on my face, and pull my pants up and put my shirt on. Breakfast will be soon, and I do not wish to be late. I bolt out my door, making certain that the latch clicks when it closes, tugging on a sleeve of my jacket as I dash down the hallway and past a plebeian girl, the same one who had shown me my room yesterday. I stop at the top of the stairs and walk down them with dignity, not wanting to appear rushed. "Nice to see that you are able to be on time," says Commander Vi when I reach the bottom step. One look at her, and you would never know that she had just been doing pull-ups as she stands there in her pressed uniform without a single bead of sweat on her face. I keep my face impassive and say nothing, not wanting to bring her ire upon me or give her a reason to punish me. She motions for me to enter the dining room, and I walk in there, eyeing the other arbiters around the table, each of whom stand at attention, waiting for the order from Commander Vi to begin eating. I spot the one unoccupied chair in the room and take my place behind it, mimicking the others, and stand at attention. Commander Vi stalks into the room and walks around its exterior, pausing by each arbiter and inspecting their uniform. Her steel gaze unnerves me, and I rub my sweaty hands on the seat of my pants while she is not looking at me in a vain attempt to dry them. Her boots clomp on the floor in steady beats, timed with the ticking of the only hand clock in the entire house. Tick, step, tick, step. I continue to face forward, but move my eyes, following her as she circles the room, until she reaches me and stops. A lump forms in my throat. Her continued scrutinizing of me makes me believe that I have done something wrong. Sweat collects under the collar of my jacket, and I feel the heat rise in my face. Why is she just standing there? I remember that molars used to exhibit the same tactic while at the training compound, and that the only way to escape possible punishment was to not move or speak. I grip my hands tighter and stiffen my knees to prevent them from wobbling. Commander Vi steps closer, and I feel her moist breath on my neck. With great effort, I control my breathing and keep my gaze focused on the man right across the table from me, refusing to shift position or make the slightest movement. "You may eat," says Commander Vi, and she takes her place at the head of the table. I breathe a short sigh of relief when she is not looking before sitting in my chair and helping myself to breakfast, determined to get a meal in so that I would not be operating on an empty stomach the entire day. The high protein is prevalent on the table, and I realize that it was never just something done while in training. I heap some eggs, sausage, bacon, legumes, and strawberries onto my plate. "Someone seems hungry," commented Commander Vi. I stop piling food on my plate, thinking that I have done something wrong. "Eat up," the commander says to me. "We have a long day ahead of us." I place a spoonful of yogurt on my plate and start eating, taking extra care to chew my food. "Everyone," Commander Vi announces to the room, "this is Noni, our latest addition and commissioned arbiter." Soft claps sound around the room as everyone present gives the customary greeting and acknowledgement of my accomplishment and presence. I am certain that you all will treat her with the same respect that I have given you and expect. No one speaks but just nod their heads. The rest of our meal passes in silence, and I struggle to not shove all my food into my mouth and swallow it in one gulp. Just as I finish my last bite of sausage, thus cleaning my plate, a group of plebeians walk into the room and take the dishes and leave. "You all have your assignments," says Commander Vi. "Some of you I will see here this evening, and some I will not. Good day to you all." For the first time, I realized that there had been empty chairs in the room, and this explains the reason for it. Some assignments must involve remaining overnight and missing a few meals. Noni. Commander Vi's voice jolts me from my reverie, and I jump from my chair, remembering that I am to be her shadow today, as she is taking me out to show me the wall, instead of delegating the assignment to someone else. I make certain that I have the items arbiters are required to carry with them at all times when on duty and follow after her. Outside, the heat is sweltering, showering over us in an effort to overpower us and force us to succumb to its will. I wish it would cool off, but we are in early summer, and this is how the weather is in summer. I do my best to ignore the humidity, as it causes me to sweat under my jacket. One look at Commander Vi tells me that I should not acknowledge or even mention the heat to her. She remains erect and proud as she strolls down the street, taking the shortest route to the wall. Not one drop of moisture dots her brow, nor does any fall down her face. Is she impervious to such heat? I shake the question from my mind. This is not the time for random musing or for my mind to wander. I must focus on this final part of my training. The closer we get to the wall, the narrower and more crowded the streets become. The people who walk them do not smile or greet us, choosing to hurry away, their quick steps scattering the trash that idles on the ground, or ignore us instead. As I look around at the dull buildings with vines stretching up them, mixed in with the black filth that covers them, I realize that this is one of the unspeakable parts of Arel. Whenever our presidents gave speeches and spoke of Arel's greatness, they always had footage of the beautiful buildings and scenery that fills the city, giving the impression that areas like this do not exist. Sheltered within the compound of the training corps, I believe the footage. But this area tells a different story. I shake it off. No city is perfect, but Arel, my city, does offer beautiful state-of-the-art buildings with all the conveniences one could want, with plazas and nature walks for people to visit should they wish to relax and find some solemnity. I match Commander Vi's long strides, doing my best to keep up with her quick pace. No word is spoken, and she remains silent the entire time, and I conclude that she is not one for small talk, unlike the arbiter she had entrusted me to yesterday. As we move closer, a shadow appears, forming a rim around us. I glance up. The wall looms before us, causing me to gasp at its massive size and formidability. I had always viewed the wall from a distance, or from its top, never from below like I am now. I pause and stare straight up it, marveling at the size of the structure. It looks impenetrable, and it must be, considering how monstrous it is. As I continue to stare straight up, I experience a small bout of dizziness from craning my neck at such an angle and straighten myself, regaining my equilibrium and composure. Noni! Commander Vi stands near a 7-foot-high vertical rectangle in the wall that is just the right width for a man to go through, and her face betrays her displeasure at my dawdling. I scold myself and hurry over to her, not daring to look at her reprimanding glare, and pass through the entrance that leads to a stairwell. The narrow stairs wind their way upwards in a tight, square-shaped circle that seems to stretch upwards in a never-ending funnel. I place my foot on the first step and start the climb upwards. The stairwell is an oven. No breeze is able to reach us, to soothe us and cool the sweat on my face and neck. The further I climb, the more burdensome the heat becomes, crushing me to the point where I struggle to continue my trek. Commander Vi is behind me, taking each step with ease, not bothered by the stifleness of the enclosure. I cannot breathe. I stop, leaning on the wall, trying to catch my breath, wondering why the summer's heat has affected me this way. I am not one to feel or be bothered by the temperature outside, but this stairwell, this dark hole of nothingness, causes my throat to clench and me to panic. Where is the light? Keep moving, orders Commander Vi. I take a step but stop once more. Keep moving. Her voice is less authoritative and softer, almost encouraging. The wall frightens every new arbiter who climbs the stairs within it for the first time. But you must keep moving. The panic will pass. I inhale, filling my lungs to the point where they refuse to accept more air before releasing it in a long, slow breath. Again,
I take a step and continue climbing the stairs one at a time, refusing to think about where I am.
You will find, Noni, Commander Vi continues, walking past me and taking the lead again, that this sector is darker, grittier, and less forgiving than what you were accustomed to at the training compound, but always remember that the light always comes back. She points her hand upward, and I see a small speck of white light poking through at the top of the stairwell, outlining the last step, my current goal. Renewed with vigor, I charge up the stairs, taking them at a quick pace, refusing to look back or to pause, despite the attempts of the darkness to stop me. I place my foot on the final step, feeling the firmness of it beneath me, and allow the bit of light to form a stripe across the middle of my boot. I have made it. I have reached the top and can now escape this oppressive enclosure. I charge out of the stairwell and onto the walkway of the wall. The relief on my face must have shown because the man at the top waiting for us smiles before resetting his lips in a firm line when Commander Vi appears.
"Morning," she greets the man. "You may turn on the lights now."
What? There were lights in the stairwell the entire time, but she had them turned off to prove a point? Commander Vi catches the sour expression on my face, and I force it into an impassive look, but it is too late.
This was a test?
Yes, replies Commander Vi. You did better than some. Better? It doesn't sound like I passed. Irritated that she gave me yet another test, I follow Commander Vi as she walks along the walkway on the top of the wall, knowing that I have no other choice. She is my assigned mentor, and I must do as she says, unless those above her deem otherwise. We move along, and I take note of the people stationed along the wall at varying intervals in between the guard towers, standing at attention, prepared to act if we should be attacked.
While making certain that Commander Vi's attention is not focused on me, I run my hand along the edge of the wall that also serves as a rail to prevent one from falling. The sandpaper texture massages my palm, surprising me as I expected to be cut by it. A small nick stops my hand. I peer at it closer and realize that it is the place where a knife had once struck it, probably during an attack. There have been a few attacks on Arel that I remember, and there are stories of more that have happened in the past. I place my index finger in the small nick and it cradles it. Looking around, I spot bits of dried blood turned black from the passage of time, and more nicks in the stone, giving it a pockmarked look.
This is the wall, says Commander Vi, not paying attention to my examination of the structure itself, or the fact that I have stopped following her.
"This is our first defense against any who wish us harm, against outsiders," continues Commander Vi.
I spot a blackened mark on the outer edge of the wall. Glancing in the commander's direction, and seeing that she continues to walk and talk, ignoring my actions, I approach the black scorch mark, reaching out with my left hand to touch it. The tips of my fingers brush its silky texture, broken up by the feeling of small pins sticking out of it, waiting to strike. My fingers burn.
"At some point, you will also be stationed here."
I wrench my hand back, ignoring Commander Vi's continued speech. The tips of my fingers feel as though I have placed them in an open flame and left them there. No amount of rubbing them on my clothes or on the stone of the wall itself eases the pain. It just makes it worse.
"The rotation is done in 2 shifts. A memory floods my mind, drowning Commander Vi's words, a memory I wish to forget. All recruits are taken to the wall at least once, to see it, to experience it, to know what to expect when they are commissioned as full arbiters, assuming they pass the gauntlet, of course. I was brought here during one such time. We were shown the wall by molars, who reveled in telling terrifying accounts of all the people who had died defending it, and Arel. Each recruit was expected to handle some of the flamethrowers that line the outer edge and forced to watch as one of the guards threw a plebeian, one too sick to work, down into the space between the outer and inner wall to be torn apart by the ravaging wild dogs kept there. I remember the screams of the boy, but watched with indifference, same as my comrades. He was just a plebeian. That was when it happened. A mortar round had slammed into the side of the outer wall, causing an ear-splitting explosion that blew a massive hole into it and knocked us to the ground. I crashed into the side of one of the guard towers, covering myself as debris fell about me. My ears ringing, I looked around, dazed and confused as men rushed the hole that had formed, and other men,
covered in rags and garments I had never seen, poured in. I watched as Aurelian soldiers rushed to meet them, firing back with their weapons, while others ran to the flamethrowers and let the black fire loose upon our attackers, some of it striking the wall itself. I knew I should have moved, should have done something, but panic rose up inside of me, freezing my muscles, paralyzing me. I could not move. Faya screaming my name forced my head to turn. She was trapped under a beam. Her cries, her frightened look should have been enough to force me to act, but I did not. I gave into my fear. Before I managed to do anything, searing pain gripped my right upper arm as burning embers settled on it, burning through my jacket and cooking my flesh. Still dazed, I had just registered the fact that my skin was on fire when hands seized me, ripping my jacket off, putting the flames out, and yanked me from what I had hoped would be my security. My savior dragged me to Faya, who remained trapped and said something to me, but my ears still rung and my mind refused to focus, so his words did not faze me. A stinging slap had struck my cheek and my mind became alert. "Grab one end," he had said to me. I obeyed. With me on one end of the beam and him on the other, we lifted it together, heaving it off Faya, allowing her to scramble free of it. We dropped the beam. The man grabbed both of us by the shoulders and shoved us along the wall to where the other recruits huddled together and where ladders had been propped up, leading to the bottom of the wall and to a waiting transport. "Stay here. Your instructors will take you back to the training compound," he had told us. Faya and I just stared at him wide-eyed, nodding in response, unable to form the words to speak. He ran off. I watched as he hurried to join the fight. A harrowing roar jerked my head in another direction and I saw molars, locked in a battle with two of the invaders, relishing every moment. He dispatched them with ease, but before I could see him do anything else, another set of hands seized me and shoved me to one of the ladders, forcing me to climb down it and to a waiting transport. The memory fades, but my fingers still burn. I swallow hard, trying to forget my shame, my weakness, the one time I displayed fear and almost allowed my only friend to die because I was too afraid to act. Just like in my memory, hands snatch my wrist and place a gel upon the tips of my fingers where I had touched the blackened mark. Within moments, the pain dissipates and my fingers feel better, as though they had never been burned. I look up at the guard who had noticed my plight, but his helmet obscures his face, much like with the man who had saved Faya and me all those years ago. I wish I could see his face. Do his eyes possess kindness, sympathy, or anger and disgust at my stupidity? "Thank you," I say to him. Black fire, even after it has burned itself out, can still be dangerous. Best to steer clear of it, he whispers to me. His voice holds no anger toward me, and I realize that he is being nice for the sake of helping someone. I thought it always burned. The man chuckles. Everything burns itself out in time. I'll remember that. Here, he hands me the container of the gel he has covered my fingers with. Best keep this in case you need it again. Noni! Commander Vi has noticed my lagging behind. I jump to my feet and run after her, almost collapsing under her reprimanding glare, and a part of me swears that her gaze could freeze black fire itself. "Keep up," she scolds me. I hurry after her, tucking the container in my pocket and pulling my jacket over it so she will not notice it. "Where is your head?" she snaps at me. I do not answer. "You need to pay attention or you know what will happen to you. I have no time for idlers." I continue to not respond. "Now from time to time, you will be asked to serve in the guard tower. It is small and cramped, but we all must take our turn in it. Some are assigned there more than others, but that is because they volunteer. But it will be good experience for you to serve some time there are well. That will be at a future time, once you've learned a bit more about the eastern sector." She motions me toward the ladder, which had been carved into the stone of the tower, and I climb up it, pushing my way through the trapdoor that is above me. When I straighten up, I find myself in a small box, and that is being generous in describing its size. The room is just big enough for one person, let alone three. A communication device lies in the far corner, its video screen smudged from greasy fingerprints and dirt,
tucked away on the side of the only desk in the room. I turn in a circle, looking out the 360-degree window, with a sniper's rifle nestled in it, positioned in such a way so that it could turn as needed and face whichever direction it needed to. The window gives a tremendous view of Arel. A rail car glides over the city unaware of me watching, and of the outside world. The flat grassland surrounding us before morphing into dense foliage with trees, whose broad, vibrant green leaves shield any who dwell among them. Stories are told of people who live there, barbarians who prey upon our convoys and steal anything they can get their hands on. As I continue to stare out the window, I notice what appears to be a small speck. One of our other compounds. Commander Vi's voice interrupts my pondering. Arel has other compounds, spaced around the city, and some are a good 20 or 40 miles away, in an effort to keep the area free of any who wish the city harm, and to warn of any attacks by Kitian. I say nothing, and just nod my head to let her know that I understand what she has shown me. As I do so, my eyes spot the arsenal hidden underneath the desk and along the wall, but fashioned in such a way so that it blends in with the dark stone.
Everything good here, Lieutenant? Commander Vi asks.
Yes, ma'am, he replies.
Any news to report?
I just sent my report to the Central Command, ma'am.
That is not what I asked.
Commander Vi's harsh tone causes me to quake. I must not be the only one she becomes cross with or lashes with that steel tongue of hers.
Sorry, ma'am, apologizes the lieutenant, rethinking how to respond to her. There is nothing to report, no sightings whatsoever.
Commander Vi's eyes turn to slits as though she reads his mind, making me glad to not be on the receiving end of her ire this time. Next time I ask you a question, she closes the distance between them. You answer it. Yes, ma'am.
The commander strides over to the hatch and crawls down the ladder, with me following right behind her, not waiting to be told what to do. Once we reach the bottom rung, Commander Vi takes off, walking at a brisk pace to a crossway between the outer and inner wall. I hurry to catch up. I glance downward at the wild dogs below as I step onto the metal grate that the crossway is made of, wishing the rails were a little higher. 8 pairs of eyes glare back at me, each attached to a set of sharp teeth, dripping with saliva as they wait for their next meal.
I step off the metal grate with a resounding thud and gasp. I had thought that the view from the guard tower was mesmerizing, but as I gaze across the field of grass to the jungle, I realize just how small we are compared to what lies out there. I lean forward, being careful not to tear my uniform on the barbed wire, to look downward at the sharp drop below should I fall over the side. Burn marks and scars from recent storms and attacks cover the outside of the wall. Something darts across the grass into the wall. At first, I think that my eyes are playing tricks on me, or that it is an animal. Something else darts through the grass, leaving a thin trail, one that would go unnoticed if I had not witnessed it being formed, and the feeling that something is not right washes over me. I turn around. "Commander!" I shout. She whirls around with a displeased look on her face. I never get the chance to finish my statement. At that moment, a deafening explosion rocks the wall, knocking me backward and over the side that drops into the area where the dogs are kept. I grip the edge, clinging to it as I press my feet against the side of the wall to support my weight. The influx of gunfire, mired by another ripple of explosions, drown the incessant barking of the dogs as they swarm below me, hoping for me to fall so that they can have another meal. I heave myself up over the edge and roll onto my back, thankful that I did not perish in the first explosion. A fiery orb soars over me, and I watch as it arcs in the sky before crashing into a cluster of buildings within the eastern sector of the city, swallowing the square of homes and businesses in its voracious flames. A tar bomb. I have heard of barbarians using those to attack us before, but had never seen one until now. The screams from the people scrambling out of the burning buildings attack my ears, and that old fear swirls within me, giving rise to the panic that had stopped me from acting the last time I was on the wall during an attack on my city. I sit up and crawl to a corner where I cower, reliving the past, my shame. Gunfire shatters the air as people shout orders and arbiters rush to their posts,
their boots attacking the ground in their haste. My breathing quickens and I am back to being the person I was 5 years ago, and the feeling of failure consumes me. Commander Vi's stringent voice yanks me from my stillness as she issues commands amidst the flying bullets and mortar shells that hurl themselves at Arel. A grappling hook appears over the edge of the wall and grips it, pulling taut as its owner climbs up its rope. I watch as a head appears. The man sees Commander Vi, who remains unaware of his presence as she commands those around her. He pulls out his weapon and aims it at her. In that moment, I know who I must be. I am not the person of 5 years ago who cowered in fear, afraid of dying. I pass the gauntlet. I am an arbiter. I must protect my city. I bolt from my corner, racing for Commander Vi, plowing into her and tackling her to the ground just as the invader fires his weapon. At first, she opens her mouth to criticize me, but when she notices the man who had almost killed her, she aims her own weapon at him and shoots him in the shoulder, but he does not let go of the rope. I seize a palm-sized piece of stone and hurl myself at the man, striking him in the head, ramming the brick into his temple over and over again until he drops to the ground below. I glance at Commander Vi.
Get to that post over there. Kill any who try to get through, she orders me.
I hurry away to the little outlook area on the outer wall, snatching the weapon of a fallen arbiter along the way. After a quick check, I know that I have to be careful how many times I fire the armament, as the magazine is half full and I do not have another one. I position myself on the wall and watch as more of the barbarians fling their grappling hooks on the structure and climb up by 2s and 3s. Leaning over the wall, I spray the people below me with gunfire and some let go of the line and plummet to the ground. A roar fills my ears and I turn just as one of those with a flamethrower spews black fire across the land. It covers the people below it and they writhe in pain while their anguished screams fill the atmosphere, blending with a grenade that goes off right below me. I huddle to the ground, covering my face as dirt and debris pelt me, tearing holes in my jacket. Once it clears, I lean over the wall, letting loose another hailstorm of gunfire. A grappling hook clinks on the stone next to me, chipping it as it embeds itself. The rope pulls tight and I wait for the person on the other end to appear. I point my weapon down to fire, but nothing happens. Ripping out the magazine, I realize that it is empty and that I must rely on my training. The hook shifts. I hunker low, waiting, hoping the person on the other side will not see me before it is too late. The hook scrapes the stone, leaving a white, jagged streak, and a head appears. I rise up, raising my weapon, and smash the butt of it into the head of the invader, forcing him to let go of the rope. More approach. I need to cut the line. I search for something I can use and find a piece of glass from the shattered window of a guard tower. Seizing it, I ignore the sting as it cuts my skin and the warmth of the blood that follows, and saw at the rope with its edge. A hand reaches for mine. Wrenching myself free, I ram the piece of glass into the throat of the person the hand belongs to and return to cutting the rope. It frays. I saw faster, adrenaline fueling me. It snaps. Another explosion shakes the wall as a series of grenades are detonated. I hug the ground, allowing my back to take the impact of the pebbles that strike me. Screams force me to sit up. An explosive device goes off near the flamethrower closest to me and it twirls around, covering the one in charge of it in black fire. He darts away from his station, crying in pain as he tries to put out the inextinguishable flames, and heads straight for me. I back away. He still runs in my direction, unaware of what he is doing, his desire to get the fire off him dictating his movements. A thud jerks my head around as an invader manages to clamber over the wall. Pinned between the two, I prepare myself for the only option I have. As the man from the flamethrower nears, I clench my weapon as though it is a bat and ram it into his stomach, while circling around him, kicking him from behind and shoving him into the invader that approaches from the other direction. They crash into each other. I hurry over to them and kick them both over the edge of the wall into their deaths. A low hum prickles my ears, growing stronger with each second. Its sound vibrates my chest and I glance up. Our planes have launched, spilling from the depths of the mountain that my city is nestled into. The hangar doors stand wide open and small. One-man fighters swarm from it, flying overhead, their jets a welcome joy, and release a barrage of fire on the invaders that dared to attack us. People crumble beneath them, ripped to shreds by the rounds that the jets release. A deep horn sounds in the distance, and a red flare shoots into the sky, giving a low pop before dissipating. The ropes slacken, and the grappling hooks release as the barbarians flee back into the jungle where they had come from, away from us, away from death. Low moans replace the grenades and gunfire as I take in the aftermath of this latest attack. Wounded soldiers lay on the ground crying for help, while others stare straight ahead with lifeless eyes. I wander through it, taking it in, having never experienced what happens after we repel an attack, having never seen the streams of fresh, bright red blood or dismembered bodies that must be disposed of. My stomach begs for release, but I clamp my mouth shut, swallowing several times to prevent myself from vomiting. I must not show weakness. The toe of my boot strikes a metal shard, and it skitters across the ground. I pick it up. The insignia of Kition is on it. Strange. Why would a bunch of barbarians who swear allegiance to no one and nothing have a Kition weapon? How would they get it? Something touches my shoulder and I whirl around, bringing my hand up to attack whomever it is, thinking that one of the invaders has not left. A strong grip seizes my wrist and wrenches it downward. "It is only me," says Commander Vi, and I relax my muscles. "Who were they?" I ask. "The barbarians that live in there," replies Commander Vi, pointing at the jungle beyond.
Why?
Do they need a reason? No, they do not. They always attack us and are always envious of what we have, but something doesn't seem right. They have weaponry that they should not possess. I show Commander Vi the shard with the Kition symbol etched on it.
This does not belong to them.
Commander Vi takes it, studies it a moment, turning it over in her hands, before tossing it aside over the edge of the outer wall.
They most likely stole it from Kition, much like they steal from us.
I glance back at the grass below and the jungle that lies on its edge, and the bodies that now fill it.
"Come," says Commander Vi, urging me to leave. "It is time we return."
I follow her across the crosswalk to the inner wall and back to one of the stairwells that lead downward into my city, unable to shake this feeling that something is not right.
Chapter 6.
Reliving events. Morning dawns again, ignoring me as I sit on the edge of my bed, my hands clasping the bar that holds the mattress, disregarding the somber mood that plagues me. Yesterday's attack on the wall has spread throughout the city, with images playing and replaying on the screens placed in every square. Kumi's voice spills from the speakers that dot the city, his troubled tone stirring sadness within me for those who have died, not that it would have taken much. They were good people, good arbiters who served Arel and died defending my city. I know that I must hurry. Taking a deep breath, I stand up, glancing in the mirror and at the cut on my cheek from where a pin-sized piece of rock had struck me. Rustling outside the door alerts me to the need to move. Snatching my jacket and throwing my flowing hair into a tight bun, I hurry out my door and down the stairs, not bothering to apologize when I knock over the cleaning bucket that the plebeian girl had placed on the floor. When I reach the bottom of the stairs, Commander Vi is waiting for me. I suggest you eat something and do so quickly. I do not question her. Before being dismissed yesterday and allowed to go to the privacy of my room, she had informed me that we were to report to the command division to give our testimony of the attack. I hurry into the dining room and snatch 3 slices of bacon, wrapped in kale leaves, and a chunk of cheese, gulping it down in just a few bites before washing it all down with a mug of water. Once done, I run back to where Commander Vi waits for me with Lieutenant Raynal standing with her. Before I have time to wonder about why he is there, she turns toward Raynal saying, "Lead the way, Lieutenant."
"Yes, ma'am." He salutes her and steps out the door, and I take my cue from the curt nod Commander Vi gives me and rush out after him, with her right behind me.
As I follow Raynal, I move my eyes, taking in the people who gathered to watch us proceed down the drive of the manor and down the street, heading to the platform where an empty rail car, set aside for this occasion, awaits us. Most give us piercing stares, but some look frightened, while the plebeians stare at the ground like they are supposed to. They move once we pass them, going about their business, but still curious about where we are headed and what the outcome of yesterday's attack will be. We arrive at the lone railcar, its sides and ceiling made of nothing but glass, giving one a 360-degree view of the city, with thin steel rods interspersed to add support. Within 15 minutes, and I step on it first, remarking that the doors are open as though they waited for us. I take a seat near the middle, maintaining an erect posture and staring straight ahead, keeping my face unreadable since arbiters are not supposed to show emotion. Renal sits in the row across from me, and I watch as his neck muscles twitch from his efforts to not look in my direction, but his eyes flicker to me for a second before darting away. True to form, Commander Vi remains standing. With a ding, the doors to the railcar close and it moves, gliding along the rails in such a smooth fashion that I do not notice we are moving. Despite the seriousness of the situation, I cannot stop myself from glancing up at the glass ceiling to look at the skyline and the thin, gold line of clouds that line the morning sky, obscured by the tall buildings. We tilt upward as the railcar glides over its rails, making itself level with the tallest buildings. Short memories of me traveling by railcar to get to my assignment fill my mind. They seem like they happened a long time ago, but only 2 days have passed. How much has my life changed? Why is it my time at the Martial Training Corps seems like it had been years ago? We dip downward, going underneath another rail as its car passes over us before leveling out. I watch as the shadow of the other track covers us for a moment, blocking the sun, before allowing it to shine on us once more, a small act that describes my wrenching nerves. I have never been to the command division before, but remember learning that it is where you go to give reports or explain your actions if what you had done was more than what your immediate superior could handle. I watch as we pass the central hub and twist in my seat, wondering why we have not stopped. There is no car that goes straight from the eastern sector to the center of Arel, which is where the command division is. The transparent building passes by us, its cars and residents ignoring us as we turn and head north, weaving between skyscrapers and elevated walkways, with the ever-present smoke of the crematorium in the distance. We are not changing trains, I ask, allowing my mouth to speak the questions on my mind instead of controlling it. Renal continues to stare straight ahead. If he has any thoughts about my outburst, he hides them well. Commander Vi gives me a reprimanding look, and I know that I have stepped too far. We are not stopping at the central hub. This train was reserved for us to take us straight to the command division. Judging by the tight tone in her voice, it seems that this ride is supposed to be one of silence, and I have broken that sacred peace. I am going to break it again. Have you ever been there? Commander Vi's jaw twitches as she struggles with reprimanding me or answering my question. Once, she replies, choosing the latter. I was like you, young and with much to learn. What happened? I could not help myself. I wanted to know more about her. Why is she always so curt, so controlled? Will I become like her? Commander Vi cocks her head to look me in the eyes, and for a moment, I wonder what she might have looked like in a different setting, one that allowed her to let her natural curls grow out instead of shaving her head. I learned to value silence. Her sharp tone forces me to forget the other questions forming in my mind. I glance at Renal and he shifts, telling me that he had observed our exchange with interest, but did not wish to be noticed. The railcar swoops downward, and I cling to the small bar on the side of my seat to keep from being thrown forward, though the ride is so smooth that I let go and watch as we sink below the towers as though we are delving underground. Just as the shadows start to overwhelm us, lights spring to life with screens displaying dancing images of products, newscasts, Kumi's speech, and images of the attack on the wall. The railcar decreases its speed, and we slide into a small hub with copper archways crisscrossing one another, forming a web of shadows broken up by the people strolling past. Both Commander Vi and Renal straighten themselves, rising to their full height, and I follow suit, remembering to keep my mouth clamped shut. We step onto the black aluminum platform. My boots blend in, matching its color, and hurry across it, ignoring the bustling crowd as they attempt to make their train.
Once again, I am greeted by people who walk with pride, while their plebeians trail behind, heads bent low in a pathetic gesture. I spot the arbiters of this sector with ease, their uniforms standing out amongst the colorful clothing of the residents. A group of children dressed in red suits walk in front of us, carrying tablets, accompanied by their teachers who are dressed in the same red uniform. I pause to observe them as their instructors point at the high-rises surrounding us, explaining the structures and how they are supported and made to withstand the weather and humid climate. They are from the engineering division. A tight squeeze grips my shoulder. I glance to my right to find Renal's hand on mine as he shoves me forward, giving me a warning look to not dawdle. We are to be at the command division by 0900 hours, and tardiness is never tolerated, nor do I wish to cast a poor reflection on Commander Vi. I allow Renal to guide me down the streets, wondering why he has taken the lead while Commander Vi and I trail behind. The walkways and streets glow as though they have been polished, while rays of sunlight refract off the buildings around us, sending small rainbows onto all who pass below them. Single-seat transports hover past us, each with a passenger seated in them, while the walkways above us overflow with people walking in an ordered fashion, trying to get where they need to go. Renal leads us to a glass elevator. When a few others try to board, he holds his hand up, stopping them. At first, I am confused as to why. Before it hits me, Commander Vi and I are in his charge, and he is responsible for making certain we report to the command division. The elevator floats upward, toward the topmost floor, and I watch as the people below transform into tiny, scurrying ants. The ride is over within seconds, and the doors slide open, allowing us to exit.
"This way," says Renal in a tight voice, and I find myself missing the warmth he had shown me when we were first introduced.
We follow him down a hallway. I glance out the windows, wishing I am out there and not in here, to a steel door with 2 armed arbiters standing on each side and one in between them. "State your business," the one in the center demands. Lieutenant Renal reporting with Commander Vi and Arbiter Noni. Arbiter Noni? I have never heard my name spoken like that before. "Identify yourselves," says the man.
Renal goes first. "Lieutenant Renal, serial number R26389.
Commander Vi steps forward. "Commander Vi, serial number V21923. The man stares at me. I take one step forward, wondering if the reason for the doors behind him being painted black, while others in this area are covered in a brighter shade, is to make us nervous. If that is the case, it is working. I feel as though I am going to an inquisition, but am unclear as to my crime. I stand at attention in front of the man, take a deep breath, and identify myself. Arbiter Noni, serial number N27461. The man checks something on his tablet and scans our wristbands. "You may enter. Remember, speak only when spoken to and answer only what you are asked." The solid black doors open before us and we step through, walking into a room with minimal lighting, except for a bright beam directed at a podium which I know is meant for us. A high table with 3 grim-faced people seated behind it lines the front of the room. Renal steps up to the podium. "State your name, serial number, and business here," says the man in the middle. Renal lifts his chin high. "Lieutenant Renal, serial number R26389, bringing Commander Vi and Arbiter Noni as requested by this council." "Very well, you are dismissed." Renal backs away from the podium, turns, and leaves the room. "Commander Vi," says the man in the middle, "please step forward." Commander Vi obeys and takes her place at the podium. "You are the commander of the Eastern Sector, is that correct?"
"Yes, sir."
"And Arbiter Noni is in your charge, as you are her mentor for the next year, is that correct?" "Yes, sir." I watch in silence as the council questions Commander Vi and have a sinking feeling that I am the reason for us being here today. "Tell us," continues the man, "are you in the habit of allowing our newest arbiters to fail in their commitment to us?" "No, sir," replies Commander Vi. "Arbiter Noni had never been in combat before, and this was her first introduction to it." "Does that excuse this?" A video pops up, filling the room, showcasing my shameful moment,
where I cowered when the wall was attacked. I avert my eyes, wishing that I had reacted in a different manner. Wait, how did they get this footage? The drones. How could I have forgotten about them? They are used when recruits run the gauntlet, so it makes sense that they would be used whenever an attack, or anything important, happens in Arel. That also explains how the televisions across the city are able to broadcast the images within hours of the attack taking place. But why did I not notice them before? Is it because I was not looking for them?
There is no excuse for such behavior, replies Commander Vi. But if you have checked the footage that follows, as I'm certain you have, then you will see that Arbiter Noni protected Arel from 2 of the attackers and assisted another wounded arbiter. Fear is the first natural reaction when one is first thrown into combat. But Arbiter Noni overcame her fear, and I have complete faith that she will prove a valuable asset to Arel as her passage of the gauntlet demonstrates. The council members debate among themselves for a moment, turning off their microphones so that we cannot hear them, and I realize that they must have studied the footage of my time in the gauntlet and my reaction on the wall with such thoroughness that they already know my actions by heart. Arbiter Noni, please step forward, says one of the council members. I walk up to the podium, and Commander Vi steps back, placing my clammy hands on the cold metal, its smoothness forcing them to stick to it. Ma'am, I say. Your actions within the gauntlet were exemplary, which is why you were placed in the eastern sector. In the back of my mind, I wonder if the real reason was because of my tendency to question those in authority, especially when they irritate me, but now is not the time to be second-guessing what the council says. What happens here will determine my future within Arel. As such, your actions on the wall call into question everything we thought about you, continues the council member. What do you have to say in your defense? I say nothing. Arbiter Noni? What can I say? My guilt is on the screen, on replay, repeating over and over again how I cowered on the wall just when the barbarians who live outside attacked. Arbiter Noni? What do you want me to say? I ask. The members of the council frown at me, and I know that I have not given them the answer they wanted, but it is an honest one. If it pleases you all, I say, trying to sound humble and not pleading, I would like a second chance to prove to you that I am able and worthy to protect Arel. We are not in the habit of granting second chances. A test, says one of the other council members. The others stare at him in confusion. She should perform a test, as a measure of her loyalty. The man turns toward me. You have proven that you are not the coward we see on this footage, but your recent actions do cause others in Arel concern over your willingness to protect our way of life. I shall do whatever you ask of me, I say without thinking. The man smiles and nods his head at one of the guards standing by a door in the shadows. I almost do not see him until he moves and opens the door, stepping through, only to return moments later with someone in chains. He drags the person to the middle of the room in front of me, the pale skin giving away the fact that this criminal is a plebeian. The guard forces the plebeian onto his knees and walks toward me, giving me his firearm. This plebeian, says one of the council members, was caught stealing from his master. Steal from one and you steal from us all. We cannot tolerate thieves in Arel, and the punishment is death. As an arbiter, you will be called upon to carry out such forms of justice. Are you able to do so? I look at the firearm and understand what it is they want me to do. Failure will mean my death. The plebeian looks up, his frightened blue eyes staring right into mine, pleading for me to have mercy on him. But mercy is a luxury that my city cannot afford. Arbiter Noni? I glance at Commander Vi and her unreadable eyes, which tells me what I need to know. She would do it. Of that I have no doubt, and if I wish to be like her, if I wish to be strong and serve my city, I must feel nothing for this plebeian. And why would anyone care about a plebeian in the first place? I pick up the firearm, making sure that the magazine is full, turn off the safety, aim, and fire. The single shot rings through the tomb-like atmosphere, echoing off the darkened walls of the room and ringing in my ears. The plebeian falls to the floor, unmoving, and judging by the way the guard checks the body, I know that my shot aimed true. The members of the council look pleased, and I place the weapon back on the podium, staring back at them with a stone face.
Yes, well, punishing a plebeian is one thing, says one of the members, the one who had doubted my loyalty when I first entered the room. How would she perform if it was a citizen who had broken the law?
One of the council members nods at the same guard, and he disappears behind the same door once again, re-entering the room with a man in restraints.
This man was caught helping a plebeian escape, says the council member. As you are aware, we in Arel cannot afford to allow a plebeian to leave. It might lead to an uprising. What he really means is that they cannot afford to allow anyone to leave, citizen or plebeian.
Allowing a plebeian to escape, says another council member, to the land outside these walls is the same as committing a theft, and thievery is punishable by
death, I finish.
The guard forces the man to his knees in front of me, next to the dead plebeian, but he shakes him off and drops to the ground on his own, remaining erect, staring me in the eyes with a determined look, and something else, something that I have seen elsewhere, in Mandy's eyes. Pity. The firearm rests on the podium before me, and I know what it is I am expected to do, and what it means if I do not do it. I pick up the weapon, aim it at him, and squeeze the trigger. Again, the single shot shatters the silent room, and the man falls to the ground, dead. I have proven myself a true arbiter of Arel. The guard retrieves his weapon, while others remove the bodies in front of me. The council members look upon me with pleased expressions. In light of this testimony of yours, we have decided that you are to be granted a second chance to prove your loyalty and worth to Arel. Do not shame us again. You are dismissed. I step away from the podium and join Commander Vi. She does not glance at me at all, but turns and heads toward the door with me right behind her, as is my place. Once outside, I spot Renal standing erect as he waits for us. He approaches Commander Vi and salutes her. "We are pardoned for now," she replies. Her voice has a note of pessimism in it, and I wonder if there is something she knows, but is not telling me. Neither of them acknowledge my presence as they hurry down the long hallway and back to the main floor where the exit is. As I follow them, I watch the people around me, feeling their eyes on me as though they are trying to tell me how lucky I am, as I had been very close to being sent to the crematorium. I follow Commander Vi and Renal outside and to the shuttle platform, where another car has been reserved for us. The glass doors hiss as they close, and I turn to watch the building fade away, becoming smaller with each passing second, all the while shackled by hollowness and emptiness. Chapter 7. Dr. Sahir. A month has passed since my embarrassment and punishment. After having trained to earn the trust of Arel as one of its protectors, I must now earn their trust again, and that of Commander Vi. I cannot fail again. My feet fly over the grass as I run across the quad in the manor, heading for the hanging tires and bars, pushing myself to stay strong as I navigate the obstacle course that has been set up for the arbiters that live here. I leap into the air and dive through the lowest hanging tire, somersaulting on the damp grass before springing to my feet and jumping on the second tire. It shifts under my momentum, but I hang on, allowing it to propel me toward the third tire, which hangs high above the ground. I leap for it. My hands grasp the bottom of the tire, and I pull myself upward to the rope that connects it to the bar above it as it swings back and forth, threatening to throw me off. It nears the first rung of the monkey bars. I watch as the metal rung approaches, before being pulled away from it by the tire I am situated on. Since my arrival, I have watched as some of the other arbiters have tried to pass the course and failed. If I fall, I will break a leg, or worse. Yesterday, one of the arbiters tried to leap to the monkey bars, much like I am attempting to do, but he missed and fell to the ground, unable to move his arms or legs. Commander Vi did the only merciful thing she could. She shot him in the head, saying, "If you are unable to move, you are unable to serve Arel. I would expect any of you to do the same to me." I stare at the bar as it nears and drifts away, steeling my nerves and preparing myself for what I must do, glad that I had decided to wear my leather gloves. The tire swings me toward the metal rung. Just before it moves away, I jump off, stretching my hands out to the bar, and grab it, my feet swinging in the air as my breath catches in my chest. Focusing on the bars ahead of me,
I reach for the second rung and the third, hurrying across the monkey bars, grabbing the next one just as my hand threatens to let go of the previous rung. I reach the end and swing my feet forward, wrapping my legs around the pole that is there and slide down it to the ground, landing on my feet.
Congratulations.
I spin around. Commander Vi stands behind me. I never heard or saw her on the quad. Her arms crossed and her piercing gaze burning right through me.
I am glad to see your commitment to staying physically fit.
Commander, I say in a respectful tone.
And I suppose I am glad that you did not break your neck like the last man who tried this course. It would have been such a waste if you had. Arbiters are not easy to train.
Thank you, Commander.
Get dressed and meet me at the gate in 10 minutes.
I salute her and run off to my room to grab my proper uniform, as it would be improper for me to enter the city in my undershirt and against regulation. When I reach the gate, Commander Vi waits for me, her hands clasped behind her back, and her sharp gaze informs me that she had been counting every second as she waited. Afraid that I might have been tardy, I quicken my pace, stopping just as I reach her. She stalks through the gate and I trail behind her as we hurry down the walk and to one of the moving walkways. As usual, people keep their distance from us, taking extra care to avoid being in our path, and I notice that it is not only the plebeians who avert their eyes. Curiosity burns within me as my mind wonders about our destination, hoping that it will not be unpleasant like the last time I had been escorted through Arel. But I keep my mouth shut, not wanting to anger my commanding officer. After 30 minutes of weaving through crowds and navigating the moving walkways, we arrive at a white building with pillars in the front and the insignia for the hospice, a staff with a snake wrapped around it.
Today, says Commander Vi, we are visiting the medical center of our region. I want you to pay close attention to all that goes on here, especially the maternity ward. Though it is rare for there to be any sort of unrest here, there are times when an arbiter is needed, and it is our job to provide security and ensure lawful behavior at all times in all of Arel.
We stroll through the silver doors as they open before us, and are inundated with doctors, nurses, and medical staff walking with purposeful strides through the pristine halls. The copper floor marvels me as I take a moment to glance downward at my reflection, while the stark white walls enable the lighting in the building to exhibit my better physical qualities. A woman hurries past with a tablet in her hands as she scrolls through medical charts. Her white uniform contrasts against my own, forcing me to realize that I do not belong in this building. A man and a woman walk past us, nodding in our direction. I turn my head to track their movements, bewildered as to why they do not seem terrified like the people on the city streets. Though the doctors and nurses keep their distance from me and Commander Vi, none of them act as though we are a force to be feared. Could it be because we are in their territory, and so they feel some sort of confidence within these familiar walls? Commander Vi's boots click as she moves down the hallway, and I hurry to catch up, taking a moment to glance into one of the rooms at a patient lying in bed, talking to one of the medical staff. She stops in front of an elevator, and the door opens with a soft ding. I do not need her sharp tongue to tell me to enter. We ride the elevator in silence until another soft ding tells us that we have reached our floor. And when the doors open, a man in an immaculate white uniform awaits us, while a line of young students walk behind him, following their instructor.
Commander Vi, he greets us in a non-committal tone.
Dr. Sahir, nice to see you again.
And this must be your new arbiter.
Dr. Sahir looks at me and gives a curt nod, allowing the sunlight spilling through the skylights to highlight the gray tips of his crew-cut hair.
This is Noni, Commander Vi introduces me.
Instead of shaking the doctor's hand, I decide to mimic the commander and maintain a rigid yet alert posture. He says nothing, but acknowledges my refusal to take his hand with a slight dip of his chin.
If you will follow me.
Both Commander Vi and I follow Dr. Sahir down the hallway and to a room with nothing but windows for walls. If I thought that Commander Vi had quick strides, hers do not compare to the doctor's, as my rapid breathing attests to.
We are hospice number 11, Dr. Sahir says as he shows us around, and for the moment, the only hospice for the eastern sector.
I thought that each sector had 3 hospices. I interrupt him and bite my tongue the moment I do so. Commander Vi gives me a reprimanding glare as, once again, I have overstepped my bounds. Unbothered by my interruption, Dr. Sahir faces me and continues his tour of the facility. That is true. Every sector is supposed to have 3 medical centers at the very least. But with the recent attacks, I am afraid that we have lost one of ours, and the likelihood of it being replaced is slim at best, while the second is severely damaged and awaiting repair. Our presidents agree with the Arelian Council that it is not feasible to rebuild in a sector that is constantly under attack. A slight note of anger fills Dr. Sahir's voice. The other sectors are more protected than the eastern one, which is more exposed and bears the brunt of the attacks by the barbarians outside the wall. With a flick of his wrist, Dr. Sahir commands us to follow him into a glass-walled room. I stop the moment I step through, unable to take it all in, and one glance at the doctor's face tells me that I have given him the reaction he wants. Glass encases me as I move forward, deeper into the gigantic bay window, and look out at the compound below. More nurses and doctors scurry about, performing their duties without a hitch, looking like glowing fireflies in the sunlight. From my vantage point, I can see into every floor, some of which are one-room establishments with beds in uniform lines, separated by curtains, while other floors have more private rooms, where one is assigned when sent to the hospice for treatment depends on their status and importance. Plebeians mop the floors, clean the glass, and cart the waste materials away in silence, doing their best to remain out of the way of the medical staff. You can see, no doubt, how efficiently we operate here, Dr. Sahir says. I glance to my right and almost gasp. A portion of the building is missing. Crumbled concrete fills the empty conclave and sparkles in the bright sunlight as shards of glass still blanket it, while metallic rods poke through, as though they are claws reaching for something to grasp, wanting company in the dark depths they reside in. Why has this not been repaired? I ask, forgetting to control my mouth once again. A harsh cough from Commander Vi silences me, and I know that there will be punishment for my lack of respect. Again, Dr. Sahir seems unconcerned about my outburst. We are not deemed important enough at this time. You will learn, Noni, that here in the eastern sector, we make do with what we have, while the executive district receives whatever materials it needs. Of course, the fact that the presidents and council both reside there could have something to do with the fact that... Dr. Sahir, Commander Vi's strong voice interrupts him. As enchanting of a view as this is, perhaps we should finish showing our newest arbiter what the hospice does. Yes, of course. Dr. Sahir charges down the corridor, away from the sea of windows, and to a spiraling stairwell that allows one to see all the way to the bottom, if they lean over the railing for a look. His steps make no sound compared to the harsh clacks of Commander Vi's and my boots. After going down 2 flights, Dr. Sahir steps off the stairwell and heads down another pristine hallway. This floor is reserved for certain members of our society that would prefer to keep their identities a secret. Some of them suffer from illnesses that they do not wish others to know about, and so pay extra to have their privacy protected, while others are involved in more cosmetic practices. I glance into a room where the door was left cracked open, and watch as a doctor peels away some bandages from a patient's face, revealing a few stitches surrounding the nose and lips. I observe the delicate nature of the doctor's hand movements, while she explains what surgery has been performed. But instead of being greeted by a worried face, the patient looks pleased, and when handed a mirror, she cries out with joy over how her appearance has been improved. A tap on my shoulder forces me to look away and into Commander Vi's stern face. I hurry after the doctor, who has continued on, talking as though we have not dawdled at all. You will rarely be asked to serve on this floor, he continues, as it is normally quiet, though occasionally we have had a few unsatisfied patients, but as a whole, the people here opt to be here. He takes us to another stairwell, and we follow him to the next lowest level. This is our trauma center, says Dr. Sahir. I glance around at the fogged glass, the only room with such a thing, noting how they must have wanted to keep what happens here from being witnessed. Agonized screams fill my ears and I prepare myself for a fight, but Commander Vi's strong grip stops me as she points to a man on a gurney with a mangled leg. I do my best to remain on the sidelines as doctors and nurses hurry from one patient to the next in an attempt to save them,
their white uniforms coated in blood and vomit, while the plebeians do their best to keep up with the sanitation of the area.
I was unaware that there are this many citizens brutally harmed, I say.
Most are, replies Dr. Sahir. No one wants to know what darkness lies within their perfect world. We have an image to keep, which is why none, except medical personnel and arbiters, are allowed in the trauma center.
Are there many instances of lawlessness here? I ask, wondering how anyone so wounded could be capable of causing a disturbance.
Rarely, but sometimes.
As though to further prove the doctor's point, a man who had come in with a wounded plebeian screams, "What do you mean you cannot help her?" "You know the rules," replies the attending physician. "All plebeians are to go to the sub-levels for treatment."
You mean to go there to die?
"Sir, I am asking you to—" "Are you going to do your job or not?" demands the man, fury filling his brown eyes.
The physician glances from the man to the unconscious female plebeian and the children who stand behind him, making a connection between their muted dark skin and the man's reaction. Is this plebeian important?
"What kind of question is that?" demands the man, his dark face matching the color of a rose. The youngest child starts to speak, but one of the older ones snatches her arm and forces her into silence. "She is the only one who is able to calm my children when they are frightened," says the man.
The man's explanation does little to conceal what everyone in the room sees. Though relationships between citizens of Arel and plebeians are forbidden, they are not unheard of and most ignore them, as many of the children from such relationships can pass for dark-skinned. But how he managed to have 3, despite the sterilization additives in the water supply, and without being caught, perplexes me, until I notice the emblem on his shirt collar. He is a representative of the eastern sector to the Arelian Council. The physician does not bother to glance at the wounds on the female plebeian, but snatches a thumb-sized syringe and injects it into the plebeian's neck, stopping her heart.
What did you do?
"A favor," replies the physician. "You heartless but—"
The man charges the physician, wrapping his fingers around her throat, slamming her into the equipment behind her, knocking medical utensils and tools to the floor while all eyes focus on them. Within seconds, arbiters appear from the shadows and rush them, myself included. We seize the man, yanking him off the physician. She gasps and coughs while rubbing her throat, and pin him to the floor. I step back and allow the more experienced arbiters to stand him on his feet as Commander Vi approaches.
"For a disturbance within the hospice," begins one of the arbiters, holding on to the man, but he stops when he notices Commander Vi. "Commander."
"Thank you, Sergeant," says Commander Vi. She looks the man in the eyes. "You seem a little too attached to a mere plebeian, a mere servant of your home." The man remains silent, while the children huddle in a corner. The oldest tries to protect the younger ones, but fear is all over his face.
Commander Vi glances at the children. "Are they registered?" The man still remains silent.
"It is a severe oversight of our regulatory board if they are not, and they must not be, since none of them are wearing badges or uniforms."
"It is allowed for a man to keep his children," says the man through gritted teeth, "until they have reached the age of majority, at which point they are assigned to a sector."
"True," concedes Commander Vi, "and I am certain that you have the proper papers for such a thing."
The man says nothing.
"Just as I thought." Commander Vi looks at the oldest and the hate-filled glare he gives her as a smile creeps across her lips. "You have some fight to you." She glances at me for a moment and continues. "That can prove useful. I believe Arbiter is best suited for you." The Arbiter snatched the boy, pulling him away from his crying siblings. Whatever rebellious nature he possessed now will be eradicated when his Arbiter training is completed, assuming he survives the gauntlet.
Commander Vi bends over the second oldest child, taking the electronic pad away from him, noting the book of mathematical equations he reads.
"You understand all this?" she asks him.
He nods.
"Then it will be the engineering school for you."
An arbiter grabs him and hauls him away.
Now what shall we do with this young thing? Commander Vi cusps the girl's feeble chin.
Please, shouts the man, struggling to break free. In about 10 years, she will have reached the age for bearing children.
No, I beg you.
Breeder will be good for her, says Commander Vi.
No, shouts the man, but the arbiters hold firm to him.
My eyes dart to all within the room, but stop upon Dr. Sahir's and the fire within them.
Commander, I say, knowing that I will be punished for this indiscretion. According to the law, only a member of the Council of Registration, or those acting upon their orders, can decide if an unregistered child will be a part of the maternity ward. As arbiters, we have not been granted such authority to assign anyone anywhere.
If I have angered Commander Vi, she does not show it.
And as this child has committed no infraction, it would be unjust to punish her for her father's misdeeds. Perhaps she has talents that are of better use elsewhere.
You are correct, of course, replies Commander Vi, and I detect a hint of annoyance in her voice. Where would you suggest she be sent?
I look at the girl and realize for the first time that she holds a doll dressed as a cook. Food service. Commander Vi concedes and arbiters grab the girl. As they carry her away, I steal a quick glance at the man, and for a moment, I believe that he has mouthed the words, "Thank you." As part of the food service division, and if she does well and causes no trouble, the girl could find herself as a personal chef to a member of the council, a job that is both lucrative and prestigious, and the somewhat approving look within Dr. Sahir's eyes tell me that he would have done the same.
And what would you do with him? Asks Commander Vi, putting me on the spot and testing me to see if I have the best interests of Arel in mind.
I do not respond right away, wondering what I should do with him. The standard punishment for his infraction would be the crematorium, but no one escapes that place, and perhaps he would be of more use elsewhere. I stare into his eyes, seeing the same frightened look as what was within the eyes of the citizen I had executed to prove my loyalty. But his fear is not for himself. It's for his children. Disposal, I say, and while Commander Vi has a pleased look on her face, Dr. Sahir is disappointed, looking the way Mandy did when I slapped the plebeian at the banquet dinner. You have your orders, Commander Vi says to the other arbiters, and they haul the man away. She stalks over to a wall monitor and brings up the detention facility, swiping her bracelet and indicating that I should do the same. Once she finishes processing the man and his children, as well as the proper reports, she turns to the director of the medical facility, saying, "Dr. Sahir, perhaps we should finish our tour." Whatever disappointment resided within his eyes moments before has vanished as he hugs his tablet closer and leads us out of the trauma center and into another hallway. He takes us past more rooms filled with patients or students and to another set of black doors.
Through here, says Commander Sahir, is our maternity ward. Every sector has one.
He unlocks the doors and they open before us, allowing us to step through, closing the moment we have passed. I gawk at the sight before me, feeling as though I have stepped into another world. Instead of a tile floor, I stand on grass, broken only by the stone paths that weave through the indoor atrium, with each walkway leading to a separate room tended by medical staff. Fogged glass surrounds us, allowing sunlight in but keeping prying eyes out. I watch as women in various stages of pregnancy wander around the indoor courtyard and stop. Dark-skinned and fair-skinned women associate with one another, all of them expecting. Some talk among themselves, mixed together instead of separating themselves like they would outside these walls, while others remain alone, picking at the flowers, tulips, dandelions, and irises that line the edges of the grass. A few glance in my direction, but just for a moment before averting their eyes. The same fear resides here. Arbiters patrol the area, remaining hidden among the shadows, keeping vigilance on everyone. I observe while one arbiter watches Commander Vi and me as we are led around.
This is our maternity ward, says Dr. Sahir, waving his hand around, showcasing the area.
You do not separate the plebeians from the citizens? I ask. Not here we don't, replies the doctor. We have found that they tend to have healthier pregnancies when allowed to associate with one another and share a common interest. None of them are allowed outside this area, so we have nothing to fear from their mingling. The plebeian women give birth to future plebeians, while the citizens give us future citizens of Arel. Each child is taken away from the woman that bears them, and when strong enough, sent to their assigned area. We stroll past what could have passed for an outdoor shed, but was encased in glass with yellow zigzag lines across the panels. Here, Dr. Sahir points at the glass shed, is our cryogenics. It is where we store all collected sperm that is used to impregnate the women. Fruit trees and vegetable gardens loom before us as we continue our tour, tended by some of the pregnant women themselves, or other women who wear green uniforms, the color of our agriculturists. You grow your own food here? I ask. We bring in some of what we need, but have found it best to grow what we can. Tending a garden provides good physical exercise and prevents any unnecessary attention. But those women are not breeders. No, they're not, replies Dr. Sahir. They were sent here to help ensure that the gardens produce and to perform the labor-intensive tasks that our women here cannot do. We do not wish to harm any of the pregnancies here. I look into the somber eyes of many of the women, including those in green, and wonder what they think of me, taking in every detail. There is where the routine medical exams are performed, and over there is where the infants are delivered. I eye the rooms that Dr. Sahir points out. We have sleeping quarters on that end, and over there is where their meals are served. So, they remain here, separated from the rest of Arel, I say. I had always heard about the maternity wards, but have never seen one or know how they are run.
It is best, says Commander Vi. Though some within Arel were allowed to adopt children, or have managed to have their own, despite the measures taken by the government to prevent unnecessary births, the majority of infants were born in the maternity wards, in a controlled environment. Each female is chosen based on her physical attributes and capability of having children. The water supply for this place is kept separate from what feeds the rest of Arel. Dr. Sahir points at a water station where women brought their pitchers and filled them from the faucets there. It wouldn't do to make our breeders sterile. Commander Vi and I follow Dr. Sahir into one of the rooms, and my ears hurt from the screams that meet them, as I realize that he has brought us into the delivery room. I watch in horror as a woman cries in agony, with her legs propped up and spread apart, while a doctor gives her instructions. Another scream escapes her lips, just as the doctor pulls a baby out and cuts the umbilical cord, and the pain on the woman's face disappears. She reaches out to hold her baby, but the doctor refuses to give it to her. Whispers of concern fill the atmosphere as the doctor consults with one of the nurses, before noticing Dr. Sahir standing there and holds the baby out for him to see it. It is an albino. With a somber expression, the doctor injects the infant with something, stopping its heart, before handing the child over to another member of the medical staff to dispose of it. "What? No!" screams the mother as she watches in horror. She pulls herself off the bed she is on and stumbles over to the dead infant, seizing it, her eyes widening in terror when she sees the unnatural white skin of the child. "No!" The mother steps away, her legs faltering beneath her weight, but two arbiters appear behind her and grab her shoulders. "It's not my fault!" screams the woman, but her pleas are met with silence. As she is dragged away, her screams fade, but do not go unnoticed by those outside the room, their sympathetic eyes peeking through the doorway, knowing there is nothing they can do except mourn. "An unfortunate circumstance," mumbles Dr. Sahir, but his eyes seem more disturbed by the incident than his words suggest. He waves us outside. Once more, we follow Dr. Sahir to another room where incubators have been set up, some with an infant and a tag indicating where the child was to be assigned, and some which are empty. This is where the newly born infants are kept until they can be delivered to their designated areas. I stroll past the clear boxes, looking at the slumbering bundles, reading tag after tag, wondering if this is what happened when I was born. Was my mother never given a chance to hold me? Did she not choose my name? I notice it. None of the tags have names on them, just numbers and their chosen affiliation. "They are not named?" I ask. "No," replies Dr. Sahir. "Each child is given a number upon birth and assigned to a sector within Arel. Once delivered, they will be assigned a name,
which is randomly generated by a computer program. We have learned that people function better if they have a name, something that identifies them as uniquely human. Commander Vi gives him an odd glance. I sense it too, a note of despondency in his voice. Doc? Dr. Sahir? I cut off my commander, hoping to distract her from what she thought she had heard. This is a remarkable facility. You must be proud that it runs so efficiently. Of course. Efficiency is paramount to an ordered society, and we must all do our part for Arel. I do mine by making certain this medical facility runs competently while delivering the quality care our people expect. I glance at Commander Vi and her mouth is set in a firm line. She seems to have forgotten what it was she wanted to say, but I know that she has not forgotten my insolence. This way, please. Dr. Sahir leads us out of the maternity ward and spends the next hour showing the rest of the hospice to us, finishing our tour well before lunch. Chapter 8. Patrol. My boots clomp on the moist paved streets of the eastern sector as I wander to my assigned area. A slight shiver darts up my spine as an unusual chill in the air finds me, reminding me that the weather can be unpredictable and reminding me of my punishment. Because I had challenged her, Commander Vi assigned me to night patrol. Though the days are warm and humid, the nights tend to be nippy. A few droplets of water from the condensation that has formed on the edges of the buildings and street lamps fall to the ground, dampening my jacket as well. I swipe them off and continue my rounds, refusing to show weakness. I deserve my punishment. I know that, but a part of me wonders why I embarrassed Commander Vi in the first place. She is supposed to be my mentor, as well as my commanding officer. I should be following her every example, learning what I can from her. The frightened girl's face fills my mind before morphing into the desperate one of her father. Though he deserved what punishment he received, punishing the child for his misdeeds did not seem right. This is where I have failed in my duties as an arbiter. I allowed my emotions to interfere and must not let them do that again.
Emotions are burdens, Muller's voice echoes in my head as I remember one of his many training sessions. Anything to report? Came Rinal's voice over the intercom function on my wristband. He is on patrol as well, charged with monitoring me and ensuring that I do my job as this is my first night patrol. No, sir, I reply.
Understood. Keep your eyes peeled. There have been unwarranted activities at night lately.
Yes, sir.
I end my communication with him and wish this night would end soon. Patrolling the streets during the day is more interesting, as there are more people out and you are able to talk to them, or visit the various store owners, and maybe pick up an extra meal or two. But guarding the streets in the dark means being plagued by boredom, a boredom that drags the hours and you with it.
A clinking sound draws my attention and I walk over to investigate, wondering why anyone would be out after nightfall as it is well past curfew. It happens again. I maneuver over to where the noise emanates from and ready my weapon. As I near the source of the sound, I realize that it has come from a craft store that Rinal had taken me to on my 4th day within the eastern sector. Did he fail to put the trash in the incinerator? All store owners are to dispose of their garbage at the end of the day, placing it within the incinerators throughout the city. But sometimes they forget, or wait until it is too close to curfew, so they opt to do it in the morning. Sometimes, trash is left outside in the alley, an infraction that results in a warning, and stray animals find their way into it. A few years ago, an infestation of rats littered Arel because of the trash people failed to dispose of, blaming the lack of incinerators and the time it took to get to them. As a result, the council allocated resources to allow for more incinerators to be built throughout the city, but the eastern sector received the fewest funds. Always bearing the brunt of outside attacks meant labeling the spending of valuable resources to maintain its infrastructure as a useless endeavor.
I creep toward the noise, pulling out my small flashlight, turning it on and focusing the beam into a darkened alleyway, expecting to find some rats, a cat, or monkeys. Yes, that happened one year, or so I'm told. But I am not greeted by any sort of animal. A mop of soiled hair with a few strands of pale yellow fills my light as a plebeian girl tries to lift a sack, while not allowing the items contained within it to tumble out of the hole that has formed in the bottom. She drops the sack the moment she notices my light, but holds something in her tiny hand, while using her other to smear mud over her face and keeping it covered with her grungy hair.
Halt right there! I yell at her while I open a communication channel with Renal. I have a 426, a plebeian female, possibly the age of 8, out past curfew, rummaging through garbage.
On my way, Renal replies. The girl quivers under my light as I keep it focused on her. What is your name?
She does not answer, but clutches the item in her hand, holding it closer to her body.
What do you have there? Show it to me! The harshness of my voice surprises even me, but she is only a plebeian.
The girl shakes her head and takes a step back.
Now!
Behind you!
She screams, catching me off guard.
I whirl around, expecting to see someone coming at me, but there is nothing there, just an empty and darkened street. Cursing at having allowed myself to be fooled, I whip back around and notice that the girl is gone, having darted down the alley, her bare little feet making no sound. I chase after her, my boots pounding the cracked pavement of the alley, echoing off the sides of the building.
Stop! I yell at her and pull out my weapon, firing at her. The bullets miss her and bounce off the corner of a brick structure, causing her to release a shriek. I said stop!
She dives around a corner and into a street. I pursue her. Allowing my training to kick in, I control my breathing and focus on the girl. Who is she? Where would she go? She is small, so perhaps she will try to hide somewhere where I will not fit. Once I enter the street, I look around, lighting up the darkness with my flashlight. A wisp of hair catches my eye, and I chase after it.
Lieutenant Renal, I say into my communication device, we are nearing the primary childcare center. What is your ETA?
If he responds, I do not hear it. I push myself harder and watch as the tiny dark shape up ahead veers to the left, heading to a set of stairs that leads to one of the upper walkways, and where the cameras are few. As I hurry after her, I realize that we are running in an area where the security cameras are not able to view us in any clear detail, and a large number of them are broken, waiting to be replaced. A part of me admires her cleverness. As she climbs the stairs, moving with a speed I did not think she could possess, I change course and head for another set of stairs, going halfway up them before lunging to the railing of the walkway above it, and heave myself onto the platform. Turning, I run to where the girl is and cut her off. She stops with a start, in front of another stairwell, surprised that I have managed to get in front of her.
Stop right there! I yell at her, aiming my weapon.
She looks around for a chance to escape, but by her frightened actions, I know that she has found none. What is in your hands? I demand. The plebeian girl steps further into the shadows, making it difficult for me to get a clear view of her face.
Please, she pleads. I need it for my mistress.
Needs what for her mistress? Explain.
She is very ill. This could help her, says the girl.
Then your mistress should visit the hospice center.
She has, wails the girl, but they have deemed her incurable and refuse to help her.
If this is the case, why is her mistress not at the crematorium? Who is her owner? My piqued curiosity causes me to not pay attention to what is around me and not see the threat approaching from the side. Who is your mistress?
No! Yells the girl. A force slams into my left side, sending me over the top step of the stairwell, and I tumble down. My weapon flies from my hand, stopping at the bottom. Dazed, I look up and watch as two figures, the girl and the stranger who had helped her, flee down the walkway and disappear into the darkness.
Noni!
Renal's voice penetrates my confusion, and I try to sit up, but end up falling over as his arms reach underneath my shoulders and heave me to my feet, leaning me against the railing. He retrieves my weapon and I place it back in its holster. Where is she? Gone, I say, shaking my head as I try to clear it, but I must have banged it hard because the world still spins before me. Someone helped her. Did you see who it was? I shake my head. They both knew enough to stay out of the light. Be advised, Renal says into his radio. We have two plebeians on the loose. One is a girl of about 8 years, the other is unknown. They were last seen heading northwest. He clicks off his communication device and turns back to me. Come on, let's get you back and get your head looked at. I allow Renal to lead me away and we head back to the manor. I have failed my city again.
An hour later, I stand in Commander Vi's office next to Renal, listening to the drumming of her just-clipped fingernails on the polished surface of her desk as her eyes glare at me, penetrating deep within to the depths of my most cherished secrets. An uneasy feeling that she can read my mind fills me, but I maintain an erect posture with my hands clasped behind my back and my feet spaced shoulder-width apart, making certain to keep my eyes focused straight ahead while avoiding her gaze. I wish she would speak. The tense silence unnerves me.
Explain to me what happened tonight. Commander Vi speaks in a low voice, almost a growl, as she struggles to contain her anger. It is as I've reported, Renal began to reply.
I want to hear it from her. Commander Vi cuts him off.
I assure you that my report is thorough, Renal begins.
I move my eyes to glance at him, wondering why he is trying to protect me. Is he afraid of the punishment I will have to endure? Does he know something and is keeping it from me?
I've no doubt of the thoroughness of your report, says Commander Vi. But you were not the one pursuing a suspect, though the city. Now were you?
No, ma'am. Renal salutes her and leaves the room, giving me a sympathetic glance as he closes the door behind him. I maintain my stance as the tense silence fills the chamber again, and I wait for Commander Vi to speak, while she continues drumming her fingers on the desk, a noise that irritates me to no end, but I know that I must keep my mouth shut.
Well? Well, what, ma'am? I ask, wanting to scream at myself for being so stupid right now. This is not the time for my usual brazenness.
Commander Vi rises from her chair, moseys around her desk, and leans against it, crossing her arms in front of her chest. I see tonight's events have not caused you to lose any of your flagrancy. Tell me exactly what happened tonight. I suck in a deep lungful of air, trying to form the words and sentences that will explain what had happened, while presenting it in such a way so as to avoid too harsh of a punishment, but I know that I have failed my city again. Too many failures, and I know where I will be sent.
I was on patrol in my assigned area when I heard a noise. Unsure of what it was, I decided to investigate. And what did you find?
A plebeian girl rummaging through some garbage that one of the storekeepers had neglected to take to the incinerators for disposal. Did you see her face?
No, ma'am. It was too dark for me to make it out. Then how do you know it was a female?
The plebeian had the height and build of a girl of about 8 years, and her hair reached past her shoulders with a few curls in it. No plebeian male wears their hair in such a way as it is forbidden, and her voice was too light to be a male's.
And what happened next? I ordered her to stop, but she ran, so I chased after her. I had managed to corner her on a walkway when I was sidelined by someone else. Whomever it was pushed me down the stairs, and I do not remember anything after that, until Renal found me.
And you got no glimpse of the person who attacked you?
No, ma'am.
Height, build, male or female, weight, nothing?
No, ma'am, I repeat, regretting that I had nothing more to give her.
Did she say anything to you when you found her?
She pleaded with me to let her go, saying that she needed it for her mistress.
Needed it?
Yes, that is what she said.
And she said nothing else?
No, ma'am.
Commander Vi strolls back behind her desk, drumming her fingers as she went, her mind mulling over what I have said to her. It must be contraband, she says to herself.
I listen as she talks out loud about what the plebeian girl must have been after, wishing that I had managed to capture her.
You will take me to where you found her. Meet me outside in 10 minutes. Yes, ma'am. I salute her and head to the door, pausing when Commander Vi speaks again.
You said she had curls in her hair.
I turn toward her, my hand resting on the edge of the doorway, feeling the Arelian crest carved into the wood. Interesting how you were able to notice that, but not see her face. Dismissed. I left the room, heading to the kitchens, where I snatch an apple and wolf it down in 6 bites, wondering why I mentioned the plebeian girl's hair. How is it I noticed her hair, but not her face? Her hair covered her face, preventing me from seeing it. but I never paid attention to a plebeian's hair before. Why was she any different? I need it for my mistress. The words echo through my mind as I hear the girl's soft voice again. As I remain focused on the night's events, I swing my arm and knock over a stack of bowls by accident, having not seen them. A plebeian stands in the kitchen, keeping his distance from me as he waits for me to take my anger out on him. Clean it up! I snap at him and hurry from the kitchen and outside the front door, not wanting to be late in meeting Commander Vi there, since I am in enough trouble. When I step outside, a group of arbiters, all stationed at the same manor as me, stand there awaiting orders, but there is no sign of my commander. Relieved, I take my place next to them, waiting for Commander Vi to show up, and the door slides open, revealing her imposing presence, allowing her to step out into the night air.
One of our arbiters was attacked tonight, says Commander Vi to the others. Though we have not located the two who attacked her, we can learn why they were out after curfew in the first place.
All of the arbiters salute her and move toward the gate, with Commander Vi in the lead and me by her side. She looks at me, and I know what it is she wants, and I obey. As we walk through the abandoned streets of the eastern sector, the snapping of shutters being closed fills the air as the local residents seal themselves inside, not wanting to be involved or witness what is about to happen. I lead them to the alley where I first saw the plebeian girl and stopped, pointing at the bag that she had been holding when I had first found her. Commander Vi moves toward it and picks it up, holding it close to her nose, sniffing it before opening it and reaching inside, finding nothing. Her head pops up and she glares at the door in front of her. With a flick of her wrist, she commands one of the other arbiters, dressed in full gear, including a helmet, to knock on the door. He does, raising the butt of his weapon and slamming it into the door, creating an ominous thud that reverberates throughout the alley. Another shutter closes. The creaking of its hinges slices the quiet around us. No one answers, and the man glances at Commander Vi, who nods her head, giving the order for him to knock once more before breaking the door down. Again, the pounding of his weapon against the wood door shatters the night around us. Seconds tick by, and no answer. Just when two other arbiters approaches with a battering ram, the lock clicks, and the door opens just wide enough to slip a few fingers through. "May I help you?" the storekeeper asks in a shaky voice. In answer to his question, the two arbiters push against the door, opening it all the way and shoving their way inside while the rest of us follow. Glass thrown to the floor mixes with the thudding of heavy objects being shoved from their place as we sweep through the room, knocking papers, books, vases, clay pots, and bags of soil over, creating a montage of broken ceramic pieces and dirt with footprints imprinted on it. "Ma'am," an arbiter hands Commander Vi a small package. She takes it and rips it open, revealing small vials of clear liquid. Her hardened eyes look straight at the storekeeper as he huddles in a corner with his wife. Their frightened faces glitter with droplets of sweat. "Take them outside." Arbiters grab both of them, drag them through the front door, breaking it off its hinges in an effort to open it, and throw them to the moist ground. "Please," begs the storekeeper, "spare my wife. She knew nothing." His pleas fill the air, but are ignored as arbiters surround him and his wife, pointing their weapons at them. Commander Vi stalks out of the store. Her steps thump on the pavement in a slow, methodic rhythm, approaching the terrified couple as they hunker on the ground. "Where did you get these?" she asks, holding the vials out to the storekeeper. He says nothing as he clutches his wife even tighter. "Where?" The malice in Commander Vi's firm voice chills me as I watch the scene unfold in front of me. The storekeeper glares at her, challenging her to force him to talk as he remains silent. Commander Vi snatches the storekeeper's wife and yanks her away from him, pulling her weapon out of its holster and placing the barrel at the woman's temple. "Tell me what I want to know or watch her die." Tears spill from the woman's eyes, but she never screams, shaking her head at her husband instead. The two share a look, one that conveys that they have accepted their fate. "Do it, bitch!" the woman spits at my superior. Commander Vi rams her weapon into the woman's face, forcing her to her hands and knees. The woman coughs and spits out blood as she lifts her head and stares straight ahead at a figure approaching, Mandy. I turn with the others and watch as Mandy advances toward us, her uneven steps indicating that she had wanted to leave, but changed her mind when she realized that we are watching her. When she reaches us, I want to ask her what she is doing here, but change my mind. I am in enough trouble. "What is going on here?" asks Mandy. "What are you doing here?" Commander Vi replies with a question of her own, mirroring my own inquisitiveness. "None of your concern," says Mandy, using a stern tone that I have never heard come from her before. "It is when you are in my sector at this hour." Mandy closes the distance between her and Commander Vi, speaking in a loud voice so that we all can hear her. "Commander, you may be in charge of this district, but you do not outrank me. My business here is above your classification level. I answer to the council, not you. I can bring this before the arbiter tribunal." "You can." Mandy leans in and whispers in Commander Vi's ear. "But do you really want to go down this road with me, Vi? You will lose. I guarantee it." Commander Vi backs away from Mandy. "Arbiter Noni caught a plebeian out past curfew going through this man's garbage. The plebeian got away, but upon further investigation, we found these." She holds out the vials. "Medicine, illegally obtained." "And what is your suggested punishment?" asks Mandy. Commander Vi looks at me. "Since it was Noni who led us here, she should decide." She faces me. "What do you propose we do with them?" All eyes turn to me and sweat forms underneath the collar of my jacket. I glance from one to the other, trying to think of an appropriate punishment, one that would be deemed acceptable. "But punishments are decided upon the offender's hearing, not by us." "That is true," says Commander Vi, growing impatient with me. "But we can make a recommendation if we wish, which is what we did at the hospice. Sometimes our recommendations are heeded, other times they are not. So again, I ask you, what would be your recommended punishment?" I step toward the man and look at him as he kneels on the ground, the defiance in his eyes evident. "Your crimes are as follows: failure to dispose of your garbage in the incinerator, illegal obtainment and hoarding of medicine, and refusal to answer an arbiter's inquiries." I study his muscular form and know just where he will best serve Arel. A store is not much of a challenge for you. The fields are where you should go. He spits on my boot and I kick him in the mouth before moving on to the woman. "Your crimes are as follows: failure to report your husband's offenses. As such, you are an accessory to his misdeeds." One look at her and I know that she would never survive the fields or anywhere else she is sent. "The crematorium for you." "You bitch!" The storekeeper breaks away from the arbiters holding on to him and tackles me. "Stay back," orders Commander Vi to the others when they move to help me. The storekeeper and I roll across the ground, plowing through a puddle as we near the ledge of the sidewalk. He is on top of me when we stop and slams his fist into my face. Before he can strike a second time, I grab his arm, pulling it underneath his chest, and twist to my left, throwing him off balance, and bring my knee up, striking him in the face and forcing him off me. I scramble to my feet and kick him in the stomach. He charges me. As he nears, I drop to the ground and sweep his feet out from under him, forcing him to crash into the ground on his back. But his head hits the ledge with a sickening crunch and blood pools around him. With caution, I shake him with the sole of my boot, but he never moves as his lifeless eyes bore into mine.
"Well done," Commander Vi commends me amidst the woman's wails as she tries to cradle her deceased husband. "But do not think that you will escape admonishment," she whispers into my ear, her hot breath forming a misty coating on it. I say nothing, nor do I smile as once again, I see a look of pity in Mandy's eyes, but it disappears the moment I spot it. "Dispose of him," Commander Vi tells the others, "and process her." 2 arbiters cart away the storekeeper's body, while 2 more drag the woman away, her screams drowning the night's sounds. I watch as they disappear. When I glance in Mandy's direction again, she is gone, and Commander Vi issues orders for me to follow her back to the arbiter's manor. But as we head back, my thoughts are consumed with the fresh blood that stains my hands, bright red against black.
Chapter 9. My punishment.
I stand in front of the window in my room, dressed in my undershirt and uniform pants, my hands pressing into the sill, staring out the glass at the rising sun as it peeks over the edge of the wall that surrounds my city, while trying to avoid the line of black clouds that hover above it. Little specks of red-orange dance on the wall behind me, while the sun's rays change the color of my ebony face. I have not slept at all, knowing what waits for me the moment the sun rises, my punishment. I have had too many failures since my assignment here, and if I make one more mistake, I will be sent to the crematorium. Arel cannot afford people who are unable to protect it and uphold its laws, people who allow its citizens to suffer, people like me. I release a slow, warm, vaporous breath onto the glass, admiring the way it fogs the window in a circular pattern that is neither perfect nor ideal, but is unique, misshapen, and one of a kind. Reaching up, I run my finger through its center, dividing it in half as the shape fades from the glass altogether. I look out at the wall and the figures that line it, patrolling the top, doing their duty like I should have been. Someone pounds on my door. I open it, knowing what to expect as Renal and 2 other arbiters in full gear stand just outside in the hallway.
It is time, says Renal. I glance at my boots, placed at the foot of my bed, and change my mind about putting them on. This is to be my humiliation, my castigation, my shame. The least I can do is not soil my boots. I step out into the corridor and the 2 arbiters fall in behind me, while Renal remains in the front. They escort me down the stairs, past a couple of plebeians who pause from their work to watch the proceedings, through the foyer, to the back where the doors that open onto the atrium are. My bare feet tingle from the cool dampness of the grass as they press into it and bits of mud squish between my toes, making soft squishes with each step I take. Commander Vi waits in the center next to 2 poles, spaced an even length apart, and which had been set up hours before just for this occasion, her hands clasped behind her back as she eyes me, while I approach my well-deserved chastisement. The other arbiters in the manor have gathered around to observe my reprimand, standard procedure, in the hopes that they will remember what happens when you fail, and not commit my mistakes. I maintain an erect posture as I walk, refusing to show fear. If I am to be sentenced, then I will face it with the pride of an arbiter and accept it. I reach the posts and stop in front of Commander Vi, refusing to face her, showing her my side as I stare straight ahead, clenching my fists as I prepare for what is coming. Commander Vi gives her order without speaking, and the 2 arbiters behind me and Renal fall in line with the rest, while 2 more hurry forward and each take a wrist. They place their hands on my back and force me between the posts, while raising my arms up and strapping the cold leather cufflets around my wrists, cinching them so tight that I cringe when the leather edges dig into my skin, certain that they will leave bruises in addition to a red impression. They tighten the chains attached to the cuffs, raising me until my toes brush the matted grass, and I sway from the harshness of their motions. Arbiter Noni, N27461, you are hereby sentenced to 20 lashes, says Commander Vi as she strolls in front of me, facing the other arbiters, for failure to apprehend a plebeian who was out after curfew, allowing her to escape with illegally obtained medicine, and for failing to adhere to Arelian law. As arbiters, we cannot allow anyone to disobey our laws, as it will lead to the disintegration of our way of life. Let this be a reminder of what is at stake, and of what happens if you forsake your duties. If one of us is weak, then we all are weak. Once she stops addressing the other arbiters, a bit is placed in my mouth and hands tear off my undershirt, exposing my back and my breasts, making me glad that I did not put on my uniform jacket. The crack of the whip jolts my ears and I clench my fists harder, digging my short nails into my palms, preparing for what comes next. The whip cracks a second time and burning, searing pain stretches across my back from the lower left to my right shoulder as the whip plows into my already scarred skin from previous penalties. The metal bits on the end tear my flesh off. I bite into the bit so hard that I can taste tiny splinters of wood that break off into my mouth, cutting my gums and the inside of my cheeks. Though I had been flogged before, whomever handles the whip this time uses a force that I have never experienced, and a part of me wishes that the training center had not been so kind to me, but had prepared me better.
I moan as I realize that this beating will be nothing compared to the switches used at the training facility, preferring those over this torment.
Another lash stings my back, wrapping around my center and slicing my stomach just below the belly button. And a third curls around my diaphragm, causing me to gasp as I try to breathe, and I watch as bits of my skin are ripped away from me and tumble to the grass. 4, 5, 6, 7. My knees buckle and I sag as I hang from the chains, and the leather cuffs burrow even deeper into my sore wrists. Again, the whip strikes me, leaving another stripe down the center of my back, mixing with the blood that coats me, sending a red spray across the pear-green grass. I have lost count of the number of lashes as I hang in the air, my head bent low, and my jaw relaxes, releasing the bit from my mouth, and it lands in the wet lawn with a small splash. Thunder rolls overhead, sending a low rumble across the sky as though it agreed with my predicament. The sun disappears behind the dark and heavy, bulbous clouds as though it wishes to hide from Commander Vi's wrath. Another strike from the whip causes me to arc my back and rear my head up, but I bite my tongue, refusing to scream, refusing to give anyone there the pleasure of seeing me beg for release. I deserve this. I know I do, but in the back of my mind, 20 lashes seems excessive. I push the dissenting thought away from me, just as the whip slices my skin once more. A speck of moisture touches my shoulder, just as lightning flashes above us. As though it has been given permission, torrents of rain plummet through the sky and smother us. But Commander Vi and the other arbiters remain where they are. Though the rain washes the blood from my back, it appears to have strengthened the wrath of the whip as another stinging, burning sensation overtakes me.
Enough, yells Commander Vi. I said 20 lashes, not 21, or can you not count?
The man with the whip steps away from her and bows his head in apology, but Commander Vi's fury is visible despite the curtain the rain has placed between us.
Do I need to refresh your memory? Commander Vi says to him, a dark undertone to her voice. Reading her thoughts, the man salutes her and coils his whip, saying, "No, ma'am." I hang limp, unable to move, unable to lift my head as my back cries in agony from the torture it has suffered, made worse by the stinging pinpricks of the rain. "Dr. Sahir!" My head lifts just a bit at the sound of his name. I do not remember seeing him there when I first stepped outside. Was he hiding? He walks up to me with a case in his hand and 2 other medical personnel with him, placing his case on the soggy ground by my dangling feet, his white uniform remaining perfect, despite the storm's attempt to soil it. With a gentleness I never thought I would feel, his muscular hands touch both sides of my face and lift my head up as he examines my half-opened eyes. "You've gone too far this time, Commander," says Dr. Sahir. Commander Vi opens her mouth, but is cut off before she can utter a single word. "Do not threaten me. You have no authority over me and you know it." He examines my bloodied back and releases a puff of angered air from his lungs. "Take her down," he tells his 2 assistants, "and get her to her room." His 2 assistants undo the leather straps and each wrap one of my arms around their shoulders, allowing me to place all my weight upon them as they carry me inside into my room, which to my surprise has been turned into a hospital room with IV bags, monitoring equipment, and a bed. They lay me on my stomach and apply moist bandages to the wounds, mopping the blood as they attempt to clean them. I hear Dr. Sahir's strong voice issue orders, but it sounds far away and I have difficulty keeping my eyes open until everything goes black. Chapter 10. A bit of unrest. I sit on the edge of my bed as Dr. Sahir performs one last checkup on me, monitoring my blood pressure, heart rate, and performing one last inspection of my back and the raised stripes that mark it. "Your wounds seem to have healed nicely," he says. "You may put your shirt back on." I do as he says, just as plebeians hurry in and cart out the medical equipment that had been set up in my room 2 weeks ago when I had received my 20 lashes, my repentance. As they empty my room, others bring the bed, desk, and chair that had been there the day I arrived. Once they have finished remaking my room, Dr. Sahir packs his utensils and leaves. I never asked him, and remain silent even now, about the confrontation he had with Commander Vi the day I was whipped, but the tension between the two remained the entire time he was in the manor overseeing my care.
I wish you well, Noni, he says as he walks down the hallway and down the stairs. I pull on my uniform jacket and zip it up, smoothing out the creases that always seem to form, despite my best efforts to prevent them. When the door to my room closes, Renal waits for me in the hall and I pause, wondering why he is there.
Commander Vi wishes me to inform you that you are to accompany her to the school today. This is not some test, but more instruction on how Arel functions. Yes, sir, I reply, deciding to keep my responses simple and to the point so as to avoid any more reprimands. Renal stops me. You are not the only one to receive such a punishment. The empathy in his voice catches me off guard. I stare at him. Why is he telling me this? The soft and compassionate tone of his voice is unusual, and I wonder if he has received the same and remember that most every arbiter does if they disobey, but not all. Some are good at following orders and manage to fulfill their duties without faltering. Have you? Before I can finish my question, another occupant of the house stomps up the stairs and into the hallway, marching past us without a single glance in our direction as he heads to his room. Anan. Is that his name? Deciding that it is best to let the matter drop, and not wanting to be tardy, thus giving Commander Vi another reason to chastise me, I hurry down the stairs and to her office with Renal right behind me. Good, says Commander Vi as I open the door to the room. You are here. Today, we will be going to one of the schools within the region. It is rare for them to be a place of disorder and misconduct, but it is a good idea for you to see how one is run. She steps around her desk and notices Renal standing in the doorway. Renal, I believe you are assigned there today. Shouldn't you be there already? Yes, ma'am. I was just bringing her down as instructed.
Dismissed.
Renal leaves the two of us alone. I remain at attention, waiting for her to say something about my lashing, but she never does. Nothing needs to be said. What is done, and I have had my warning. She puts on her own jacket and motions for me to leave. As I walk through the house and to the front entrance, I eye the other arbiters in the estate going about their duties. None of them look in my direction, and no one speaks of what happened 2 weeks ago. It must be the rules of the manor. The sun bears down on us as we walk down to the street and catch the trolley that will take us to the train station within the eastern sector. Hurdles of people bustle past us, each taking great care to give us room and to avoid running into us. I still find the entire ordeal interesting and confusing, but Commander Vi ignores it all, relishing the power her uniform gives her as she stalks up to an information booth, cutting to the front of the line, unconcerned about the others that had been there before her, and are too frightened to say anything. She checks the schedule for the train, noting when it will arrive, and strolls through the crowd back to me.
5 minutes, she says to me.
A few give us nasty looks, but whirl around, facing away from me when they notice me watching them. Why don't we take the trolley? I ask. Will it not also take us to the school? It will take longer. The particular education center we are going to is on the far side of the sector, well away from where we are. The train is fast and will get us within a block. How many education centers are there? I ask, keeping my tone respectful. Commander Vi gives me a peculiar look. You seem... I give her a wide-eyed, curious expression, as though I am wondering why she is acting different around me. Different. I shrug my shoulders, not wanting to say anything, still remembering the stinging slash of each strike the whip had made 2 weeks ago. The shrill whine of the train fills the platform as it speeds toward us, slowing to an abrupt stop. The doors open and people struggle to push their way on or off the shuttle with us caught in the mix. I use my shoulders to shove passengers out of my way, receiving the beginnings of a tart response until they notice my uniform and take 2 steps away from me. A woman rushes past me with her plebeian in tow, but they get separated. As Commander Vi and I hurl our way onto the rail car, the plebeian tries in vain to board herself, struggling with the bulky package in her arms, but is tripped by another citizen and falls, dropping the package, which plunges between the train and the curb, landing on the tracks below. Well, grab it, yells the woman, but the plebeian hesitates, knowing what will happen if she obeys. Now!
The woman backhands the plebeian, and she jumps onto the track with the train on one side and the ledge of the platform on the other. I lean out the door to watch, my stomach becoming queasy as I realize what will happen next. The familiar ding echoes around us, and a few latecomers sprint across the platform, boarding the train just as the doors seal shut, sparing us from the screams of the plebeian as the train speeds away, slicing her in half. The woman curses in frustration, unconcerned about the plebeian she had sent to her death. That's the 5th one this week. Damn things are becoming too expensive to purchase or keep. My eyes follow the woman as she forces her way to a seat within the car, heaving a brown-skinned out of his chair. Before I face straight ahead again, I glance around at the other passengers, noting the looks of indifference on some, while others attempt to mask their horror. Commander Vi grunts and I face ahead, staring out the glass windows that encase us, adoring mirrored images of the glass skyscrapers of my city as we ride upward on the rail, showered by rainbows as the sunlight spills through the translucent ceiling, before dipping lower again into the darkened depths of the eastern sector. Within 12 minutes, we reach our stop and the train squeals to a halt. The harsh ding sounds again and the doors slide open, allowing the crammed passengers to begin the race of exiting the shuttle before the ones on the platform ram their way onward. I spring forward, pushing and shoving people aside, though many still jumped out of my way, allowing me to pass so as to avoid upsetting an arbiter and being put in a detention center. Commander Vi whistles at me, beckoning me to follow, and I hurry after her as she stomps up a set of stairs to a moving walkway. We stroll down it, passing those on our right until we reach our exit, and shove our way through to another set of stairs that take us up to the street. Once at the top, I spot a tiered brick building, painted gold and shining bright in the sunlight, with towering panels of gold glass forming the exterior of the front and a sign with the word Alpha on it. Commander Vi strolls over to the entrance with me trailing behind. We pass through the doors that slide open for us and head to the front desk, where the staff, wearing pressed, daffodil-colored uniforms, prop their heads up to see who has just walked into their domain. Their chattering stops the moment they see our black uniforms. "May we help you?" a man asks, his voice shaking. "Commander Vi here to see your headmistress." "One moment, please." As though to exemplify her annoyance at being asked to wait, Commander Vi places her fingers on the counter and drums them in a slow rhythm, while her eyes never leave the man who had talked to her, causing him to quake under her unforgiving gaze. "She will be down shortly," says the man. Commander Vi remains where she is, displaying her displeasure, and I copy her movements as we wait for the headmistress to meet with us. "Commander Vi?" says a soft voice, belonging to a woman whose skin is a shade lighter than mine, and whose hair is pulled into a low-hanging loose bun. "Headmistress Sminga, I presume." Commander Vi's voice provides a stark contrast to the director's. "Yes, and this must be one of the new arbiters?" "The new arbiter to the eastern sector," Commander Vi corrects her, placing emphasis on the word. "The new arbiter. This isn't the first time I have heard this. Am I the only one assigned to the eastern sector out of my graduating class?" "Yes, of course," replies Headmistress Sminga. "Follow me, please." I follow the headmistress, with Commander Vi taking up the rear, as she leads us from the entrance to a hallway with skylights spaced 4 feet apart, decorated with drawings that the students had made of our 2 presidents. Doorways line the walls, each leading into a classroom filled with simple wood desks, and each desk has a single child in it. 5 and 5 is, says one teacher as she points at the equation on her electronic wallboard. 10, reply the students in unison, and the number 10 pops up in bold green letters. I notice that some of the rooms have students wearing the same daffodil-colored uniform as Headmistress Sminga, and others have students wearing uniforms in a darker color, a more mustard color. It is odd that they would be wearing different outfits. Are they not all going to be educators? We stroll past another room where a group of 4-year-olds repeat Arel's mantra. "Strength in our kind, strength in numbers, strength over weakness. Weakness is failure, failure is death." "Headmistress," I snatch a glance at Commander Vi to make sure that I am not overstepping my boundaries, but her face betrays nothing,
I noticed that the students seem to wear 2 different uniforms. Why is that? Oh, the answer is simple, my dear. I give her a quizzical look when she addresses me as my dear. Never have I ever been spoken to in such an affectionate manner. Those who wear the color of uniform that matches mine will be sent out to the other regions or to the education centers that accommodate the best of Arel's citizens. The ones in the darker color will either be kept here in the eastern region or sent to the education centers that cater to those who are deemed fit for the other, more labor-intensive parts of the city. So they have already received their assignments, I say, thinking it odd that the future educators would get their assigned duties so early. Yes, dear. It is given to them upon their birth, and they are trained accordingly. We follow the headmistress through the hallway into a foyer, where on one end, a group of 6-year-olds play a game, laughing and giggling as they went, while on the other end, a group of 13-year-olds participate in a series of role-play scenarios where one is the teacher and the other is the student. The lack of discipline in this building astounds me. How can she run such a playhouse? If the martial diplomatic corps were run like this, there would be no law and order. Judging by the expression on Commander Vi's face, she shares my sentiments, but keeps her mouth sealed, knowing her place and that this is Headmistress Sminga's domain.
The first 2 levels are where our classrooms are, and the top 2 are the dormitories. The boys are on one floor and the girls are on another. They are kept separate to avoid entanglements. Some have already been assigned partners, but some are designated to live at the education center they are assigned to once they reach the age of majority. Every weekend, they are allowed to visit their assigned parental units.
Parental units? The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them, but my surprise at them being allowed to have a semblance of a family is too difficult to conceal.
Arbiters have no parental units. The Corps is our family.
Yes, replies Headmistress Sminga. We have learned that for them to function as efficient educators, it is ideal for them to experience social settings outside these walls so that they will be able to form connections with the children they will be teaching. So, when they arrive here as infants, they are assigned parental units, usually a couple who lives close by to the center, and are considered loyal citizens of Arel. We head outside to a field of grass that has just been mowed, as the fresh scent of cut lawn prickling our nostrils attests to, and physical education instructors coach a group of children on the proper technique for running. One blows a whistle, and 2 boys dart down a lane that is marked with white tape to the finish line, ending in a tie. Before they have a chance to bicker about who won and who did not, one of the instructors steps forward and says, "Now what have we learned here?"
"Nothing, sir,"
replies one of the boys. The instructor raises an eyebrow, but maintains a calm demeanor. I think back to the one time I dared tell Molars that I did not learn anything from one of his exercises and the punishment I received in return, amazed at the gentler manner in which they treat the students here. Nothing? Perhaps you should run the race again. Both boys shake their heads, and the distaste toward them for their objection to physical exercise fills my mouth. Sometimes, says the instructor, it does not matter if you win in the immediate future. What matters is if you win in the long term.
Commander Vi grunts her disapproval.
But, continues the instructor, unaware of her presence, sometimes no one wins. Sometimes we all lose. The instructor sees us for the first time.
"Line up!"
The students hustle in a mishmash fashion to form 2 lines, each standing with their hands by their sides, wondering why we are here. "Hello, children," greets Headmistress Sminga. "Let us welcome 2 of our arbiters who are here to inspect us." "Hello, arbiters," say the children in unison, and my jaw almost drops at the way they greet Commander Vi and me. In response, I salute them, snapping my heels together, an act that startles them. "Would you like to inspect them?" asks Headmistress Sminga, in that same soft voice, speaking to me as though I am a small child, which grates my nerves. I do not answer her with words, but stroll over to the 2 lines of students, walking in the same manner I have seen Commander Vi use. I mosey past the first line and spot one child fidgeting and stop in front of him. "Stand still," I snap at him. I continue to observe the daffodil-colored uniforms before me, reminded of the first flowers that bloom every spring, and pause in front of another student whose belly appears to be a little too soft. I pat his stomach with the back of my hand. It seems that you need to lay off the sweets and exercise more. Do you all not run an obstacle course every morning? They shake their heads, an act that was never accepted at the training facility. Answer me, I yell at them. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice that the headmistress jumped at my harsh command. Did she not discipline these students? No, ma'am, they say, and my ears pick up on a few that sound as though they are almost in tears. I face the instructor. You are their physical education teacher, are you not? Every morning you should have these students running an obstacle course to get them into physical shape so that they will bring honor to Arel. Yes, ma'am, says the instructor, stealing a quick glance at the headmistress. I walk up to her. I realize that this is your facility to run, but it is the Alpha Education Center. Should it not take pride in its students' physical well-being? You are correct, of course, replies Headmistress Sminga, and I have the impression that she agrees with anyone who challenges her so as to avoid conflict, and a pang of disgust fills me as I turn away from her. Is there anything else you wish to show us? Commander Vi asks. Yes, replies the headmistress, and the remainder of the morning is spent with us touring the cafeteria, the classrooms, and dormitories.
I have never seen a more ill-run school in all my years,
Commander Vi grumbles as we leave, accompanied by the headmistress, but I remain silent, believing that I was never meant to hear that statement. Our bracelets beep as a red dot flashes on them, warning us that there is trouble in the region. The headmistress gives us a quizzical look at first, but realizes that we are being summoned elsewhere, and as Commander Vi and I both rush out the entrance doors, she calls, "It was nice meeting you! Have a stupendous day!"
What's wrong? I ask, having never seen my wristband do this before.
Trouble, replies Commander Vi in between breaths as we run. I head for the platform to the rail car. No, this way! Changing direction, I hurry away from the platform and follow Commander Vi to a moving walkway. We hike down a set of stairs to a walkway that is just below the ground, allowing passerbys to only see the heads of those on it. Both of us shove people out of the way, not caring if they fall on the conveyor belt as we charge down the moving walkway, ignoring the shouts sent our way. We take the first exit off the loggia and jump on another one, ramming our way through a meandering crowd of people as they remain undecided about where they want to go. As we pick up our pace, the red spot flashing on our bracelets increases in rhythm, going so fast that it almost appears to be a constant decoration on it. I notice Commander Vi veer to the left and do the same. She swerves to the right to avoid a man standing in what is supposed to be the passing lane, and I follow suit, watching as she gets off the walkway and takes a set of stairs to the main road. The chaotic sounds of a mob hit my ears, telling me that we are close and it isn't long before I learn what has caused the problem. Other arbiters, with their batons and weapons drawn, join us as we reach the street and head for the source of the noise, while Commander Vi unholsters her firearm. We plow into the crowd, delving deeper into the mass of irate shouts, waving fists, and thrown Molotov cocktails that burst into a spray of flames. Strong arms throw me to the ground and I land on all fours, receiving a kick to my stomach as I try to stand up. Gasping for air, I spot a blur of black and face it, seizing the boot that heads for me, giving it a hard twist, forcing the person it belongs to plunge to the pavement, crashing onto the hard surface. Another kick is aimed in my direction. I jump to my feet and dodge the blow, while bending low to evade a fist swinging for me. In the distance, I hear Commander Vi's voice as she issues orders to the other arbiters, while defending herself from a group of 3 people who have cornered her. I pull out my baton, appreciating the snapping sound it makes as it unfolds into a forearm-length piece of harmful metal. A plebeian man charges me. I swerve to the side, spinning around, whipping him with my baton. Before he has a chance to react, I pounce on him, placing my baton around his throat and fling him backwards until he slams into the ground with a grunt. His venomous eyes glare at me, and I see the desire to murder within them. Lifting my foot high, I ram the heel of my boot into his face, rendering him unconscious, feeling his jawbone shift under my weight as it breaks and hangs at an odd angle from his mouth.
The violent crowd grows as I lose myself in it, swinging my baton, striking fair-skinned and dark-skinned in the face, shoulder, chest, and legs, all in an effort to avoid being harmed myself. A hard object strikes me between my shoulder blades, propelling me forward, knocking me off balance as I stumble a couple feet. Two pairs of hands grab me, ripping my baton away from me, and drag me toward the center of the fray where more of the riotous mob wait, salivating over new prey. I struggle, kicking my feet. Managing to get an arm free, I ram my fist in the cheek of one and turn to the side, punching another, but before I can escape, more hands seize my free one and twist it around my back, threatening to break it. I dread what will become of me when a shadow appears and gloved hands seize one of my captors around the shoulders, ripping him away from me while flipping him in the air and kicking another in the head. The same hands grab me, steadying me, while a familiar voice screams, "Go!" I stare at Renal, amazed that he fights with such skill, wondering why he risked everything to rescue me. "Go!" he yells at me again. I find my baton on the ground, in the hand of a plebeian, and snatch it, while pulling out my weapon. Someone charges me when I try to run and I aim, squeezing the trigger, shooting him in the heart. A woman comes for me, screaming in a wild rage, and I shoot her in the neck, watching with a cold expression as she drops to the ground, clutching the wound as it sprays blood before her eyes rear up into her head, and she falls, face first, into a puddle of crimson water. Marching catches my attention, and I look up, noticing the group of arbiters armed with flamethrowers for the first time. I sprint from my position, whipping my baton, striking any who get in my way, dodging, twisting, and swerving as I go to avoid being struck myself, bursting from the chaos just as the first spray of fire plows into the rioters. Agonizing screams pierce my ears as dancing, humanoid-shaped fires dart and run in an effort to escape the pain that consumes them as their flesh cooks and falls from their bodies, until all that remains is exposed bone. One comes for me, waving her arms in a frantic motion, unaware of her actions, and I point my weapon at her, shooting her in the head before she reaches me. I spot another fiery rebel heading for Commander Vi, and my weapon echoes around me, drowning the shrieks that plague the square as I fire at him, stopping him before he reaches her. Those with the flamethrowers step forward, moving past me and the other unprotected arbiters, pushing their way further into the dispersing crowd as they spray their lethal inferno on any who resist them. People flee the scene. Not wanting them to escape, other arbiters chase after them, hunting them down. But I remain with Commander Vi, observing the manner in which she studies the scenario, her merciless gaze taking in every detail, and the most important one of all. Hidden from us during the bulk of the chaos, crouches a plebeian male with an Arelian female, clutching a pale-skinned child no more than 4 years of age. Wisps of smoke frame them as though attempting to capture this moment and seal it for eternity. Commander Vi marches to the couple and I take my place beside her. She snatches the child by the hair, ignoring her screams. "Please," begs the woman, her dark skin appearing luminous in the sunlight as bits of her permed hair stick to her tear-stained face. Commander V says nothing, but she does not need explanations to know who the child is and why the couple are embracing one another. They are part of a forbidden relationship. "Please let her go," the woman pleads, her voice faltering with each word as the cries of her child tear at her heart. "We did not mean for this to happen. Just let us go, please." "Go?" says Commander Vi in a mocking tone. "Go where?" "Outside the wall," the plebeian man replies, receiving a fist in the face for speaking without permission. "Outside the wall?" Commander Vi's grip on the child tightens, causing her to squeal. "No one goes outside the wall." The woman breaks down into a series of sobs, reading the unspoken message in Commander Vi's voice. "Noni," Commander Vi faces me, and I know that she is going to use this as a way of testing me. "You are the newly assigned arbiter to this region. I will let this be your decision. What are we to do with them? What does the law say?" I eye the pair hunkered before me. The law is clear. No Arelian citizen is to intermix with a plebeian, and any products of such a union are to be disposed of, unless they are of the proper complexion or physically strong, in which case they can serve Arel and become productive members of our society. Those caught in a forbidden union such as this are to be sent straight to the crematorium with no hearing.
Commander Vi gives me an approving nod for reciting the law so well. This child is too pale and weak, I continue. She should be disposed of accordingly. An arbiter snatches the screaming child from Commander Vi and shoves her in the back of an armored truck, just as a small fist-sized drone hovers nearby to capture every moment of my sentencing. "No, please," the woman wails, reaching for her child. "You," I approach the woman and the plebeian, "are found guilty of intermixing with a plebeian. There is no need to send you to the detention center for a hearing, as your infraction is obvious. You and the plebeian will be sent to the crematorium." "No!" the woman screams as Arbiter sees her and her plebeian lover, hauling them away to the armored vehicle, never to be seen again. I look at Commander Vi and receive an approving nod, but when I glance at Renal, all I get in return is a somber expression. I have done my duty as an arbiter of Arel. I should feel pride and exhilaration, but I feel empty, hollow. I have become molars. Chapter 11. New Additions. The clinking of metal forks on ceramic plateware dances in my ears, transforming into white noise as I eat a slice of ham, smothered in a semi-sweet sauce, surrounded by my fellow arbiters. We remain silent during our meal. Pointless conversation is not encouraged. My eyes flicker to Commander Vi's chair as it sits alone and vacant among the monotony of our breakfast routine. Where is she? Most days she is here, eating with us, making certain that we follow protocol and do not forget our place. But this particular morning, she has been difficult to locate, making her absence all the more mysterious and unsettling. Did something happen to her? Am I going to end up with a new mentor? I hope not. I have just memorized her eccentricities, what angers her and what pleases her, enough so that I should be able to navigate through the rest of this year without garnering her wrath too much. I finish my last forkful of ham and drain my glass of water, wishing I could have some of that cranberry juice that was served at the banquet. But sugary drinks are not allowed for arbiters, and our caloric intake is monitored. Though, judging by the beginnings of a round stomach on some, it does not stop them from sneaking in a few treats, and I know where I can go to get some juice if I wish. I just need to be careful not to overdo it, since I need to be certain that I can pass my biannual physical. Every arbiter is required to do a physical twice a year to ensure that we are maintaining our physical strength and well-being. I scoot away from the table, plopping my fork on my plate. A plebeian snatches it and wipes the area with a warm, moist white towel and leave the dining area, meandering into the corridor and to the lounge room. Not knowing where I am to be assigned today, Commander Vi has neglected to inform me of it. Where is she? Changing my mind, I veer from the lounge area and creep over to her office. Most do not go near it unless they have been summoned or have something to report, as it is best to leave her alone when she has confined herself in there. But curiosity is difficult to ignore and shove aside sometimes. Muffled voices spill from the cracked door to her office, intensifying as I draw closer, remaining in the shadows, not wanting to be caught by another arbiter or accused of spying, even though I am snooping. I peek through the crack and see footage playing on the wall monitor of the riot that took place a few days ago. I watch as images of people brawling or maiming one another repeat themselves, remarking at how watching it on a screen is very different from being caught in it. You can see why our presidents and the council are concerned. I freeze the moment I hear the man within her office speak. Molars. I thought I had left him behind at the training facility when I passed the gauntlet and received my assignment. What is he doing here? Yes, I can, Commander Vi replies in a cold voice of her own. This is the 5th riot in the last 3 months, says Molars. I'll handle it.
Like how you are handling them now? Are you questioning my methods? Demands Commander Vi. I have been in charge of the security of the Eastern Sector for 23 years, and in all that time we have had relative peace and stability.
Relative being the operative word here, says Molars. And in the last few years, that stability has been shaky at best. Perhaps if the council would let us rebuild our most important facilities, hospices, schools, factories, perhaps then
we would see less unrest. Are you questioning the council? The dangerous undertone in Muller's voice unnerves me. Stating a fact. We bear the brunt of these attacks, and our sector is always under a state of constant ruin because of it. It is up to the representative of this sector to... Oh, that's right. You had him arrested and executed. He broke the law and no one is above it? I understand, of course. You were merely doing your duty. He was sent to the fields, not executed.
Same result in the end.
I'm sure that he has already been replaced. For now, if you are unable to control these riots,
They will be contained.
I imagine the scowl on Commander Vi's face as she mouths those words to Molars. I hope so, says Molars, for your sake. The false sympathy in his voice spills from his words, and I know he has something planned. All my life I have known him, and not once in those 18 years did he ever exhibit affection for anything or anyone other than himself, and he always had a contingency plan to achieve what he wanted. I just wonder what it is he is after here in the eastern sector. Most people try to get to the northern or western sector, as they are more luxurious, so what is his interest here? One other thing, Muller says. Why was Mandy here in the eastern sector? I wouldn't know, replies Commander Vi.
You did not demand to know?
Of course I did, but I am a commander and she is a major. She outranks me and you know it. In fact, why are you asking me questions for which you already know the answer?
See to it that these riots are under control, or you might find yourself in a different position. Mullers heads for the door and I dart away from it, scurrying down the hall and hiding behind a corner, hoping that I was not seen or heard. I peek around the wall edge as Mullers exits Commander Vi's office and stomps down the corridor in the opposite direction, passing through the entrance doors into the outside world. A lump forms in my throat, and the thought of him being here, or worse, staying here, frightens me. Commander Vi steps out of her office and screams, "Noni!" Not wanting to be caught crouching behind this corner, as I know what will happen to me if I am, I creep down the hall, away from the corner, and to a door that leads to another room, which I pass through, and re-enter the same hallway on the other side of Commander Vi. "Noni!" I hurry up to my commanding officer and stop in front of her, saluting her. "What took you so long?" she demands, her foul mood evident, and I know who gave it to her. I say nothing, recognizing this to be a rhetorical question, and apologies show weakness. Before Commander Vi can say anything, an arbiter hurries up to us. "Excuse me, Commander, but there is someone here to see you. It is urgent." Her eyes flare in annoyance, but Commander Vi strides through the manor and into the foyer, with me trailing behind her, to see who has summoned her immediate attention. Standing in the middle of the grand room is Mandy, accompanied by two plebeians, a boy about my age and a girl who seems to be 10 years younger than him. The girl hides behind Mandy, but the male stands to the side and defiance fills his face, while Mandy waits in that patient manner of hers. "Major," says Commander Vi in a more respectful tone, compared to the one she used the day of the riot, "what might I do for you?" "I am here to deliver to you 2 new plebeians," replies Mandy. "Their owner has died and they have been assigned here." "I do not need more plebeians," says Commander Vi. "Were you asked if you needed them?" Commander Vi swallows back her retort, knowing what happens when one challenges assignments made by the regulatory boards of Arel. "Sheila!" The same plebeian girl who swept up a pile of paint chips on the day I first arrived here runs up to Commander Vi with bits of her hair spilling from the braid she keeps it in. "Take these 2 to the plebeian quarters and assign them duties." As they walk past, I realize that I have seen those 2 before. The girl was the one reprimanded by Molars on the night of the banquet for failing in her duties, and the male had wanted to do something, but Mandy had stopped him. Yet, something else seems familiar about the girl, but I cannot place it, and all plebeians look the same anyway. "I thank you for bringing them here," Commander Vi says to Mandy, "but another arbiter, one of lesser rank, could have done the job. There was no point in pulling a man from his duties to do a task that I can do. I am being assigned to a post outside the wall. It was no trouble for me to bring them here on my way out.
Is there anything else, Major?
No, that will be all. Mandy moves toward the door. Good luck with your assignment, Major. Pausing, Mandy gives Commander Vi a sardonic smile before looking in my direction and leaving. After Mandy has gone, Commander Vi turns toward me and says, "Grab your things. We're late." Late? Late for what? I check my belt and make certain that I have my firearm, baton, and the other items that arbiters are required to carry with them at all times when on duty. "No need, ma'am," I say, standing at attention, showing Commander Vi that I already have everything and hoping to impress her. "I am ready to proceed when you are." Her lips remain in a firm line and the scowl never leaves her face, a side effect from her morning encounter with molars. "Come along, Lieutenant Renal." As we march out the door, Renal drops the kale wrap he had been about to eat and runs out of the dining room, hurrying after us. None of us say a word as we follow Commander Vi to one of the stops for the trolley, hopping on it and taking it to the northern side of the eastern sector to a place where 3 cylindrical smokestacks form an ordered line with clouds of white smoke floating from their tops and vanishing in the sky. We have traveled to a factory. Chapter 12. The Factory. Renal and I follow Commander Vi as we march down the road, its pavement cracked and crumbling away in certain areas, to the gated entrance where 5 arbiters stand guard with their weapons raised and ready to shoot us, should we prove to be there for unsavory purposes. "Stop!" yells one of the guards. We all come to attention. "State your name and purpose here," demands the guard, and his confrontational demeanor toward Commander Vi surprises me. Shouldn't he be saluting her? "Commander Vi, serial number V21923. I am showing Arbiter Noni one of our factories so that she can better perform her duties. She is the newest arbiter to the eastern sector." Renal steps forward. "Lieutenant Renal, serial number R26389. I am here in accordance with regulations that 2 senior arbiters must be present when a newly commissioned arbiter visits a manufacturing plant for the first time." The guard turns to me and I realize that I also need to give my name and serial number. "Arbiter Noni, serial number N27461. The guard looks at the holographic images floating above his arm, emanating from his own wristband, confirming our identities, before switching it off and motioning for us to proceed while the gate opens. "Mind you, you will be under watch during your entire visit here. Any questionable actions on your part will result in you being shot. Understood?" "Yes, sir," we all say in unison. We pass through the barbed wire encased gate, and I move my eyes, taking in the fence that spreads away from it, encircling the manufacturing plant, wondering what sort of factory this is that would require it to have such heightened security. Rungs of metal are latticed together, forming tight, impenetrable bonds that allow nothing through, except for the small holes, just large enough for the barrel of a rifle to fit through undetected. Interspersed at even intervals are more guards dressed in full gear and the visors of their helmets pulled down, patrolling their assigned area, each watching us, waiting to see if we intend to cause trouble. "Keep your eyes forward," warns Commander Vi as we hurry down the curved road to the main building, our boots making soft thumps as we go, adding to the foreboding nature of this place. "Permission to speak, ma'am?" I ask her. Commander Vi nods, giving me her permission. "Why did they not salute you at the gate? Are you not the head arbiter of this sector?" "I am, but the factories are run differently. They do not answer to the head arbiter of the sector. Each factory answers to the Arelian Council or our presidents. They are independent from our authority." This is news to me. Never in my training were the recruits ever informed that the manufacturing plants are beholden to the council alone. "Each arbiter here is handpicked," Renal says, "having undergone the strictest of security measures. They will kill us if we step out of line." For the first time, I notice the red dot on his back. Slowing my pace, I spot a similar red dot on Commander Vi's back. Scolding myself for not realizing that snipers watch us, I match Renal's and Commander Vi's pace again, knowing that a third red dot is pasted to my back. I look up, without turning my head, and notice a small round shape along the roof of the building we head for.
a shape that does not seem to belong but can be missed by any with an untrained eye. More snipers line the wall that surrounds us, and the more guards I spot, the more curious I become about what is being produced. Not all factories are under such heavy protection.
A man stalks out of the steel door that melds into the factory building, stopping a few feet away, his eyes never leaving us, his simple uniform a stark contrast to the others who surround us dressed in full body armor. He stands at attention, his muscular arms by his side, his scowl growing by the second as we approach.
Commander Vi stops in front of him and salutes him. Renal and I do the same. Commander Vi reporting as requested.
As requested? She did not set this up, it was set up for her? The man's scowl could curdle milk, and for the first time, I see a trickle of sweat ooze down Commander Vi's temple.
You are 2 seconds late.
His sharp tone could slice through a beat with ease. Commander Vi says nothing, maintaining a rigid posture, and I mimic her stance. My name is Commandant Gazzini. All within this facility answer to me. You are here by invitation only. I know that last bit is a lie. We are here because, as has been explained numerous times to me, every new arbiter must learn all the aspects of the sector they're assigned to, and that includes any that are considered off-limits most days. This means that he was instructed to have us here, but is saving face, which is no surprise, because I have caught Commander Vi doing the same, pretending that she is in control, when in reality, she isn't.
You will do as you are instructed, Commandant Gazzini continues in that punitive tone of his. Touch nothing, speak to no one, and do not wander off.
He walks around us, checking the tattoos at the base of our necks, and the authenticity for each tattoo has a code written within it that cannot be duplicated or forged. Doing my best not to fidget under his sharp gaze, I keep my eyes peeled straight ahead, not daring to glance in any direction for fear that I will incur his wrath. And it occurs to me that his might be far worse than anything I have suffered under Molars or Commander Vi. He pulls out a scanner and runs it over our wristbands without a word, and I control my desire to flinch when he snatches my wrist, his strong fingers digging into my skin and leaving a few bruises. Both Renal and Commander Vi maintain stoic expressions when he seizes their wrists to scan their bands.
Enter, he barks.
We all march inside, passing through the smooth steel doors as they crawl open before us and seal shut once we are on the other side, entombing us in a darkened interior where despair and hopelessness pours from the cold walls and hollow ceiling. 2 guards await us, falling in next to us as we walk down the eerie hallway to another steel door that swings open upon our arrival, shutting on its own, like its predecessor, locking us in as we delve deeper into this sepulchre of fear, the unnerving silence broken only by the marching of our feet. I study our escorts, while pretending to not be interested in them at all, and notice something familiar about one of them. I would recognize that pompous gait anywhere. Trevor's? I whisper, forgetting to control my mouth. It travels throughout the corridor, bouncing off the walls and the ceiling, intensifying in its volume, despite the soft voice I had used to utter the name. In response to my unchecked outburst, the guard I have accused of being one of my fellow recruits rams the butt of his weapon into my stomach, causing me to double over as the world fades around me. A high-pitched squeal escapes my lips as I try to inhale, finding it difficult to breathe. Within seconds, while I roll on the metal-plated floor, Commandant Gazzini yanks the firearm from the guard I accused of being Trevor's and strikes him in the head with it, knocking his helmet off, proving that I had been correct in my guess. I watch from my fetal position as Trevor's falls to the floor, holding his head and trying to remain conscious, not daring to look into Commandant Gazzini's callous eyes, while fresh blood dribbles from his mouth. He remains on all fours, and I almost do not recognize him as he seems to have lost his confident and cocky persona, one that I had come to know full well while at the training facility. I think it odd that he is here because I remember him being assigned to one of our wealthier sectors. I did not give you permission to assault my guests, Commandant Gazzini chastises him, while Renal and Commander Vi continue to stare straight ahead, not daring to move to assist me.
Trevor's remained silent. Did he receive a more horrendous assignment than me? Despite how much I loathe him, watching him suffer this man's abuses tugs an ounce of sympathy from me. Get up!
Travers jumps to his feet, putting his helmet back on and hoisting his weapon to his side. Commandant Gazzini faces me while I remain on my side, steadying my breathing and doing my best to ignore the crippling pain in my stomach. I will excuse your inexperience for now, but one more unsanctioned act here and you will never leave. Understood?
Yes, sir, I say, trying to sound more confident than I feel. Realizing that I will receive no assistance, I roll onto my stomach, pushing myself to my hands and knees before standing up, doing my best not to go too fast where I would become dizzy.
Commandant Gazzini marches ahead of us, and we all fall in line behind him, passing through a third steel door from a world of silence to a new universe drowning in noise. The harsh grinding of gears as they turn, begging for oil to relieve the tearing of their metal parts. The whomping of conveyor belts as they wind their way through the lines of workers whose swift hands snatch items, replacing them seconds later. And the sharp whistles of steam as it escapes from narrow pipes in a vain effort to relieve the pressure building up within the thundering furnaces, making my ears beg for a reprieve. As I watch the metal parts that snake their way through the sweat-soaked and grease-stained workers, I recognize them, realizing why this place has so much security.
Welcome to the munitions factory, says Commandant Gazzini. This is just one of 4 within Arel. He stomps over to a rail and leans on it, spreading his hands wide as he looks down upon his domain. His gaze observes everything, taking in each sight, each movement of the workers' hands, each leap of the flames within the furnaces, while a satisfied smile stretches across his black lips.
I step toward the railing, my tentative movements not going unnoticed, wanting to see more, but afraid of angering this man who seems to frighten Travers more than Molars ever did. Yes, come forward. Commandant Gazzini wraps an arm around my shoulders, pulling me forward and into the grimy rail that sizzles when droplets of water land upon it. Look upon this grand design. The pride in his voice is unmistakable, but it seems to be more than just egotism, but a firm belief that he serves Arel better than most.
I allow him to place me where he wants me, so that I can glimpse this manufacturing plant in its full glory. Below us are 20 lines of conveyor belts, each littered with parts that will be fitted into weapons for arbiters like myself, so that we may protect Arel from threats. Workers surround each belt, their hands moving with a speed I never thought possible, as their attention stays focused on their task, never looking up to see who has come to visit them, not caring. They know their duty and perform it, never faltering, never wavering. At first, I do not see it because of the grime and soot that cover each of their faces, but as I study them, I notice that some of the laborers are dark-skinned, while others are fair-skinned, and they work side by side. Commandant Gazzini must have read my thoughts, because he knew what questions loomed in my mind before I had a chance to voice them. Here, there are no titles, no status, nothing, but the same goal for everyone: to manufacture arms and ammunition. The people you see here are plebeians deemed too volatile to operate outside these walls, and former citizens of Arel who have been convicted of various crimes, but are able-bodied. Sending them to the crematorium would be a waste, so they were sent here to work as a way of atonement. They have been stripped of their citizenship and have already had their trials, so any who break the rules here are dealt with swiftly and accordingly. I watch the sea of deadened faces illuminated by the orange and yellow flames in the furnaces below them as they perform their tasks in mechanical fashion, appearing to be more machine than human. Narrow staircases lead to the factory floor, while another delves even further into the depths of hell, where the furnaces are, each the size of a 2-story home, their wide bases thirsting for more fuel to feed roiling flames that stretch into the funnels above them, which allow the noxious fumes to escape. Tiny shadows move in front of the openings to each boiler, shoveling coal into them, never quenching the eternal hunger of the fires that yearn for more.
Please, Commandant Gazzini says, stretching out his arm over the factory floor, indicating that I should feel free to wander among those cursed to toil here.
I obey the Commandant, not even glancing at Commander Vi for approval, as her authority does not exist here, a fact Commandant Gazzini made quite evident. I mosey over to the top of a stairwell, unsure if I should wait for my superior officers to follow me or not, but soon realize that only I have been given permission to explore,
as Renal and Commander Vi remain rooted where they are. My left foot drops downward, settling on the first step, the metal grating creaking as it absorbs my weight. I descend further. The spiraling stairs shift under my movements, and a bolt pops free of its hold, sending my heart rate racing at the lack of repair in this facility, and my hand reaches out, grasping the rail. Pursing my lips, I regain my balance and place my hands by my side, doing my best to maintain a regal posture, not wanting to display fear or weakness. A handprint sheds light on the rusted copper exterior of the rail, standing out among the black soot and sludge that covers it. I crane my neck and look at Commandant Gazzini. His phlegmatic expression betrays nothing as his unwavering eyes watch every move I make, waiting for me to make a mistake. This is another test. His test.
I place my foot on the next step, not bothering to grab any sort of support as the stairwell shifts, swaying to the side, reminding me of the ropes we were forced to climb at the training facility as they danced in the breeze when not in use. With determined steps, I descend downward, ignoring the rocking motion of the staircase, clamping my mouth shut and keeping my gaze focused on my goal, unwilling to show any sign of surprise. The soft clink of another bolt striking the floor stands out among the roar of the furnaces. Refusing to change my pace, I continue as though nothing is wrong, and there is no reason for me to be concerned about my welfare. My foot touches solid ground. Relief washes over me, but I keep it to myself, maintaining my own stolid demeanor as I raise my head and stare into the apathic eyes of Commandant Gazzini. He turns to his left, with Travers, the other guard, Renal, and Commander Vi following after him, taking another staircase that had remained hidden from my sight.
"That staircase is used by our workers," he says, approaching me, and I am incensed that he does not bother to congratulate me for passing his test. "I suppose that someday I shall have to have it fixed, but why deny others the entertainment of watching someone go up and down it, wondering if it will be their last act in this world?" His languid tone frightens me. Was I nothing more than entertainment during those few moments it took me to go down the stairs, all to fulfill his disgusting need for amusement?
He stalks off, and I take up my position by Commander Vi's side as we follow him through the factory floor, ignored by the laborers as they remain focused on their tasks. This is where the bulk of our manufacturing is done at this plant. There is another building just like it that handles smaller things. The residents here live here. They do not leave. Beneath this building are their sleeping quarters and the mess hall where they are allowed 1 meal a day. Beneath? That means that it is underground. I study the people there, toiling over the conveyor belt, noticing, now that I am close enough to see their faces, their scrawny frames as their bones threaten to poke through their glistening skin, having no muscles to keep their skeletal structures constrained. Their hands move in automation, automatons whose sole purpose is to serve Arel. Not once did a pair of eyes glance at me or try to sneak a peek at me, not even to satisfy the smallest measure of curiosity, except one. A small flicker of movement attracts my attention. At first, I ignore it, thinking that it is just the way the light illuminates everything. It happens again. Pausing, I glue my eyes on the spectacle, watching as a woman pushes a cart, picking up the discards that have been flung into the aisles by those working the conveyor belt. I decide that there is nothing unusual happening, and I am about to focus my attention back on the commandant, when I notice the woman glance in our direction in a manner indicative of someone who has something to hide, a secret. Knowing that I am about to break protocol and incur the wrath of Commandant Gazzini and Commander Vi, I sneak away from them, heading toward the woman. Commandant Gazzini's continued talking means that he has not noticed my absence, but Travers did. He stops me, and I imagine the questioning look he gives me, shielded by his helmet. I point at the woman, her frayed hair sticking to her dark, sweaty face, as she meanders down the aisle toward a chute, picking up discards as she goes. Travers nods his head and I wander over to her, trying not to garner her suspicion, placing my hand on the holster of my weapon. She notices me. Bending low and reaching into the bottom shelf of the cart, she pulls out a small bundle that had been concealed under scraps of rubber and runs. I bolt after her, charging down the aisle as she heads for a disposal chute with her cherished bundle. Shots ring out as Travers fires at her, striking the wall next to the chute, but missing her.
She changes direction and heads for a set of stairs leading to the upper floor, but Travers fires another shot, causing her to detour. She charges to the center of the room, but I cut her off, ignoring the rage spilling from Commandant Gazzini's mouth as he issues orders and other guards appear, while the people working the conveyor belts wake from their stupor to watch the chaos as it unfolds.
Go that way! I yell at Travers as I pursue the woman down a staircase before he has a chance to follow behind me. To my surprise, he does not argue, but obeys my command. There is only one reason why he would do such a thing, to get back into Commandant Gazzini's good graces. The woman stomps down the stairs and veers to the right when she reaches the bottom. Not wanting to lose her, I jump over the railing and plummet the remaining 5 feet to the floor, scurrying to my feet and hurrying after her, while Travers bursts from the other stairwell, cutting the woman off. She stops. Panicking, and unsure of where to go or what to do next, she reverses course and darts around me, heading for the furnaces where she stops, trapped. She whirls around, clutching the bundle close to her, and the way her curls cover her brown face reminds me of the plebeian girl I had caught in an alley while on patrol. The angry cries spilling from it betrays the fact that it is an infant, another unregistered child. The woman's widened brown eyes stare at us, realizing that she has nowhere to go and has sealed her fate as well as that of the child's. The harsh clomps of Commandant Gazzini's boots march up behind Travers and me, and a cold sweat pools at the base of my neck at the sound of his irate voice. What the hell is going on here? Commander Vi and Renal stand behind him, mingling with other guards, and for a moment, I believe I see worry on her cast-iron features. In answer to his demands, I grasp the bundle the woman clutches, wrenching it from her bony hands, and hold the child out to Commandant Gazzini, and I am as shocked as the rest when they first see the infant. It's a plebeian child. Why would this dark-skinned woman risk her life for a worthless plebeian? I glance at the woman, but she ignores my confused expression, delivering a steel one of her own, daring us to punish her and determined to meet her fate with dignity.
Travers, explain this.
Travers salutes Commandant Gazzini and stands before him, taking his helmet off so that his words will not be muffled.
I noticed this woman acting in a peculiar manner.
That two-faced lying, he noticed nothing. I grip the infant tighter, ignoring it as it wails in pain, allowing my anger to seethe through, and I open my mouth to speak, but Travers talks over me.
And I instructed Arbiter Noni here to follow her, laying a trap for her.
Whose child is this? Commandant Gazzini demands of the woman. She refuses to answer. Enraged at being challenged, the Commandant slaps the woman, causing her to slam into the ground, her frayed hair covering her face.
The mother is dead, she spits at him, never raising her eyes to look at him.
Why did you not dispose of this child? Why risk your life for it?
The woman turns her head, facing Commandant Gazzini while remaining slumped on the floor. It's just a child, innocent, but you, all of you, have smothered your hands in blood.
Travers! Travers straightens his stance even more when Commandant Gazzini calls his name.
What is the punishment?
For a moment, I am thrown back to the varying instances when I found myself being asked a similar question by Commander Vi.
Death, sir, Travers replies.
Then what are you waiting for? Demands Commandant Gazzini.
Knowing what he is supposed to do, Travers walks up to the woman and lifts her to her feet, taking a step back before spiraling around and kicking her in the chest, sending her flying backwards and through the door to an open furnace. Her agonizing screams radiate around us as she is burned alive, and while a few grimace, hoping they are not seen doing so, a satisfied smile forms upon Commandant Gazzini's lips. He turns toward me. I am certain that you know what is done with unregistered children.
I know. I glance at the crying infant, its deafening cries indicating that it has a strong set of lungs and could grow into an able-bodied worker, but this would be its life. Despair and servitude. Unwavering eyes watch me, each belonging to an arbiter, each waiting to see what I will do, if I will uphold the law as is my sworn duty. The roars of the furnace pound my ears, drowning all other extraneous sounds and distractions, and I think of the crematorium, my destination, should I fail here.
I turn the child over in my arms so that its back faces me and place my fingers at the base of its delicate neck. It is not difficult to do. It takes very little pressure. Its anguished cries cease the moment I feel the vertebrae in its neck snap and its arms and legs fall limp. My superior's unforgiving gaze descend upon me, waiting for me to perform the next expected task. I toss the dead baby into the furnace. Commandant Gazzini steps closer to me, his icy gaze bearing down upon me, but I keep my focus straight ahead, not daring to look at him, unless ordered to.
His sticky breath moistens my cheek as he whispers into my left ear, "An arbiter after my own heart."
I remain at attention, and a brush of cool air slaps me when he moves away, snapping his fingers at his guards, who fall in line behind him, followed by Commander Vi and Renal, while I take my place at the rear, feeling dread as his words repeat themselves over and over in my mind. Chapter 13.
Guilt's conscience.
My face stings as raindrops stab my cold skin, despite how numb it feels from being out in the chill, moist air. Harsh breaths form before me, matching each step my flying feet take as I run the path in the outdoor courtyard of the manor, my heavy boots squishing into the soaked lawn that resembles a pond more than a mowed quadrangle of silky grass. The wind kicks up. My body screams at me to give in to the chill and go back inside, but I push myself to run faster, lifting my feet higher and smashing them into the ground, leaving jagged footprints in the soggy mess of the courtyard, and ignoring the bits of mud that splatter on the sides of my boots, forming oval splotches. Rain pelts my bare shoulders, and for a fleeting moment, I remember that I should have worn my jacket, but shake my head because I do not want to get it dirty. Thunder rolls through the clouds. The rainy season has arrived. I push harder. With each circle I make on the track, my steps splash harder in the water, sending droplets of brown water into the air, soaking the bottoms of my pants. I ignore the cold. I ignore the pain of the stabbing rain. My mind refuses to calm itself, to stop harboring the images of the infant. In vain, I tried to sleep last night, but sleep eluded me, flirting with me, allowing me a few blissful moments of dozing before jerking me awake and teasing me, reminding me of the way a cat toys with its prey before delivering the final stroke. If only I could have been allowed to close my eyes, but each time I did, I saw the infant's frightened face. I run faster. My arms swing at sharp angles by my side as I extend my legs, forming long strides to obey my demands. The rain pours, shielding me from prying eyes, preventing me from looking upon the city I am sworn to serve, to protect. But I failed to protect. It was a plebeian child. I upheld the law. I did as I was trained. So why is there this gnawing sense of guilt pushing against the barriers of my mind, begging to be released? I run even faster. My lungs burn for air and scream at me to stop, to let them breathe and give them a rest. I cannot rest. I must keep running. Running keeps my mind occupied. It prevents me from dwelling on recent events. My foot slips on the slick grass and I lose my balance, tumbling forward, and I roll across the ground, getting covered in water and grass clippings, despite my feeble attempts to catch myself. Curtains of rain surround me, enveloping me as I lay on the ground in a puddle that stretches from my nose to my ankles, and mud oozes over my back while bits of it fall from my chin. Soft plops echo in front of me. I look up and watch as the toes of a pair of black boots materialize in front of me, challenging the weather to do its worst. A hand appears before my eyes, opened in a welcoming gesture. I take it, and a strong arm heaves me from my embarrassment on the ground and to my feet, while another hand wraps a jacket around my muddied shoulders. Not the best weather for a run, is it? The kindness in Renal's voice startles me. I have never heard him sound harsh, but nor has he ever sounded this benevolent, as though he cared about what became of me. I'm just trying to stay in shape, I say.
Come.
I do not argue. Not that I believe I am in any position to put up much of a fight, so I allow him to guide me over to an awning that is a few feet away from the nearest door into the manor, but protects us from the sky's furious tears. I have found myself out here on many occasions when I feel restless.
I'm not restless, I snap.
In response, Rinal gives me a doubtful look and raises an eyebrow, telling me that I am not fooling him. There comes a time in every arbiter's life when they start to be plagued by the faces they meet.
You mean the people we detain?
He nods his head. Some call it guilt. It troubles some sooner than others, and it appears that it has latched itself onto you for the moment. I keep my mouth shut. Guilt? Why should I feel guilty for doing my duty to Arel?
I think Commander Vi has been pushing you too hard, but yesterday, no one could have spared you from dealing with the unregistered child, except for Commandant Gazzini, but he is a man. Well, some believe that he is not human. You are a good arbiter, Noni, and you have more than proven your loyalty to Arel. Then why can't I sleep?
Rena looks around and I notice a few stripes on his shoulder that stretch beneath his undershirt, stripes that match my own. Listen to me very carefully. You did as you are supposed to. You must push these other thoughts away. Do not dwell on them. So I'm not the only one?
Reno gives me a questioning look.
You said that guilt plagues some sooner than others. That means that others have found it difficult to do their duty. What happened to them?
Some learned to separate themselves from it, others could not escape it, and the fires in the crematorium burned even brighter than in the past. I knew a man once. He was an arbiter like yourself and had to perform a similar task, dealing with an unregistered child.
What happened to him?
He lost his mind, tried to assassinate a member of the council, and the dogs that guard the wall had a feast that night.
The downpour continues, creating a melody that lulls one into a calm silence.
Just remember your training. Remember who it is you serve.
Is that what you do? I ask Renal, trying not to stare at the marks on his shoulder. I have other reminders. I give him his jacket back. He tries to refuse, but I shove it in his waving hands and thank him. The door is not far, and I am already wet, so what does it matter if I get a little more rain on me? He takes it and gives me a reassuring smile, leaving me to wonder what other reminders he referred to, but I dare not ask. Some things are best left untouched. Leaving Renal alone under the awning, I jog back to the manor and hurry inside, not caring that my boots track mud in, until I see the same plebeian girl I had seen my first day here. She tries her best not to show her ire at me leaving mud prints, but I read her facial expressions and know that she is thinking about the time she will now have to spend cleaning it up. Doing something I have never done in the past, I take my boots off, holding them so that no more mud will drip onto the carpet, and carry them up the stairs to my room, passing the new plebeian boy that Mandy had brought by as he cleans an adjoining room and tries to not watch me. Once in my room, I change out of my wet clothes and into a dry uniform, putting the rain gear on over it in preparation for my patrol duty. I stare at my boots, the last item I need to put on, and the mud that still adorns them, masking their polished exterior, a color that is a bit darker than my skin tone. I reach for them, but pause when I remember the girl cleaning the carpets. Sighing, I snatch a rag from the pile of dirty clothes that I need to send down for the wash and wipe the mud off my boots, performing another task that I have never done before. When done, I place my sore feet into my boots. The blisters on the balls of them burn as I put my weight on them, a constant reminder and side effect of my position, and I lace them up. Ready to report for duty, I scoop up my dirty clothes, admonishing myself for not dealing with them earlier as untidiness is frowned upon, open my door, and stop when met by a startled squeak. In front of me stands the new plebeian girl that Mandy had dropped off. She jumps to her feet. The brush she had been using to scrub a stain out of the carpet dangles from the tips of her tiny fingers, and individual strands of her blonde hair frizzes, pulling away from her head because of the extra humidity in the air. I shove the pile of clothes into her slender arms, causing her to take 2 steps backwards. I want these washed and pressed by the end of the day, I tell her. Yes, ma'am, she replies in a quiet voice, keeping her eyes downward. What is your name? I demand, knowing I needed to call her something other than new girl. Gwen, ma'am. I pause. Her voice sounds familiar. I remember it. The girl I had tried to stop during my night patrol had blonde hair, at least.
It looked blonde in the pale light. I take bits of her hair, wrapping them in my fingers, but being careful not to cause her harm, and stretch it across her face so that only her gray eyes are visible. My mind works overtime, trying to piece together the fragments of that night, but something about her is familiar. Is she?
I can take those and have them washed, says a voice. It will allow her to finish cleaning the carpets.
Snatched from my attempt to remember why I thought I had seen her before, I look up and see the same plebeian boy, my age, I assume, so close to being considered a man, walking up to us with a duster in his grimy hands.
Did I ask you for your assistance? I snap at him.
No, ma'am. Gwen, you will have these washed and pressed in addition to your other duties. If you cannot manage to accomplish your tasks, then we will find another place for you. The girl Gwen bows her head and nods, indicating that she understands my threat.
I stomp down the corridor, but stop next to the boy that had interrupted me. Name?
Chase, he replies. Without warning, I raise my fist and backhand him across the mouth, drawing a few droplets of crimson blood. You will not interrupt me again, and you will only speak when spoken to. Understand? The boy refuses to wipe the blood from the edges of his lower lip, keeping his eyes downcast as he says, and the disdain in his voice is quite evident.
Yes, ma'am.
The rain beats against the pane of glass in the window, reminding me of what I will be spending my day in, and a thought strikes me. If I have to spend the day soaked, there is no reason why he cannot also. I want you to clean the equipment outside. Satisfied that I have gotten my point across, I hurry down the stairs and out the door to my patrol duties. Time passes at its normal pace as I make my rounds, following my own system of wandering the streets and checking each of my assigned areas, a system taught to me by both Commander Vi and Renal, which I modified to suit me. Anemic sun rays poke through the clouds at odd intervals before the sun disappears again behind the charcoal obstructions as rain continues to pour, making me glad that I have my rain gear. The streets are quiet, even the walkways are sparse, as people must have decided to remain indoors on a day like this. I head to a moving walkway that is protected under a roof to get out of the rain for a while. Something smacks into my back. Startled, I whirl around wondering what has just struck me, and why. Mud slaps my face and I rear my head back, wiping its slimy essence off my skin as a boy's laughter fills my ears. He bolts. I chase after him, splashing in the puddles that fill the holes within the pavement, catching up to him, grabbing his coat and yanking him off his feet. What was the meaning of that? I demand, my anger at having mud thrown at me rising.
Arbiters are mindless drones that do the bidding of the council, he spits.
Interesting. Where did you get such a notion? No answer. Tell me! I shake him in an effort to force him to tell me. No one! Wails the boy, not wanting to tell me the truth. It doesn't matter. There are ways of getting the truth from people. Do you realize that slinging mud at an arbiter constitutes assault and that assaulting an arbiter is a crime? Fear fills the boy's face. You'll have to answer for this, I say. The boy struggles to get away, but my grip remains firm as I drag him through the streets to an information booth in the rain, which seems to have picked up. I place the boy's palm on the screen on the side of the booth, and his information pops up, listing his name and guardians, telling me that he is one of those few children permitted to be adopted by a couple who had applied for such a privilege. To give the illusion of familial relationships, Arel will allow some to adopt children. The parents do not get to choose the child, as all selections are random, and they will follow in the footsteps of their adoptive parents, meaning that if the guardians are bakers, then their adopted child will be a baker, though sometimes exceptions are made. I scan the screen. No prior infractions. For the infraction of assaulting an arbiter, recommend questioning the guardians as well, I say when prompted to give my reason for the arrest.
A panel slides open, revealing the detainment box, and I shove the boy into it, ignoring his protests and promises to never throw mud at me again. He clings to the side of the opening, forcing me to pry his fingers away from the doorframe. He is no match for me, and with one final push, he slams into the back of the box and the panel slides close, cutting off his pleas for forgiveness and cries of remorse.
My stomach growls. Checking the time, I realize that it is close enough to lunch and I know just where to go. Turning away from the booth, I head to the only place, according to Renal, to get a meal.
I open the door to the diner that Renal had taken me to my first day in the eastern sector and step through, entering a bustling world of cheerful banter, and I am inundated with the tantalizing aroma of sausage roasting on a spit. Listening to my stomach growl as my nose takes in the spiced vegetables, fresh-baked bread, and herbed chicken roasting on another spit, I take off my rain gear and wrap it around my arm, not wanting to drip water all over the wood floor.
Come in, greets Segal, the proprietor, taking my raincoat from me and hanging it on a hook by one of the fireplaces so that it can dry. I'll take that. Again, I find myself amazed that he is not frightened of or even cautious around an arbiter, which seems to be the habit of many within Arel. I smile at him and stroll through the diner to a secluded table near the back, where I can observe everything around me, but remain unnoticed. Within seconds of me sitting down, Segal's wife places a tumbler full of a pink-colored juice drink in front of me.
"Whatever you have for your special today," I tell her when she looks at me for my order.
The woman smiles. The genuineness of it causes her face to glow with a natural charm that is not seen much in my city, and whisks away, the bracelets on her wrists clinking as she does, and weaves her way through the bustling crowds as though performing a waltz. I sip my drink. Strawberry. I like it. Out of the corner of my eye, I spot a woman carrying a child, a jubilant smile on her face as she shows off her offspring to Segal, who commends her on having such a beautiful baby. The green papers in her left hand indicate that she had been approved to adopt an infant, and it is only a few months old. Once all newborns reach 3 months, they are brought into the hospices for a full physical examination, the second one of their life, and new papers are issued. I watch as Segal's wife takes the baby and holds it in her arms. A maternal grin crosses her lips, while memories of the woman in the factory fill my mind. Her ash-covered face, coated in streaks from the sweat that dripped down her skin, glares back at me with vehemence as she challenges the authority of Arel. She possessed a similar facial structure as Segal's wife. Perhaps they were related. Cousins, maybe. I will never know.
A sharp wail strikes my eardrums, thrusting my wandering mind back to the furnaces in the factory, as I recall the harsh screams of the plebeian infant while I held it in my arms, until I silenced it. It had no mother to wrap it in her loving embrace, much like the woman in the diner is doing to her child. It had no one to comfort it, to tell it everything will be all right, that the nightmare was just that, a dream. It only had me. It only had.
I place my hands over my ears to block out the harsh cries of the infant, but it passes through them, determined to taunt me, to remind me of what I should not be feeling. My hands slap the hard surface of the table in frustration, their sudden movements knocking my drink over and spilling pink liquid all over as it oozes over the edge and drips onto the floor, forming a sticky puddle. Before I have a chance to reach for a napkin, Segal's wife is upon the mess and cleans it with a blue towel. She must have the eyes of an eagle.
"Sorry," I apologize, but she remains silent, giving me another of her genuine smiles, and places a fresh glass of strawberry juice on the table to replace the one I have spilt.
The chair across from me scoots away from the table as someone sits in it. "You should have told me that you were coming here," says Renal.
I scold myself for not seeing him, nor hearing him approach. Vigilance is a necessity if you wish to remain alive, and I have failed, allowing myself to become wrapped up in my own thoughts, my own troubles, my conscience. Do not dwell on it. That was Renal's advice to me this morning, and I must adhere to it. Guilt is for the guilty, and I am an arbiter performing my duty. So why do I feel otherwise?
"I did not know I was coming here until a few minutes ago," I reply. That is true enough. Some days, while on patrol, I do not have time for a meal, so I do not plan on stopping at any eatery, deciding that it is best to just wait and see, and take it on a day-by-day basis. Been here long? Long enough to enjoy Segal's daily special. You recommend it? Of course. I lean closer,
having a question burning on my mind that I've been wondering about for some time. Might I ask you something? Depends on what you want to ask. I have noticed that there are a lot of children in the eastern sector, and it's probably not just here. That is not unusual. We have a hospice here. Unregistered children. I lower my voice so as not to attract the attention of unwanted ears. Rinal gives me a pensive look, but remains silent. Back at the hospice, there was the councilman with 3 children, all unregistered. When the riot took place, another unregistered child was found, and at the factory was a 3rd. That is a lot of children being born outside of the breeding centers. Where are you going with this? Asks Rinal, but the cautious tone of his voice hints that he already knows what I'm about to ask. The sterilization additives put in the city's water supply to control the population. Is it not working? I do not intend to cause trouble, but I cannot help but wonder. Since I reported for duty in the eastern sector, I have seen an unusual amount of unregistered children. There have always been a small percentage of kids born because the sterilization additives do not work on everyone, but they work on the majority of the population, or so I was told at the training academy. You silence that questioning tongue of yours right now. Renal's abrupt anger and unusual harshness catches me off guard, and I back away from him. He softens his eyes and leans closer, glancing around to make certain that we are not overheard. Forget the question you just asked me. But cast it far from your mind. What you have seen, what you have witnessed, forget it all.
It is difficult. You must do it.
Disappointment grabs me by the shoulders, threatening to throw me off the chair as I stare at Rinal, angered that he refused to answer my question. I cannot be the only one to have noticed this. The population must be controlled, otherwise we will face famine and people will die, though many have already died and some by my hand. I cast aside the remnants of guilt that ebb at the base of my subconscious mind before it has a chance to take hold of me. I am an arbiter, an enforcer of the law. I have no time for remorse when all I've done is fulfill my duty. But what if...
No ifs. Rinal cuts me off.
The additives work. You must keep telling yourself that, and never under any circumstance speak of this again. If anyone were to hear you... Rinal allows his voice to trail off, leaving his statement hanging open. But I understand his meaning. Asking unwarranted questions is not allowed. I knew a fellow recruit at the training facility who questioned everything around him. I never saw him again, nor was his name ever mentioned. It was as though he never existed.
You are an arbiter. You will do your duty, Rinal says to me. You will find, Noni, that some things are not as they told you while in training. You will notice things. You may even start to wonder about these strange incidents, but do not speak of them or ask about them. Promise me that you will never bring up this subject again.
A note of desperation fills Rinal's voice, and a part of me is curious about his past. Did he lose someone? Did he once ask the wrong question and was reprimanded for it?
I promise, I whisper.
And as for the plebeian infant, begins Rinal, remember what I said to you this morning. Do not dwell on it. Emotions are luxuries that arbiters cannot afford to have. Luxuries? I have never thought of them as such. Mollers always described emotions as burdens best left behind. I understand, I say. A pleased smile crosses Rinal's face, and I look to see where my food is. On the far side of the room is Segal whispering to another man. They split up, and the man creeps over to a back room, looking around before disappearing behind a plain, rust-colored door, while Segal chats and jokes with his customers, worming his way to the same door and ducking behind it. I sit up straighter, craning my neck for a better look, but before I am able to see anything more, a curved shape appears in front of me, blocking my view of the back room. Segal's wife has arrived with my food. She places the platter in front of me, along with another glass of juice to replace the one I have emptied. Will there be anything else for you? She asks, remaining between me and my line of sight of the back room. No, thank you, I reply. You enjoy your meal. She pauses next to Rinal before leaving. And you, don't you go helping yourself to her lunch. You've already had yours.
Wouldn't dream of it, jokes Rinal.
When she leaves, Seagal is back in the main dining area, participating in a bout of banter with a group of customers as though he has been there the entire time, and I find myself doing the very thing Renal has just warned me about, wondering about something that is best forgotten. What was Seagal doing back there? And who was that man? I shake the inquiries from my mind as I glance at Renal, and his warning about asking too many questions storms through my mind. My food grows cold and I have no desire to eat it that way. I take a forkful of twice-baked sweet potato and savor it, allowing the combined flavors of garlic, cinnamon, and parsley to waft over my tongue. As I savor every moment of my meal, my eyes dart in Seagal's direction, and I notice him looking at me as he talks to his wife. But before I can wonder about their conversation, he looks away and continues bantering with the group he is with.
The television monitor in the room flashes red before blowing up and forming a wall-sized, three-dimensional image of Ulani, the premier news reporter of Arel, appears. All chatter ceases and people hold their utensils, filled with bites of food, in midair as they look up and wait for the announcement to follow.
"We interrupt your normal programming for breaking news," Ulani says in her usual business-like manner, her rose-colored suit pairing well with the nature of the report. Riots have broken out in the southern sector. Images of people running in the streets with homemade explosives, torches, and anything they could find to use as a weapon fill the screen, followed by footage of screaming children, a destroyed hospice, and a burned education center, as people voice their discontent with the leadership of our presidents. Fires engulf the southern sector as our brave arbiters attempt to stop the rampage. More images of arbiters in full riot gear tearing into the crowd, holding hoses that release powerful streams of water, while others resort to their weapon, fill the room, engulfing all within the diner. It is believed that a small group of terrorists are responsible for this riot, but we will not know for certain until an investigation can take place. For now, all citizens of Arel are encouraged to stay in their homes. Curfew will begin at 3 for your safety until the riots have ended. We will keep you informed of further updates. The three-dimensional images disappear as the television screen returns to its normal size and goes blank. No one speaks. Seagal's wife hands boxes to patrons who wish to take their food with them, while their daughter takes the payments in a quick and steady fashion, scanning people's wristbands and deleting their rations from their accounts.
"Let's go," says Renal, standing tall and zipping up his jacket.
Go? Commander Vi will want us to report in before sending us where we will be needed, to make certain that the riot does not spill over into the eastern sector.
That makes sense. I take one longing look at my unfinished meal, cursing the rioters for interrupting my chance to eat. They could have waited another half hour, as I zip up my own jacket and follow Renal outside, where we run to the nearest detainment kiosk, which also serves as a communication station in emergencies. He scans his wristband and a screen pops up, demanding to know his name.
Lieutenant Renal, serial number R26389. The screen flashes green and a trapdoor opens, revealing a two-seater car. Before he is able to move, another screen opens, asking if he is alone.
"No," answers Renal.
In response, the screen angles toward me, demanding to know my name as well. I give it and scan my wristband. The trapdoor remains open, and before I have time to consider what I am supposed to do, Renal shoves me over the edge into the track below.
"Get in!"
He yells at me as he drops beside me and takes a seat in the underground car. I situate myself in one of the seats, strapping the harness around me just as a glass casing closes around us, forming a protective barrier from what is to come next. It speeds forward. My body slams into the back of my seat, threatening to push through it and come out the other side as the gravitational force takes hold, making me glad that we at least had the protective glass shield to protect us from the rush of air. The track turns to the left and the shuttle follows it, causing me to lean sideways as I attempt to compensate for the sudden change in motion. The track takes a sharp swerve to the right. Again, the car follows it and I find myself jerked to the left and pressing into Renal, the straps of the harness digging deep into my skin and cutting through my jacket.
"Just follow my lead when we get there," Renal says.
I want to ask him questions. I want to demand what is going on. I thought we were to report to Commander Vi, but it appears that our orders have been changed without any forewarning.
Red flashing lights streak past us as we continue our trek underground. I try to look around at the tunnel I am in, its polished steel walls reflecting the movement of the car, which looks more like a blur as we careen down the tracks, instead of an actual transport. Pipes run from the floor to the ceiling and stretch across it in an ordered fashion of parallel lines and sharp angles, all forming a sense of order with their symmetry.
We take another turn, and my head slams into the side of the glass as I am thrust to the right. With each second, my heart beats faster, skipping every other beat as my breathing quickens from nerves and the uncertainty of where I am being sent. Before I have a chance to calm myself, the car jerks to a stop and I thrust forward. Only the harness prevents me from flying through the glass shield, and I grip the edge of my seat for a bit of added security, though it does little to prevent the momentum from flinging me forward. Once stopped, my body slams into my seat, and I remain there for a moment, regaining my senses. But that moment ends when Renal seizes my shoulders and yanks me from the car, pushing me toward a stairwell that leads upward and to another trapdoor. In front of the stairwell are other arbiters, some of whom hand out riot gear, while others take it and put it on.
Renal steers me to the people parceling out the gear. Before I have a chance to comprehend what is happening, an armored vest, helmet, and weapon are rammed into my arms. I do not need to be told what to do next. I place my armored vest on, having only worn one once before while as a recruit in the training facility. But this is different. Now I will be wearing it to put down an actual riot, one that must be worse than previous incidents if they are handing out protective gear. Ripping Velcro fills the tunnel around me, drowning the murmurs that spread among the other arbiters as they strap on their gear and ready their weapons with a series of clicks that rattle off the walls into my ears. Renal is dressed before I have secured the first strap of my vest. He takes one look at me, and without a word, his hands fly over the other straps, fastening them and securing the vest, making certain that it fits tight against my skin. No smugness fills his eyes, just his methodical movements ensuring that I am prepared. I put on my helmet and hold my weapon, ready to meet whatever is on the other side of the door. "Stay close to me," says Renal, his helmet muffling his words.
I nod.
Boots stomping on metal, grated stairs erupt into a chorus of rhythmic thumps as we run upward to the door and pass through it, spilling onto the street above. Sunlight blinds me for a second as my eyes adjust, which does not take too long thanks to the darkened visor of my helmet, and I follow the arbiters before me, allowing them to lead. A quick glance around tells me that I am no longer in the eastern sector, but the southern one. A long, slender object flies overhead and plummets to the ground, landing in the middle of the crowd of arbiters that I am with, sending a metallic clink to my ears, a hollow sound that stands out among the shouts and screams that surround me. A hand seizes my right shoulder and shoves me to the ground, away from the mysterious object just before it detonates and sends a shockwave in a 360-degree radius that rips through anyone in its path. People writhe on the pavement, gripping their injuries as they wallow in pain, while a few try to stand despite their wounds. Stunned from the blast, I aim my weapon at a person running through the crowd and fire, not knowing if he is part of the riot and not caring. Renal pulls me back to my feet. He points me toward the crowd and I nod, telling him that I understand and follow him. We charge toward the chaos, joining the other arbiters as they attempt to quell the riotous crowd. A man runs toward me. I fire at him and he drops to the ground, still clutching a Molotov cocktail. Before it has time to explode, I scoop it up and throw it into the melee where it bursts in midair, pelting those near it with shards of glass. Another charges Renal. I plow into him, shoving him out of the way, bringing my weapon up and blocking the knife that the rioter thrusts at me, kicking him in the stomach. He doubles over and I ram the butt of my weapon into the back of his neck, knocking him to the ground. In an instant, I scoop up the knife and throw it at another rioter as she runs for me, striking her just above her diaphragm. The melodic dong of a bell fills the air. Looking around for the source, I spot a man with a sledgehammer, pounding the bell that sits in a plaza square as though he is sounding the charge. His antics fuel the rioters who shout with fervor and charge any arbiter they see, ignoring the streams of water that fall from the high-powered hoses that are being used on them. Some scream as a jet of water plows into them, knocking them off their feet. This riot must end. I do not know if the man ringing the bell is their leader, but he is urging them onward, which makes him a threat. Knowing what must be done, I race for him. "Noni!" shouts a worried Renal.
I ignore him. I need to be closer to hit him, as the current distance is too great for my shot to be of any use. I swerve to my right to avoid an arbiter locked in hand-to-hand combat with a member of the rebellious crowd. Another breaks from the mob and charges me. Bending low, I dive to the ground, allowing him to trip and fly over me, smashing into the pavement. Without bothering to look back, I jump to my feet and head for the man ringing the bell once more. Just a few more steps.
The screams of the people mingle with the detonations of homemade explosive devices, filtering through my helmet, making me wonder if I wore it at all as it permeates the atmosphere and fills my ears, disorienting me. I focus on my target, dodging between people as I run and leap over bodies that litter the ground. I am in range. Stopping, I place one foot in front of the other, keeping my knees bent and breathing slow, steady breaths as I raise my weapon and take aim. I have my target in my sights. Having not performed a feat like this since my training exercises, my nerves threaten to overwhelm me, smothering me with their agitation, but I release a slow breath, steadying my heart rate as I block out the chaotic sounds around me. I pull the trigger. The recoil knocks me to the side as I did not account for the power of the weapon handed to me, nor is my shot heard, drowned by the fray, but I watch as the man with the sledgehammer bangs the bell one last time, before dropping to the ground.
A blunt force slams into my back, knocking the wind from me, despite the vest absorbing most of the impact. I fall face first to the pavement, my elbows aching from the force of the impact as I land, and my helmet flies off my head, rolling a few feet away on the uneven ground. Rolling onto my back, I bring my leg up to kick my attacker, but he avoids it and is on my chest, straddling me. Pinned, panic rises within me. I jerk from side to side to throw him off, but his weight proves to be too much, and all I manage are a few twitches that are nothing more than mere annoyances to him. He goes for my throat and squeezes. I seize his wrists, but he is too strong for me. Choking and fearing that I will pass out soon as my brain starves for oxygen, I release his wrists and flail my arms, searching for anything that will help. My fingers brush something jagged. I reach for it, desperate to grab it. Almost have it. Gasping, I snatch the piece of glass that had once belonged to a bottle and plunge it into the side of the man's neck. He releases me. I throw him off me, crawling to my helmet, seizing it, and swing back around just in time to strike the man in the head with it, before he is able to attack for a second time.
A low whistle breaks the melee. I glance at my wristband and notice it flashing red, each flash happening faster than the previous, and I know that it is counting down. The attack drones are on their way. As the whistle grows, morphing into a thunderous roar, I seek shelter, joining the other arbiters who all know what is coming. But I do not have time to reach the buildings that the others have gone to, so I hunker by two bodies, pulling them over me. A spray of gunfire rains down upon the area, shattering the ground around me as I cling to the bodies I use to protect myself. I watch as feet race past me, unaware of my presence, belonging to panicked screams as people try to flee the onslaught. But many of them stop and bodies fall, unable to escape.
The ground rumbles. A smile crosses my lips. I know what is coming. The rumbling grows and the pebbles around me dance and bounce as armored vehicles appear, each armed with men ready to fire upon the crowd. I throw the dead bodies off me and crawl out from under them, jumping to my feet and hurrying to join the other arbiters as they fall in behind the tanks. Soon the riot has been put down, leaving us with the aftermath: destroyed property, dead bodies, and wounded people who were executed on the spot as collaborators, a scene of death shrouded in the smoldering remains of what had been beautiful architecture, serving as a testament to Arel's rise from the darkness.
Softball-sized drones appear, ready to capture the moment that another riot has been put down. I stand among the wisps of smoke as they trail across the pavement, reaching for the strands of hair that escape my ponytail, my helmet hanging from my limp grasp, studying the scene before me and the open eyes that look past me. What had started this? The southern sector is a good sector, protected from the attacks on the wall.
What reason could they have to destroy their own home? I spot Renal and remember what he had told me earlier. Do not ask, just do. He spots me, and relief washes over him.
Put your helmet back on, he says in a low voice when he reaches me. I do, just as another group of arbiters arrive, the ones who will take our reports and submit them to the council. Remember, whispers Renal, answer only the questions that are asked. What's going on? I ask. They will want your account of what has happened.
But they did not want one when the eastern sector fell prey to a riot.
Renal shushes me. They want one now, just give them direct answers.
An arbiter with red bands on both his sleeves, marking him as one of the council's investigators, marches up to us with a handheld tablet. State you names and serial numbers, he commands us in a stern voice, devoid of emotion.
Renal and I obey.
Tell us what happened here, says the man. The next 10 minutes are spent with us each recounting our role in putting down the riot. I am careful to give short, concise answers, following Renal's lead. The investigator makes me uncomfortable, and a line of sweat forms along my forehead, causing the inside of my visor to fog up, but his cold manner unsettles me, and I sense the same tension within Renal. Once we are finished, Renal grabs my left arm and leads me away, back to the trapdoor we had come of, where we hand in our weapons, helmets, and armored vests before taking the two-person shuttle back to the eastern sector.
Chapter 14.
Leave! I stand outside the door to the manor, allowing the sun to warm my skin as I study the wall that always looms over the eastern sector, watching the humanoid shapes walk across it as they stand guard, protecting us from the outside world. A gentle breeze brushes my cheeks, tickling them, teasing me, knowing that this is my one day of leave, my one day of freedom, before I embark on my little journey outside the wall. Commander Vi warned me last night that we would be visiting the outposts, another of my duties as an arbiter, and I have been here almost 4 months now, and allowed me to have a day off where I could go anywhere I liked in the city. So I chose to visit Faya, who agreed to meet me in the business district during her lunch hour, having decided to take it early.
A small squeak attracts my attention and I turn toward it, spotting the plebeian girl I had met when I first arrived. Sheila? Is that her name? As she ducks away from the presence of one of the arbiters in an effort to avoid her. I study them, recognizing the arbiter, Trix, but I had never met her beyond the simple introductions that Commander Vi had made my first day here. I see her from time to time, patrolling the grounds or carrying out her duties within our sector, but we never talk. The most I have ever said to her was hello, or I just give her a simple nod of acknowledgement of her presence. Trix reaches out for the girl, but the plebeian shrinks away, uncomfortable with the entire exchange. I consider going over to them, but the door slides open and out steps an arbiter. Morning, Noni,
she greets me. Ready to enjoy your first day of leave?
Definitely, I reply.
You better get a move on before Commander Vi changes her mind, she says, as she zips up her jacket and walks off, heading for the center of our sector. Following her advice, I hurry down to the street, taking one last glance where Trix and the plebeian girl had been, catching a final glimpse of them as Trix leads her away, passing it off as nothing more than a plebeian doing her duty, and if she was about to be punished, she must have done something to deserve her fate. The gates rush past me, and I jog down the street, heading for an alley that I know I can take as a shortcut. I dart down it, jumping over discarded bins and trash, being careful not to slip on any of it, until I come to the end of the alleyway and burst out into a street bustling with activity. Plebeians and their masters hurry about, while other citizens, dressed in their respective uniforms, rush to get to their assignments, all of us dwarfed by the shadow of Arel. Spotting a moving walkway, I run for it, darting across the street and hiking up the staircase to it, skipping the last step and jumping onto the walkway, startling a couple who already stand there. The woman jumps, but both turn away when they notice my uniform. I stare straight ahead, having gotten used to people's reactions toward me. The walkway carries me to another that I know will take me to the rail station. Not bothering to excuse myself,
I shove my way past people, getting off the current walkway, and hike up another set of stairs to the one I want, taking my place on it and ignoring any dirty looks thrown my way. Dulled and decaying tops of shanty houses pass underneath me, positioned on streets that match their depressed state. I look ahead, not bothering to glance at the building we pass, as we leave a small housing area for a shopping center. The building's growing larger as we approach the western edge of the eastern sector. A high-pitched whine races past us as a shuttle careens down its track, and a bit of its downdraft billows a few stray strands of my long hair that had somehow escaped my bun. I glace up, smiling as I watch the railcar pass, and stare at the towering buildings of Arel, remarking at how beautiful my city is. I spot my exit. Not bothering to wait for the conveyor belt to take me to it, I push my way past those in front of me, my uniform forcing them into silence, and step off at my exit. A few shouts force me to turn around, and I spot two men involved in an argument, their voices growing with each passing second. Debating whether I should give up a few precious minutes of my leave, I start for them, but one of the men notices my presence and hushes the other. Both glance at me before turning away and walking off in two different directions, as though they do not want to be seen together. A moment of curiosity almost convinces me to go interrogate them, but the reason for my being here pops into my head, and I push all inquisitiveness aside, setting a fast pace down the walkway to the shuttle platform. People huddle on the platform, pushing their way closer to where the shuttle will arrive, hoping to be the first on the car, and I join them, migrating my way to the front, glad that my uniform persuades others to step aside. The whine of the shuttle fills my ears as it approaches. Someone bumps into me and I glare at him, noticing the mark on his left forearm that marks him as a freed plebeian. He steps backward the moment he realizes that he had bumped into me, muttering his apologies. I watch as he disappears into the crowd, taking his place in the back like he is supposed to, ignored by those around him. A part of me considers arresting him for disrespect, but I decide to let it go. I am on leave. Work can wait until tomorrow. The shuttle arrives, surrounding us with a tunnel of wind as it screeches to a halt and the doors open. The moment they do, people burst free of its confined space, each hurrying to their destinations, while those of us on the platform rush to board before the transparent doors close again. I choose a place in the middle of the car to stand, while others take a seat, clinging to the handholds that have been provided as excitement at riding the shuttle again bursts through me. The doors close. The railcar speeds off, floating just above the tracks and rushing past tall buildings that house offices and apartments, each one morphing away from their dilapidated state and into a more luxurious appearance the further away from the eastern sector we go. Windows make up the entire shuttle, beckoning me to look out them at the magnitude of my city, the greatness of Arel, as the tallest, most pristine and magnanimous spires at its uppermost level, the core of our city, remind us all of its might. I marvel at the way the rays of the sun shine down upon them, bouncing off the tips of the towers being dispersed throughout the city as a sign of Arel's benevolence. The glow of day's light envelopes the president's manor, which can be seen from every angle of the city, proving their might, and pride swells inside me, reminding me of how honored I am to serve my city. The shuttle rises upward and I shift my balance to accommodate for the ascent as it approaches the central hub, its transparent walls looming over us, concealing nothing and welcoming all who enter. I watch as people ride up escalators and stroll along the moving walkways in an effort to catch their connecting shuttle. As I pass underneath the marble archways, I find myself to be more in awe of them than I was during my first trip here. The shuttle levels out and slows to a stop. Mimicking the other passengers, I shift toward the doors, waiting for them to open so that I can jump out. A soft ding sounds, and the doors slide open. People push and shove their way through, and I get caught in the middle of it, allowing myself to be carted onto the platform, breaking free of the crowd the first chance I get, and jogging to an escalator, remembering that when Fea and I had come through here, she had to head in this direction. I pause by a monitor, scanning the various railcar schedules until I find the one I search for. Platform 5 will take me to the business district. I sprint away from the monitor and hike along a moving walkway to another escalator, taking the steps two at a time, arriving on Platform 5 just as the shuttle pulls in. People dodge out of my way, no doubt wanting to avoid an entanglement with an arbiter, as I hurry onto the platform and join the crowd that boards the shuttle. If I thought my original sight of the city had been spectacular when I had first been to the central hub, it does not compare to the effervescent view provided by this railcar. We soar high above the tallest buildings of the western region, and I press my face against the window to get a better look, watching as shuttles zip below me. My center of gravity shifts as the railcar banks north, heading for the uppermost levels of Arel, veering away just before it reaches the administrative district, descending as it heads for the business district. A baritone voice pulls me away from my wonderment of Arel's infrastructure, and I turn around. 2 seats away from me is a plebeian girl wearing the emblem of the council, doing her best to ignore the 2 Arelian citizens harassing her. Most occasions I would ignore it, but she wears the emblem of our council, meaning that she is stationed there. According to Aurelian law, any plebeian who does the bidding of either of our presidents or the council are to be left alone and treated with the same respect as one would treat an Aurelian citizen. "Hey!" I shout at them, hoping that my stern tone will have the desired effect so that I do not have to find a detainment box. "Leave her alone!" Others within the shuttle glance in my direction, moving away as best they can, while pretending to ignore the entire ordeal, though their focused attention betrays their interest. The 2 citizens glare at me, but take note of my uniform and the fact that my hand rests upon my weapon, something all arbiters are required to carry even when off duty. While they debate what to do, I calculate the distance between us, planning my attack should they disobey me. More people step away as the silence between us thickens. Just as I am about to take the first lunge toward them, the 2 citizens back off, worming their way through the crowd and to an adjoining car, and I let out a quiet sigh of relief, glad that I do not have to go through the trouble of arresting them. The plebeian keeps her gaze focused on the window, avoiding mine, while the people around us avoid getting too close to her. Seconds later, the shuttle pulls onto a platform sheltered by a metallic building, constructed to look like an upside-down U, and screeches to a halt, causing me to pivot as I regain my balance from the sudden change in momentum. No one waits for the doors to open as they hurry out of the car to get away from me and the plebeian. I do not care. Let them go. I step off the train, leaving the plebeian on her own, and look up the name of the CAF RC that Faya had asked me to meet her at, stopping mid-stride. Various structures made of copper, glass, and steel surround me, towering over me, reminding me just how small I am in this world as they stretch upward, reaching for the clouds above us. People dart about in crisp suits of every color, not a stain on them, nor a single wrinkle, going about their business while still making certain to give me a wide berth. A group of teenagers walk past me dressed in matching brown uniforms, our future economic planners, ignoring me as they keep up with their instructor, clutching their handheld tablets. The stomping of heeled shoes, followed by the constant whine of the railcars surrounding us, are a stark contrast to the organized chaos of the eastern sector. "Excuse me," I say to a passerby, and he stops, afraid that I might be detaining him for some unknown infraction. "Can you tell me how to get to the Belmont Caf RC?" Relief showers over him and he smiles, glad that I am just lost and in need of his assistance. "Go straight down that way and hang a left on the next street. Go straight for half a block and you can't miss it." I thank him and run off. The white sidewalks reflect the sun, making them act as mirrors, and if I look close enough, I can see faint signs of my own reflection in them, all of which reminds me that I am no longer in the eastern sector with its grunge and dirt-ridden atmosphere. Glancing around to make sure no one watches me, I place my hand on the outer wall of a local store, rubbing it along the silky smooth exterior, remarking at how, when I pull it away, not a smidgen of grime coats it. A softball-sized drone floats by, and I hurry away, not wanting to be late for my meeting with Faya, and turn down the street I had been instructed to follow, spotting the Caf AC with ease. Its outdoor tables and chairs are hard to miss. Faya sees me before I even reach the Caf AC, and calls my name. "Noni!" She waves me over and I join her at the table that she has reserved for us. "Sorry I'm late," I say. "Don't worry about it. I've only been here for a couple of minutes." I take a long look at her. She seems changed, different from when we were at the training facility. More filled out, not obese, but muscular, and more confident. The business district seems to be doing her some good. Look at you, I say, noting how her face is a little less angular, though her brown curls still fall around her chin, accentuating her dark skin tone. You seem different. I'm still the same me, replies Faya, but this place is the best. My room has its own bathroom in it. Can you imagine not having to share a shower?
I frown, unable to envision such a thing since I still shared a bathroom with other arbiters. I never thought about it until now. The manor in the eastern sector is a little different.
Oh, I didn't mean... Don't worry about it, I tell her, not wanting her to feel sympathy for me. Needing sympathy is a sign of weakness, and I refuse to exhibit either. What have they got you doing? All kinds of things. First, I was given a tour of this district, and it is amazing. This is where everything is planned out and created to help the people of Arel succeed. Assets are doled out to each sector accordingly so they all get what they need. I've been to the school for economic planning. The children there are sharp, calculating numbers my head could never handle. The eastern sector is a little different, I say, as I reflect on how it never seemed to have the necessary funds to make repairs, despite all the devastation it suffers. I had never thought about it before, but after seeing the luxury of this place and listening to Faya, I feel as though my sector is neglected. Our buildings are not as pristine as the ones here and the constant attacks. I heard about the attack on the wall. You weren't there when it happened, were you?
I was.
Faya covers her mouth and her eyes widen. Though we are all trained for such a thing, most never have to experience it. Noni, I'm so sorry. What happened? Outsiders attacked the wall. They had more sophisticated weapons than I thought possible. I decide to leave out the part about them using weapons from Kittian. Many were injured, but I managed to survive. But looking into their eyes, they're not human, Faya. I can't even imagine. The scariest event for me was last week when that riot happened in the southern sector. I remember that incident, glad that it is over and not believing that only 2 weeks have passed. We were lined up at the edge of our district, Faya continues, in case the riot spilled over into our area, but thankfully it didn't. I heard that they called arbiters from other sectors to put it down.
I was there, I say.
What?
Arbiters from the eastern sector were called in to help, and I was among them.
Geez, Noni, I can't believe that all this has happened to you. But enough of that. How is your commander? Stern, unflinching. She never laughs nor smiles and always expects me to do more than 100%. Sounds like mine. Commander Frill. He would make molars appear to have a sense of humor. He never laughs or jokes. I guess that is part of the requirement for training fresh meat like us. We both laugh at her joke, and the waiter comes out with a tray full of food, placing mashed yucca root, boiled beans, steamed broccoli, and candied carrots in front of us, along with a pitcher of water and 2 glasses. He scans our wristbands before he leaves. Every eatery in Arel is aware of the diet requirements for an arbiter and are not allowed to deviate from it, which makes me wonder how Segal gets away with smuggling sweets to a few of us arbiters. I found where Trevor's has been stationed, I say over a mouthful of broccoli. You have? Faya leans closer to hear more. He's a guard at one of the factories in the eastern sector. I ran into him while my commander and I toured it.
I never thought he would end up there.
Neither did I, but I didn't voice that thought.
You know, perhaps being stationed in the eastern sector is a good thing.
Why do you say that? I ask her, since most arbiters would never say such a thing about another's assignment. She puts her fork down and looks around, before leaning closer so that no one can eavesdrop.
I've overheard others talking. The eastern sector is one of the more troublesome areas of Arel, mostly because of all the attacks by outsiders they suffer from. It is believed that if anyone can keep the peace there, they should be able to keep the peace in all of Arel. Most arbiters are sent there because they failed at their first assignment, but you were put there right after being commissioned, and you are not the first. I overheard my commander talking about how Arel needs strong arbiters. The unrest from the eastern sector seems to be spreading, but it is not stemming from there.
What do you mean?
According to my commander, Faya whispers, the riot in the southern sector was not the first one, and its origins cannot be traced to the eastern sector. It's as though it sprung up on its own and there have been others.
Others?
So, they are looking at training new arbiters to be able to handle these riots. Think about it, Noni. If you do well in the eastern sector, you can apply for a transfer to a place of your choice. They might even send you to the executive district. An assignment there is more than coveted. It would be an arbiter's dream. Those who have been stationed in the executive district have been able to attain seats within the council itself. You overheard all this? I ask.
Yes, answers Faya. 3 arbiters stroll past us and she stops speaking, straightening up and changes the conversation.
But enough of that, says Faya. Have you found someone?
Unfortunately, my time in the eastern sector has not allowed me to think about that. Which is why you need to apply for a transfer at the first available opportunity. Look. Faya points at 2 male arbiters on patrol. The one on the left is Joel. We met a month after I came here and have not been able to stay away from one another. She winks at me and I know what she refers to.
Are there any other qualities you like about him?
He's funny, she replies, but we don't spend a lot of time talking. Faya! She laughs at my reprimanding look. You'll never change. You can't work all the time. I chuck a piece of broccoli at her and she laughs even more. Though relationships between arbiters is forbidden, it happens anyway. And since we are all sterilized through mandatory vasectomies or hysterectomies, many believe that there is no harm in coupling, as long as you do not get caught. In my 10th year as a recruit, one couple had been caught in the act of sex, and their punishment was used as a warning to the rest of us. One made the mistake of challenging the arresting arbiters and was executed that minute, while the other had been tossed to the dogs. A part of me wonders if, perhaps, the rigidity of the rules depends on where you are assigned and who your commanding officer is. Commander Vi denies herself every sort of pleasure and luxury and would never stand for my disobedience of the rules. Just be careful, Faya, I tell her. Don't worry about me, she says. My commander sneaks people in all the time, and he's not particular about their proclivities. Secret relationships, it's common practice here. I don't say anything. I'll be fine. Joel is applying for a transfer to the executive district. He may even get it. So you like it here? I ask. It's a lot better than the training facility. I couldn't argue with her there. Faya checks her wristband for the time and shoves one last bite of yucca root into her mouth. I hate to leave you like this, but I have to get back. We're only allowed an hour for lunch. Hopefully, we'll be able to see each other again soon. I might be able to get some leave in a couple of weeks. Perhaps you can show me around the eastern sector. Can't, I reply. In 2 days, I leave Arel to visit the outposts.
Faya's smile turns to concern as we both know that only danger lies outside the wall. Noni, you be careful. I'll be fine, I tell her. You better get back before they come looking for you. Faya and I salute one another, and I watch as she runs off, disappearing around a corner, wondering how she had gotten lucky enough to be stationed here. Reminding myself that dwelling on her good fortune would do little to comfort me, I finish my lunch and leave, speculating about what my upcoming trip outside the wall will bring. Chapter 15. Outside the wall. I shove the last pair of uniform pants into my duffel and zip it close. Hoisting the bag, I slip the strap across my right shoulder, rubbing the slight sore spot where I had been given my inoculations yesterday, while allowing the bag to settle against my left hip. I glance out my window and at the wall. The sun has not risen yet, but I can still make out the figures patrolling the walkway that runs along it. My heart threatens to leap into my throat, while my mind plays scenarios of what lies beyond the protective structure. But I swallow twice and take a deep breath to calm myself. I have never been outside the wall. I have never been outside the city of Arel. Today is another test of my resolve, of my commitment to defending my city. I hurry out of my room and downstairs to where Commander Vi waits for me. My stomach growls, wishing that I had time to eat breakfast,
but the resolute look on my commander's face tells me that it will not happen. My gurgling stomach will have to wait. Next to Commander Vi is Chase, one of the plebeians that Mandy had escorted to the manor. A confused expression must have crossed my face, because at that moment, Commander Vi's voice interrupts my perplexity. He will be joining us. I cannot think of a reason to bring some plebeian along, but Commander Vi always has a reason for what she does, and it is not my place to question her, but follow her and learn from her. Yes, ma'am, I say to her.
Our transport is outside.
I follow Commander Vi out the front door, and it slides open, allowing us to pass through. As Chase steps outside, carrying 3 luggage bags, I notice him take a quick glance to the side, where behind a topiary hides Gwen with a worried look on her face. Before anyone else can notice them, they look away from each other, and Chase's eyes meet mine before darting downward, as is his place. I have no time to wonder about what secret message they had passed each other, as Commander Vi's harsh grunt spurs me forward, and I hurry into a waiting armored transport, settling in the back seat, keeping the strap of my bag around my shoulder. Another transport is in front of the car. Commander Vi and I are in. I try to get a good look at the people within it, but cannot make out their faces. How long will we be gone, ma'am? I ask. A week, replies Commander Vi. Her curt response forces me to clamp my mouth shut. The engines grumble to life, and the doors are closed, sealing me inside a moving cage. The transports pull out of the manor and onto the empty streets, and as we ride through the city, I watch as a few curtains are pulled back before falling back into place, as the curious onlooker pretends that he does not care about what we are up to. White lights spring to life, illuminating the 2 transports, and I see the wall from a different perspective. It towers over us, though intimidating when standing next to it. It is terrifying as we ride up to it and the steel gates that curve outward, ordering us to remain inside where it is safe. I press my face against the barred glass of my window to get a better look, but Commander Vi clears her throat as a warning, and I straighten up, pretending that I am not interested in the world outside my bubble. The transports stop. Men walk up to the one in front, checking their orders before marching up to the one I am in. The driver hands the guard our orders, and it is scanned and double-checked, and when it passes inspection, the guard hands the slim, translucent disc back to the driver and issues a command into a comm unit. The slow creak of turning gears that have not moved in a long time and have rusted due to the rain and the dust, shoots up the wall and surrounds us, enveloping us in their own dreary song, as though they, too, are warning us not to go, but to stay where it is safe. The gates split open, showing us the world outside the wall and allowing us to pass through. The vehicle pivots and bounces as it starts up again and moves outside, following the one in front of it. Once we have passed, the gates seal shut, locking us outside with an ominous boom, abandoning us to our doom. The muscles in my neck burn as I look behind, seeing my city for the first time the way an outsider would, and pride fills me as the first rays of the sun glint off the tiered arches of the president's home on the uppermost level. Another harsh grunt forces me to turn around and look ahead, before Commander Vi has a chance to chastise me for allowing myself to lose focus on what is to come. A pair of gray eyes watch me, but avert themselves the moment I glance in his direction. Not wanting to start something, I look out the window and watch as the world beyond passes by me, amazed at the tall grass that lines the edges of the road we are on, masked by the swirls of dust our vehicles kick up. I watch as the trees further away appear to not move at all, but study us as well, and wonder what lies beyond them. Is that where the barbarians live? The left rear wheel of the transport hits a bump in the road and it jostles me from my reverie, and out of the corner of my eyes, I see Commander Vi's sharp gaze boring into me, displeased that I have relaxed my composure for a second time today. Straightening my shoulders, I look straight ahead, ignoring the green blades of waving grass, crowned in tips of gold as the sun rises above the horizon, imagining what it would be like to touch them, and allow the musings to fill my mind as time passes, while we carve our path through them, moving further away from home. Another bump in the dilapidated road jerks me back to reality as the top of my head smacks into the ceiling of the vehicle, and I see it for the first time. Towers, spaced 50 yards apart, facing us, warning us to go no further. Upon closer inspection of the towers, I realize that there are no people in them and the weapons are unmanned. One glance at Commander Vi informs me that she has noticed the same, and the thin line on her lips portrays her displeasure at such slovenliness. We pause at the gates and someone from the transport in front of us steps out, walks up to the gates, looks around, and knocks. The hollow echo of his knock filters through the steel door and reverberates around us, adding to the eerie silence that permeates every aspect of our situation. Where is everyone? The man places his gloved hand on the gate, giving it a slight push, and the door swings open just enough for a single person to squeeze through, releasing a low squeak from the rusted hinges as they whine about having to work. Worry creases Commander Vi's brow as the man steps through, his weapon raised and ready to defend himself if attacked, as the desolation of this place fills us all with concern. There should be guards along the wall, in the towers, and no one should have been able to just step through the gate unchallenged. Were they attacked? The man steps back through the gate and waves us through, remaining in his wary and alert stance, as the two transports ease their way through the entranceway and into the compound. Bits of sand drift across the ground from where the grass has been cleared, adding to the portentous feeling that fills me as I wonder where all the arbiters are that are supposed to be here. If they had been attacked by outsiders, there should be bodies. Or did the outsiders take them with them and... A man bursts from the sliding doors of the building in front of us and sprints toward us, waving his hands. We all hunker and draw our weapons ready to fire. "Stop right there!" yells the arbiter who had waved us through moments before. "It's all right," shouts the man running for us. "I'm unarmed." "Who are you?" "Arbiter Gleason, serial number G26981. The man drops to his knees and holds his hands in the air in surrender, while two of us overlook him and check him for weapons. "Arbiter Gleason," says Commander Vi, approaching him. "Where are your other arbiters?"
Ma'am?
"Where are the guards in the towers? Who is patrolling the wall surrounding this compound? Are you alone here?"
No, ma'am, answers Gleason. Please. He wiggles his fingers as a way of asking permission to put his hands down.
Commander Vi nods her approval.
Thank you, says Gleason. Well, welcome to Outpost 5. His cheerful manner does not go well with the rest of us, and he soon realizes that we have concerns about the abandoned nature of this place. Perhaps you all would like to come inside and get some refreshments. Commander Vi's sharp eyes roam the compound, noting the sand snakes that drift across its surface, sprinting in an effort to escape the breeze that gives them life, and taking in the cracked siding of the buildings as they sag from disrepair. Even I recoil at the discolored paint splotching the bottom corners with rusty hue, mired by water damage and neglect. "Lead the way," says Commander Vi in an amiable tone, but I detect a hint of sarcasm in it. Gleason smiles, but his nervous eyes betray the thoughts behind them, as he turns and motions for us to follow him, but only Commander Vi, myself, and two other arbiters comply. We step through the sliding doors that wish open for us, their rickety movements causing them to jerk and stick as they do so, and the green mildew that overcomes what had once been transparent steel makes me appreciate the eastern sector and its few luxuries even more. Once through, the doors attempt to slide shut, but hiss and creak as they stick and vibrate from the pressure to move. Gleason kicks the corner of one, freeing it, and the doors seal shut. "Sometimes they stick," he says with a shrug before turning and guiding us through a narrow corridor to an opening which leads to the main room. I shift my bag to ease the pressure its weight puts on my shoulder as I walk, while a light above me flickers, turns off, and flickers back on, duller and not as bright. My eyes find Commander Vi, and I do not need to see her face to know that saying she is displeased would be underestimating her true feelings. Despite the flaws of the eastern sector, she maintains discipline and cleanliness and demands it from the arbiters under her command. The main room resembles a gift box, but not the sort of gift you would give to anyone, not even your enemy. Urine-colored panels hang from the walls, and at first glance, I wonder how it is they are not on the floor as they dangle and sway from the slightest movement,
while wires poke through small holes created by mice. Something hits my left shoulder. Curious, I pick up the object with my thumb and index finger and hold it in front of me, surprised that it is a bit of drywall. Looking up, I am amazed to find gaping holes in the ceiling with exposed pipes and wiring, and discover the source of the drywall. A block of the ceiling hangs low, threatening to fall, and drops bits of itself to the floor as a warning. I rub my fingers together, cleaning them of the particle dust, and brush my shoulder. Bare feet slapping the floor draw our attention. My eyes widen as a man walks up to us, wearing his arbiter shirt, but he has forgotten to put on his pants and undergarments, allowing his full glory to hang in front of him, exposed for all of us to see. Gleason's face turns to fear, knowing how this looks and what sort of reprimand he will receive, but Commander Vi's stern expression never falters, nor do her eyes leave the half-dressed arbiter's face.
Morning, he yawns. It's evening, says Commander Vi, testing him. It's really mid-afternoon. Oh, so it is. He stretches one arm above his head while scratching his balls with his other. You seem to be missing something, Arbiter, says Commander Vi. The man looks down and realizes for the first time that he has forgotten his pants. Oh, so I am, he replies, walking up to Commander Vi and patting her on the shoulder. I wouldn't worry about it. Commander Vi seizes his hand and has him on the floor in an instant. It is Commander, she hisses, and never place you hand upon me again. She lets him up. Put some pants on, straighten your shirt. You should be fully clothed and your uniform pressed, understood? Yes, ma'am. He scurries away, hoping to escape Commander Vi's fury. His feet make clapping sounds as he runs.
There seems to be a serious lack of discipline here. Commander Vi turns toward Gleason, who swallows saliva in an effort to clear his mouth before he speaks.
Would you like to see the rest of the compound?
By all means. He leads us to another room with 2 long tables and benches on each side. One table is propped up where a leg has rotted through, unable to support the weight of the table itself, looking pathetic under the murky light that spills through yellowed shades rift with holes, adding a gloominess that this place seems unable to escape. I follow the dark grooves in the table, stopping when I spot a dead plant in a cracked ceramic pot with bits of dried, brown potting soil dropping from the clefts and littering the floor with its decayed, granular texture. While Commander Vi takes in the dismal state of the building, I meander over to the window, pulling back the tattered curtain and taking great care to not damage it any more than it already is, and strain to look through the grease-stained glass, broken into sections by the crack that stretches from the top of the panel to the bottom. I scrape at the grime with the edge of my short thumbnail, etching away at the coating that neglect has placed on the glass, and peek through the small hole, looking out at a foreign scene of dust, mixed with trampled shoots of grass that never had the chance to grow, rusted nails and screws buried for a treasure hunter to find, and splintered wood that has fallen from its place on the sides or roofs of the surrounding buildings, all ignoring the lone arbiter who stumbles through it in her underclothes, while trying not to lose her untied boots as they shift on her feet. Have you no caretaker? Commander Vi's voice breaks through my moment of inattention, and I drop the curtain, whirling around to face the room, hoping that her focus on Gleason spared me from facing her wrath later on for allowing my mind to wander. I'm afraid, replies Gleason, that plebeians do not survive long out here. Are your arbiters incapable of caring for themselves? The dark undertone in her voice reminds me of Molars, and a shiver runs down my back as I think back to the time I overheard her talking to him in her office. No, ma'am. Or perhaps... Commander Vi circles Gleason with her hands clasped behind her back, scrutinizing him with that penetrating gaze of hers. It is not them to blame. Sweat forms under my collar as the heat and tension rises within the room, even though I am not the one she is disappointed in. I do not know what you mean. Oh, I think you do. Commander, I say, doing my best to remain respectful, knowing how much she loathes being interrupted. Yes, she snaps. So far, I continue, we have only seen the front courtyard in this building. I am sure there are more areas of this outpost that need inspection. Should we not continue? You do have a point. Thank you, Noni.
I do my best not to smile, having never been thanked by Commander Vi before, and find it odd that she is thanking me now, unless it is more for Gleason's benefit.
I wish to see your towers.
Gleason nods and hurries to an exit, with the rest of us in tow, his pudgy feet shuffling as he goes. The tower he leads us to slants to its right side. One glance at the foundation, and I see why. Some of the bricks have crumbled away, and pieces of the gray mortar form a small pile near its base. I run the front edge of my boot against it, and more grout drops to the ground, and a worried expression fills Gleason's face as he tugs at his collar, before placing his hand by his side, as though he realized his panicky reaction for the first time.
Are you going to take us up there? Asks Commander Vi in a sarcastic tone.
Gleason opens a door that leads into a darkened interior with a metal ladder so coated in rust that the moment I place my hand upon the first rung, it ceases to be dark in color and copper red instead. One of us flips the switch, but the lights that scale the inside wall remain off.
The power to this building went out over a week ago, and we have not been able...
Save it! Commander Vi climbs the ladder first, and the arbiter with us seizes Gleason by the shoulder of his jacket and forces him to follow her, while I take my place in the rear, which seems to be my normal position in this world. I once thought I had been in tight quarters before, but this makes the previous instances seem more luxurious and spacious as I inch my way up the ladder, my shoulders brushing the sides of the wall and becoming coated in dust. Soft clomps of each of our boots stepping on the metal rungs echo around us, and despite the sweat that drips from my chin and the clamminess of my hands as they reach for the rungs above me, the hair on my skin rises as though a sudden blast of chill air has engulfed us. I crawl through the opening at the top and stand up, allowing my eyes to adjust to the brighter, though not by much, room.
I do not need to see the room to know why displeased silence surrounds us. The 360-degree window allows a small amount of light through its soiled glass, and as though to prove how neglected they have been, a sheet of caked dirt falls away from it, allowing a rectangular stream of sunlight into the room, illuminating its disrepair. Layers of dust litter it, while fingerprints cover the computer consoles, desks, communication area, chairs, and even the floor, though our footprints have disturbed it all, overseen by a single cobweb dangling from the ceiling and resembling a limp piece of cloth, more than the remains of a spider's home. Care to explain why there is no one here?
I melt back into the shadows as the dangerous edge in Commander Vi's voice fills the tower room.
We have no need for the towers, replies Gleason.
Wrong answer.
No need?
There have been no attacks here for the last 2 years or more. Even Arel does not communicate with us much. We are forgotten out here.
No attacks? The incredulity in Commander Vi's voice brings back memories of the attack on the wall when I had first been taken there under her supervision. And are you implying that there are no attacks on the city as well? No, ma'am. I wouldn't know anything about that. The last communication we had from Arel was 4 months ago. At least they remember to send us a supply convey once in a while, otherwise we would be in worse shape.
I'm curious, says Commander Vi. If you are so forgotten out here, how is it you have managed to survive? Gleason nibbles on the inner edges of his cracked lips. Well, demands Commander Vi.
Trade.
Trade? Gleason's feet shift a couple of inches as he debates whether or not to tell her the truth. And I hope he does because she will find it, one way or another.
I barter with the people who live around here. They do not harm us. They are not all bad people.
One flick of Commander Vi's hand and the arbiter with us rams the butt of his weapon into Gleason's face, knocking him to the floor where he struggles to regain his senses. Before he can get to his knees, the same arbiter strikes him a second time and shoves him through the opening, allowing him to plummet to the ground. 2 other arbiters, who must have gotten out of their convoy when they saw us go up the tower, drag him away, unconcerned if has any broken bones. It seems things have gotten a little lax around here, Commander Vi says to herself. She turns to the guard accompanying us. Summon everyone into the courtyard. He salutes and climbs down the ladder.
Noni!
I jump from my corner and scurry down the ladder as well, with her right behind me. We burst from the darkened tomb of the tower and into the sunlight, forcing me to blink several times as my eyes adjust to the glaring brightness. Scuffling noises draw my attention, and I watch as the arbiters accompanying us drag Gleason away, shoving a canvas hood over his balding head and throwing him in one of the vehicles. Commander Vi's steady footsteps command me to follow her, and I stand at attention by her side as she takes a megaphone, given to her by another arbiter, and turns it on, bringing it to her mouth.
Listen up, she yells into it. All residents of this outpost are to report to the square now. Those who refuse will be executed on the spot.
Our guards storm the doors of the barracks, hauling half-dressed, half-asleep men and women from their beds and into the afternoon sun. Splintered wood and hinges popping from their holds jingle in the dirt as they fall, surrounded by terrified screams from the people within the buildings. I remain poised and erect as feet scrape the gravel, kicking up pebbles, and frightened yells and murmurs fill the courtyard around us while the irate shouts of our guards bark at them. I want silence! The outpost arbiters fall silent as they form two lines in front of Commander Vi. Your commander has been detained and will be processed accordingly. Whispers flow through the crowd. One of our guards strikes a man in the stomach, issuing a command for silence, and the whispers cease. Because of his lack of discipline, continues Commander Vi, you all have gotten soft, lax, complacent. That ends now. From this day forward, you will all be dressed in your full uniforms. Drills will be performed. The towers will be manned, and reports will be sent to Arel daily. A new commander will be assigned to you, but in the meantime, I will leave Arbiter Arel in charge. A man strolls up beside Commander Vi, pulling off his helmet, and scrutinizes the crowd before him with his brows scrunched together and his lips set in a grim line, causing his cheeks to draw inward, making the dark spots upon his ebony skin appear to multiply, mirroring the no-nonsense demeanor of those around him. This is your only warning, says Commander Vi. This outpost will shape up, or you will all perish with it. She drops the megaphone and hands it to another arbiter before turning to me. Noni, you will stay here. I do not question her. Shuffling my bag on my shoulder, I turn in a circle, observing the frightened residents of the outpost as their eyes jump from guard to guard, unsure of what to do, and uncertain about their future. Their lax muscles, frightened demeanor, and jittery nature disgust me. How could they have allowed themselves to get like this? They are vital to the protection of Arel. If one outpost is overrun, all can be taken, which will leave Arel and its citizens defenseless. Yet, Gleason had mentioned something about a deal he had worked out with the outsiders. What did he mean by that? Wisps of sand brush over the tops of my boots while I wait for Commander Vi to return, and I am determined to maintain my proud posture as an example of how an arbiter is to behave. If only the strap from my pack would quit cutting into my shoulder, causing a sharp pain to build there. The crunching of gravel beneath resolute steps fill my ears, and I turn toward it to be greeted by Commander Vi's return. Get in the transport, she orders. I sprint to the transport I had ridden in earlier, wasting no time in obeying her, and slam the door shut just as she gets in the opposing side and sits next to me, accompanied by a guard. What will become of them? I ask her. Only they know, replies Commander Vi. I have contacted the Tribunal Council of Arel, the same one you answered to earlier for your actions on the wall, and they will send someone to whip them back into shape. The man I placed there is just a temporary fix. It is up to them to decide if they wish to live or die, and I am certain that I needn't tell you about Mr. Gleason's fate. No, she does not. Images float through my mind about whom the tribunal would send, but I could only think of a few, none of whom I would wish to have in my life again. We are not staying here? No. We will head to the second outpost on our agenda and will rest there for the night, as we should be arriving before dusk. I hope it is in far better shape than this travesty. Ignoring her reprimand of me earlier this morning, I crane my neck and stare out the rear window, watching as the outpost grows smaller in the distance, mired by clouds of dust, shadowed by knee-high gold grass dancing in the breeze with just the road giving a clear view of the front gate. What will the other outpost hold?
Chapter 16. Commandant Pack. The sun hangs low in the sky, casting long, pale red shadows on the faces surrounding me, as our convoy speeds down the road toward our destination. The gate of the second outpost looms ahead of us, growing larger with each passing second, as the engines hum around us, drowning any extraneous sounds, not even allowing the soft roar of the wind or calls of the wild animals to reach us. I clutch my bag tighter, digging it into my lap, wary of what lies ahead and what I will find. The disastrous visit to the first outpost left a bad aftertaste in all our mouths, and I hope that this one is better, considering the foul mood Commander Vi is in. We need something that will lift our spirits and let us know that Arel is well protected. Both outposts are far away from Arel, though. Is it possible that each one regards itself according to its own set of rules? Our convoy slows down, but jerks and speeds up again just as the front gate opens, allowing us passage. I stare out the window, taking in every detail, including the indentation in the gate, giving it a pockmarked look when the sun's light strikes it at a certain angle. One quick glance at the other passengers in the vehicle, and I learn that I am not the only one interested in this new outpost. The plebeian is too. The moment we pass through the entrance, shouts ring out, and sentries race toward us, their weapons raised and ready to fire if we prove to be a threat. Our transports ease to a halt, but no one makes any effort to exit the vehicles as the armed sentries surround us, aiming their weapons at us, and I squirm, wondering if I have committed some sort of infraction to warrant such a welcome.
Hands up! Shouts one of the sentries.
We all raise our hands. This is a far different greeting compared to the blasé one we had received at the first outpost.
Papers!
Commander Vi maintains a calm demeanor as she unrolls the window and hands the man a rectangular disc, no thicker than a sliver of wood. He snatches it from her hand, receiving a glare in response, and sticks it in the tablet he keeps in his side pocket, scans through the files, grunts, and hands the disc back to her, after which he scans her bracelet. A harsh rap on my window disrupts my observance of the proceedings, and another sentry stands there, motioning for me to roll down my window. I obey. Before the glass has a chance to open all the way, he reaches in, seizes my wrist with my bracelet on it, and scans it, having moved on to the next passenger while my mind still reels with what has just happened.
"Commander Vi," says a baritone voice, "I was not expecting you until tomorrow. I apologize for the harsh welcome, but your sudden arrival surprised us all."
Yes, well, our time at the other outpost did not go as planned, so we continued on here, she answers, while stepping out of the transport, and I do the same, rather than wait for orders. I'll hope that we are not inconveniencing you.
Not at all. The unexpected keeps one sharp.
Commandant Pack. Commander Vi holds her hand out to me, and I close the distance between us. This is Arbiter Noni, the newest arbiter in the eastern sector. And her charge, not that she needs to say it. The expression on Commandant Pack's face conveys that he knows full well what she means.
Welcome to Strid. At least that is what we call the outpost around here.
The sentries back away from us, creating a path for us to walk through, as Commander Vi and I follow Commandant Pack. Some venture off and go back to their duties, while others remain, keeping watchful eyes on us, and the feeling that I am in a prison wafts over me, something I have never experienced before. But with each step, I sense that eyes watch me, waiting for me to make the wrong move, something the armed guards along the wall convey quite well as they watch us through the visors of their helmets, while also keeping vigilance on the land outside the wall.
Unified shouts catch my attention as we pass through an archway and into a brick courtyard. Arbiters practice drills, a combination of jumping jacks, running in place, push-ups, lunge squats, burpees, and balancing on one foot, standing out in their dark uniforms against the scarlet bricks behind them, as they count out their reps to the drill instructor in front of them. Commandant Pack strolls past them, not bothering to glance in their direction, until he spots one whom struggles to keep up. Her harsh breathing comes in ragged gasps, and her face gleams from sweat, but her expression begs the instructor to stop, as though each movement is a struggle for her, each rift with pain, and any casual observer can see that she is unwell.
Leaving us alone, Commandant Pack marches up to the woman, grabbing her by the bun on her head, and yanks her from formation,
throwing her to the stone ground. You call that discipline?
The woman looks up, her chest heaving as she attempts to slow her breathing. Please, sir, I'm not feeling well. I did not ask if you were ill, shouts Commandant Pack, and for a moment, I see Moeller standing in his place issuing the same statement. Illness is weakness!
The woman curls into a ball on the ground and vomits, its putrid smell attacking my nostrils, and I am forced to swallow 3 times in an effort to not expel the contents of my own stomach. Her involuntary actions anger Commandant Pack even more, and he kicks her with such brute force that her body lifts in the air and slams back into the pavement. How do we deal with weak links? He addresses the other arbiters in formation. We cut them out, sir, they all reply in unison. A sinking feeling fills the pit of my stomach.
What are you waiting for?
The woman raises her head and watches with fearful eyes as her fellow arbiters approach her with murder and death overshadowing their own faces. They pounce upon her, kicking and punching her as she cries for mercy, but mercy is an unwelcomed guest in this world and an endangered commodity. She will find no mercy here. Stealing my face, my focus remains glued to the scene unfolding before me until my gaze meets Commandant Pack's, and he motions for me to join in. I remain still. He waves me over again, more insistent, and I tremble at the thought of what will happen to me if I refuse. Commander Vi's arm across my chest spares me from having to make a decision as she holds me back, never needing to say anything as I understand her unspoken message. Stay put. Commandant Pack's eyes narrow into thin lines, and now the fear for myself turns into trepidation for my commanding officer, as her one act in defying him has angered him as well. And I have the distinct impression that Commandant Pack is not a man you want as your enemy. A sharp whistle stops the beating and the arbiters saunter away, lining up in formation once again, participating in their exercises in an effort to remain in top physical condition. Alone on the pavement rests the crumpled remains of what had once been a woman, ignored by all, even the carrion birds that circle above have no interest in her.
Perhaps you would like to see our facility, says Commandant Pack, and I note the hint of an order in his words masquerading as a suggestion. A strained smile crosses Commander Vi's lips, and she urges me to follow after the Commandant. Our short journey to the main building takes us past the woman smothered in a pool of her own blood, while more oozes from the various wounds on her body, mixing with the exposed brain from her cracked skull. I refuse to avert my eyes, not wanting to show weakness. Weakness is what put her in this situation. A slow, ragged gasp escapes her lips, forcing me to pause. I look down. Warm, cherry-red blood molds over the toes of my boot, edging its way past, until I am surrounded by it, cut off from the uniform bricks that form the ground of the courtyard, all the while being watched by the one good eye of the woman. Remembering what Commander Vi had done for the one arbiter who had broken his neck, and what she had said, I lift my right foot and place it on the exposed neck of the woman, squeezing her airway closed, keeping my weight on it and not releasing the pressure, until her breathing stops and her eye closes, ending her suffering. Her fate had been sealed the moment she challenged Commandant Pack. I just granted her release. Keeping my face impassive, I pick up my foot and step over the corpse, continuing my trek to the main building, unaware of the trail of bloodied footprints that follow after me, and the plebeian eyes that observe my one act of mercy. I walk up the stairs and step through the sliding glass doors. Their pristine nature marvels me after having seen the grime-encrusted ones of the previous outpost, and into a world that knows no color. Coin-colored shade panels line the walls from the charcoal-colored floor to the pewter ceiling, where fluorescent lights amplify the achromatic nature of the room. We stroll past graphite tables, made from a sturdy steel, with the slate-colored chairs pushed in, all placed in the four corners of the room, while white viewing screens, the only source of a different shade in this drab place, play messages from our two presidents. The messages repeat themselves, creating an incessant drumbeat for us all to march to, as we abide by their words of wisdom, and I find myself agreeing with what they say. The swish of water in a mop bucket causes me to jerk my head as an arbiter scrubs the floor while on his hands and knees,
until it shines and he can see his face in the polished tile.
There are no plebeians here? The words are out of my mouth before I am aware that my mind thought them.
Commandant Pack faces me, amused by my question. No. I find that the best way to maintain discipline is to instill a certain work ethic in our arbiters. The people assigned here do their own cleaning, laundry, cooking, and any other menial task that needs to be done.
Somehow, I get the impression that Commandant Pack has someone else do all his necessary chores, since he does not strike me as a man that lowers himself in performing degrading labor. I remain silent as Commandant Pack leads us into the kitchen. The low hum of the wall refrigerators, fans, and the hiss of the grill as it cooks the raw slabs of meat placed upon it remind me of the training facility. Arbiters wearing white aprons, stained from the various cuisines they cook, dart about, ignoring us as they prepare the day's evening meal. Commandant Pack saunters up to a stainless steel counter with a giant mixing bowl full of a red sauce and dips his pinky finger in, scooping up a glob of the syrupy liquid and licks it off his appendage, smacking his lips. Despite my disgust at him sinking his unwashed finger into what I assume is going to be our meal for the night, I clamp my mouth shut, not wanting to cause any trouble or give Commander Vi a reason to discipline me, though judging by the odium expression on her face, she shares my sentiment. For a moment, it seems as if Commandant Pack likes the condiment, but that moment turns into surprise when he slaps the arbiter standing next to it, holding a whisk dripping with the red sauce. The poor man takes a step back, his eyes wide from the unexpectedness of the Commandant's act, but lowers his head in response, refusing to challenge his superior officer.
"It's too bland," yells the Commandant.
"I'm sorry, sir," replies the cook in a low voice.
"Don't be sorry. Get it right the first time. It needs sweetness, some spice."
"Yes, sir." Frustrated, Commandant Pack storms a pantry, yanking out bottle after bottle, cayenne pepper, turmeric, maple syrup, molasses, cinnamon, chervil, and dried saffron, and hauls his armload to the counter, dumping the spice bottles, allowing them to spill all over the immaculate surface. And I catch one just as it rolls over the edge. He opens container after container, dumping their contents into the bowl before snatching the whisk from the cook and stirring with such ferocity that the liquid splatters on the cabinets, floor, and countertop, leaving red splotches that resemble blood more than a dressing. He thrusts the bowl at me, and I back away. "Here." I give him a quizzical look, not wanting to consume his creation. "Taste it!" Commandant Pack screams at me, garnering a piercing glare from Commander Vi. Knowing I have no choice, I pick up a nearby spoon and ease it into the sauce, bringing it to my lips and taking a petite bite. I spit it out. I have no idea how the condiment tasted before Commandant Pack decided to play chef, but the sauce burns my tongue and lips, leaving a bitter aftertaste that reminds me of the time molars forced me to eat mud. I had challenged him, and that was my punishment. "See what you have done," rages Commandant Pack at the cowering cook. "You have wasted what spices we have and ruined our supper." I can stand his abuse and absurdity no longer. "With respect," I say to him, the strong tone of my voice surprising even me. "You are the one who has destroyed our supper. You are the one who chose to empty all those spices into what was most likely a delectable treat, thus rendering it into something that is inedible. You have no one to blame but yourself." Commandant Pack raises his massive hand, its blackness warning me of what I'm about to see in a second, and swings at me. I cringe and turn my head, waiting for the inevitable. Nothing happens. When I look up, I see his hand stopped in midair, with Commander Vi's fingers wrapped around his wrist in a grip so tight that his ebony fingers turn a shade of purple. "Perhaps you should show us to our quarters," she says, her stern voice informing everyone in the kitchen that her words are not a suggestion. "Follow me," replies Commandant Pack, yanking himself free of her hold. We trail after Commandant Pack, leaving the kitchen, but I turn back and watch the cook dump the sauce into a garbage can, while the others go back to their work. The Commandant takes us from the main building to a smaller structure, which looks as though it houses the officers' quarters, and marches through the opening doors, stomping down the smoke-colored carpet, producing hollowed thumps as he goes.
He presses his hand against two biometric reading pads, and the doors to two rooms slide open.
"These are your quarters," he says to us in a curt tone. "I hope they will meet your expectations."
"They will do just fine," replies Commander Vi. Commandant Pack grunts and stalks off, but before he can take 2 steps, Commander Vi stops him. "You have neglected to tell us when supper shall be."
6 sharp. Be on time or go hungry."
He glares at her for a moment before switching his venomous gaze to me and storms away, leaving us alone. Commander Vi remains quiet and walks into her room, while I step into my own, breathing a sigh of relief as the door to my chamber closes, concealing me from unwanted eyes. I toss my bag onto the cot in the room, and it bounces off the spongy mattress and onto the concrete floor, its dull color adding to my dismal mood. Allowing my frustration to come through, I grab my bag's handle and throw it to the other side of the room. Robust shouts echo through the window, snatching my attention. Curious, and having nothing better to do until supper, I stroll to the window, a small rectangular box high off the floor, and stretch up onto my tippy toes, grasping the edges with my slender fingers, and peek through the sheer glass. I watch the feet of the arbiters who are lined up in formation as they perform drill exercises, practicing their fighting skills, their protective stances, balance, kicks, and punches, while shouting Arel after each pause. I remember the moves, having performed them myself each day as a recruit at the training facility. As I look around, I realize that I am staring into the front courtyard, the same one where the woman had been beaten to the brink of death, the woman whom I spared agonizing pain. Her body is gone now, no doubt having been cleaned up by other arbiters, since Commandant Pack made it clear that he does not use plebeians. A commotion rises near the entrance and the gates burst open, allowing armored vehicles through as they roar into the compound, kicking up plumes of dust that cover the area and block my view of the event taking place. I bounce on my toes, willing the dust clouds to dissipate, but it does little good. They care nothing for my desire to see what is happening. The armored cars roll to a stop, and with each passing second, the dust clouds become a bit more transparent. Commandant Pack rushes out to meet the arbiter who steps out of the first vehicle. She pulls off her helmet, saluting him, saying, "Commandant, we have found one." "Found one? One what?"
"Good," he replies, unconcerned about what it is his arbiter must have discovered. "Bring it here."
The female arbiter waves at another in the vehicle behind her, and 2 more arbiters jump out, dragging a man in restraints. A barbarian. The loose-fitting pants that hang from his hips, frayed and ripped at the hemline, the patched coat, and torn knit gloves on his bony and blistered hands give away the fact this man is an outsider. At least, I think it is a man. The rags covering his face makes it difficult to tell, but as he struggles, yanking at his restraints in a crude attempt to break away, twisting and turning in their grasp, the rags fall away, revealing a face not much older than mine, possessing a thin, dark line on the upper lip, the beginnings of a mustache, I suppose. The arbiters haul him in front of Commandant Pack, who seizes his chin, lifting it up and turning his head to each side so he can inspect him. The man jerks away, disgusted with his treatment.
"A good specimen," says Commandant Pack. "Where did you find him?"
"He was wandering near one of our towers, probably collecting intel for his barbarian allies," replies the female arbiter.
"That's a lie!"
screams the barbarian, receiving a blow to the stomach in return for his outburst.
"Lock him up," orders Commandant Pack. "We'll have some sport in the morning."
Arbiters drag the barbarian away, and despite his attempts to slow them down, he is no match for them. As the courtyard clears, I notice our plebeian standing alone near the transport that Commander Vi and I had ridden in, a speck of white in a sea of black. His nervous eyes roam around, taking in every detail, all the while keeping his head down so as not to attract unwanted attention. I never even thought about him until now, but there he is, still waiting by the transport as ordered. A small beep sounds from my wristband, reminding me of the time. I drop from the window, landing on my feet. My toes thank me for relieving them from the stress of supporting my weight. and hurry to the door, straightening my uniform jacket as I go. When the door slides open, I find Commander Vi exiting her room. She looks up at me, keeping her face unreadable, and steps into the hallway. "It's good to know that you are capable of being on time for some things," she says. I step into the corridor next to her, and the door to my quarters seals shut behind me. "Our plebeian is still waiting by our transport," I tell her.
And?
"He should be given something to do other than standing around waiting for us." "A valid point. I'll see to it that he is given temporary duties here until it is time for us to leave." We set a brisk pace as we hurry down the hall, up the same set of stairs we had come down earlier, out the exit, and into the courtyard. Neither Commander Vi nor I say a word as we head to the mess hall, each of us wondering what supper with Commandant Pack will bring. The ruckus stabs my ears before we reach the outer door to the mess hall, making me believe that Commander Vi and I must have entered the wrong room. From the strict discipline I have witnessed, I never thought that he would allow such frivolity. I glance at Commander Vi, but she stares straight ahead and strolls through the wide-open double doors into a slate-stained room with dust-colored long tables stretched out, almost blending into the matching colored floor. I turn my head from side to side as I meander through the room, watching as arbiters seated at the long tables joke and converse in a light-hearted manner, oblivious to Commandant Pack's presence at the head of the table in the front of the chamber, while he busies himself with small talk with those sitting around him. I head for a lone seat at the far end of the nearest bench, but a hand pats my right shoulder and directs me to Commandant Pack's table. Though reluctant, I go where I am told, following Commander Vi, who has received similar instructions, and walk to the front of the mess hall toward Commandant Pack's exuberant hands as he waves us over. "Have a seat," he says, and his uncharacteristic jovial manner unnerves me, but judging by the alcoholic aroma exuding from his cup, I guess the reason for his changed behavior. "Your arbiters seem to be in good spirits," comments Commander Vi, preventing me from speaking what is on my mind. A stark contrast to earlier.
"Yes, well," replies Commandant Pack, sloshing his cup as he lifts it to his lips and droplets of amber liquid fall to the table. "I see no problem in letting them unwind once in a while."
"Prudent, considering the nature of the job out here." Commandant Pack raises his cup in agreement and takes another long drink. Our meals are brought out to us by other arbiters. They each carry 2 plates of food, setting one of the tin plates in front of us, before taking an empty seat, placing their own plate on the table before them. I stare at the bit of mashed brown food sitting before me, covered in some sort of urine-colored gravy. Well, I hope it is gravy. Wondering what has happened to the red sauce I had seen earlier, which Commandant Pack had insisted on perfecting. I never expected any sort of high-class cuisine, and the training facility never concerned itself with the palatability of the food it served, but at least we were able to decipher what had been served. This slop appears to have been put through a grinder before being plopped on a tin plate and thrust in front of its poor victim. Determined not to display weakness, I pick up my fork and scoop up a bit of the edible goat droppings and bring it to my mouth. "Wait!" shouts Commandant Pack. I put my fork down. "What is this?" he demands, waving his hand at mine and Commander Vi's plates. "Is this what we serve here?" Examining the faces around me, the answer is yes. I glance at Commandant Pack's platter and receive an answer into the mystery of the red sauce. Meatloaf, steamed carrots, and asparagus with the red sauce drizzled over each item fill his plate. It appears that he eats well, while those under his command eat dog food. Either way, it is clear that Commandant Pack lives by a separate standard.
"Clear this garbage away and give our guests some decent food," he orders.
Hands reach for my plate, but I grasp the sides and hold on to it, preventing our server from doing his job. Commander Vi takes note of my movements and places her own hand over hers as well, keeping it rooted to the table. "If one does not eat what they are given," I say, quoting Molars, "it displays weakness and the weak shall perish." A slight grin appears on Commander Vi's face before vanishing.
"What?" begins Commandant Pack.
"Our newest arbiter has been taught well at the training facility and still remembers her teachings," says Commander Vi.
She is right, of course. It is a pity that you do not seem to share the same sentiment. Commandant Pack's face darkens and his eyes narrow, focusing on Commander Vi, not liking her unspoken challenge.
How dare you treat me differently and bring me this?
He scolds one of the servers in a feeble attempt to save face. The poor arbiter scurries away with his plate of delectable food and replaces it with the goat droppings and urine sauce. Commandant Pack glares at Commander Vi first, before switching his noxious gaze to me. Following Commander Vi's example, I keep my expression unreadable and watch his every move, waiting for him to eat what he forces the arbiters beneath him to consume. He snatches his fork with his thick, ebony fingers and shoves heaping amounts of the glop into his mouth, doing his best not to show his displeasure as he chews it and swallows. After which, he gives Commander Vi and me a challenging glare. Not wanting to be outdone, I place my original forkful on my tongue and gulp it down, refusing to taste the sludge, but my tongue insists on detecting a piece of carrot, which means that the preparers had placed everything in a blender and mixed it together, ensuring that the arbiters received their nutritional quota, but remained within Commandant Pack's requirement that they not enjoy their meal.
Does it meet your standards? Growls Commandant Pack.
Deciding it best to quote another bit of Moeller's teachings as a way of avoiding an answer, I reply, "Food is meant for sustenance, not pleasure." The Commandant chuckles, recognizing my reply for what it is, a regurgitation of what I had been taught since my birth. I do not care and ignore him as I finish my meal. "Speaking of pleasure," he says, "one must do something for fun. Even your instructors at the training facility knew that."
We did have moments of free time, I reply.
It is true. Not every minute of every day was dedicated to our training. Recruits became tired and needed a day of recovery, or their minds wandered and refused to focus. Though some were against the policy, Moeller's, for example, the head of the facility decreed that a day of relaxation be allowed. In reality, we only received 5 hours devoted to ourselves, free to do as we please, so long as we did not leave the facility or break any of the rules. But recruits snuck out all the time, myself included. If the Martial Diplomatic Corps allowed its recruits a moment of rest, it makes sense that the arbiters in the field would be allowed the same, though I have a suspicion that Commandant Pack's day of relaxation benefits him, and not those under his command. Out here, it is equally important to have periods where we let loose and rest. I place my fork on my empty plate, listening to the Commandant's words, wondering where he is going with this conversation. There is not much we can do out here in the wilds, but we found a way to entertain ourselves.
Entertain? Commander Vi says.
Yes, replies Commandant Pack. He leans closer to me. Do you know what a hunt is?
The notion is foreign to me. I have never heard of such a thing and do not recall anything being mentioned in any of my lessons at the training facility about a hunt, much less what it entails. No, sir. Commandant Pack smiles and my blood turns to ice. It is most engaging and thrilling.
And just what is the nature of this hunt?
Asks Commander Vi.
A very sporting kind.
My gaze darts between the two of them, wondering what Commandant Pack refers to, but I have a feeling that I'm going to find out. Please tell. The velvety nature of Commander Vi's voice unnerves me, and I know that she is just entertaining Commandant Pack.
We go on a hunt. Hunt? The word is out of my mouth before I have a chance to process what he is talking about.
Yes, a hunt.
And just what sort of hunt is this?
Commander Vi's voice darkens.
The barbarians out here are numerous and need a bit of a reminder about whom is in charge. So every once in a while, when my people are restless, we engage in a hunt.
I do not like the sound of this. Tell me more, Commander Vi encourages him.
There is no good way to tell you, but you may join us.
Commandant Pack's offer unnerves me. It is one thing to uphold the laws of Arel, but hunting down another for entertainment does not seem right. But then, they are just barbarians, aren't they? We do not wish to impose, replies Commander Vi, but Commandant Pack refuses to listen. Nonsense. It is no imposition. I insist that you join us. We are on a tight schedule. You must come. Your young arbiter here seems interested. No, I begin. She is, insists the Commandant. The hell I am. I'm sorry, Commandant. It's decided, says Commandant Pack, interrupting Commander Vi. Well then, Commander Vi raises her glass. May the best hunter win. Pleased, Commandant Pack claps me on the shoulder, almost knocking me over. We will leave when the sun rises, and I thank you for agreeing to join me. Do we even have a choice? Chapter 17. The Hunt. Lines of burnt red peek through the rectangular windows of the room I stay in, as I lay awake in bed, still on top of the sheets, having not bothered to cover myself. Not that it matters since I had a fitful sleep. More red appears on the wall, transforming from slits to squares, to blocks. I get up and cringe when I notice how wrinkled my uniform is, and scold myself for not taking it off before going to bed. At least I have another one. I pull it out of my duffel and put it on after straightening the wrinkled one, hoping that hanging it up will help it look less creased. The soft swoop of the door across the hall as it closes alerts me that Commander Vi has already risen, dressed, and waits for me to report. Tucking my shirt in, I hurry out the door while still braiding my hair so that it stays out of my face and is contained. She remains silent, but still manages to give me that scrutinizing look of hers, which always makes me feel as though I am being judged, before walking down the hall, up the steps, and out the door, while I follow without a word. Commandant Pack waits for us, pacing back and forth in an impatient manner, and I wonder how long he has been doing that, or if he even bothered to go to bed last night.
You're both ready. Good.
Neither Commander Vi nor I respond, but Commandant Pack doesn't seem to care as he nods at a nearby arbiter who hurries off and returns with 2 more, dragging a man in chains, the same barbarian I had seen yesterday. The animal, he might as well be one with all the grunting noises that escape his mouth, yanks at the restraints, almost pulling the arbiters restraining him down with him, but they regain their balance and haul the barbarian toward us, throwing him to the ground. Hatred fill his eyes as he glowers at us.
Let him go, Commandant Pack commands.
The arbiters nod and drag the barbarian to the open gate where they undo his restraints and jump back. The Kuth springs for them before darting away, as bullets riddle the ground next to his feet. A few seconds later, after he has assessed the situation, he runs off, disappearing into the brush.
Choose your weapon,
says Commandant Pack as another arbiter steps forth carrying an open case full of knives and holds it before me. The entire situation unnerves me. My eyes dart to Commander Vi, who inclines her head, giving her approval. Knowing I have no choice, as Commandant Pack's presence bears down upon me, I pick a knife, weighing it in my hands and put it back, choosing another, handling one blade after another, until I settle upon one that feels natural within my palm. I say nothing as I take my chosen weapon and tie its sheath around my waist, next to my pistol, ignoring Commandant Pack's impatient sigh.
You will not need that, he says to me, pointing at my pistol.
I glower at him. I go nowhere without it, and do not wish to leave it behind while I'm about to embark into unknown territory, with a man whose temperament is less than ideal, or as Faya would put it, neurotic. He thrusts his beefy hand toward me, and I unhook my pistol from its holster, placing it in his outstretched palm, cringing as he drops it in a box held by another arbiter.
Everyone ready? Asks Commandant Pack.
People nod and mumble, yes, sir. On the count of 3, 1, 2. What is the prize? I ask, interrupting the Commandant, and Commander Vi's startled expression informs me that she did not expect my inquiry.
Pardon? Commandant Pack replies.
This is sport, is it not? I say. So there must be a prize if one wins. Commandant Pack's eyes darken. An inward smirk gloats at how my question caught the Commandant off guard, but I keep my outward appearance impassive and unemotional.
There is a prize, isn't there?
Commandant Pack's refusal to answer my question does not go unnoticed.
Go!
He yells, and the arbiters allowed to join in the hunt rush out of the compound and into the brush, crashing as they go, making enough noise to frighten every critter in the wilderness. Did they not pass basic training? Or is all this noise their feeble attempt to strike fear into their prey?
I watch as Commandant Pack leads the charge with Commander Vi joining in, though she seems to be going through the motions more than enjoying the activity itself. And after a minute passes, I am left alone, standing in the compound, while dust snakes slither through the wisps blown by the wind, winding their way to my toes.
Crunching footsteps attract my attention, and I twist in their direction, spotting the plebeian Commander Vi and I had come with as he stops, holding an armful of garden tools. No doubt it is his job to clean them, and watches me. I cannot read his face as he masks his thoughts. But one thing is certain. The anger that had always been present is absent. I tear myself away. He is not important. Touching the covered blade of my knife and reassuring myself that it is there, I pick up my feet and jog through the gate, after the others. I reach the edge of the grassy field and stop, looking around as the others charge forward into the overgrown brush beyond. They will never catch the barbarian modeled in a group like that and thrashing around, mirroring a herd of buffalo as it flees a predator.
I change direction and head east while they go south.
I hurry through the waist-high grass, running for the overgrowth beyond, ignoring the stings of the blades as they strike my face in retaliation for disturbing their peaceful existence. There is no point in worrying about alerting the barbarian to my presence. He already knows that we hunt him, as Commandant Pack's arbiters had made certain of. But once I enter the trees, I should be able to disguise my presence. He will not head south for long, not with all the others rushing in that direction, leaving only 3 other possibilities, east being one of them.
I near the edge of the field and quicken my pace, bursting from the tall grass and into the dense vegetation, shadowed under the dwelling of the trees. I stop. Controlling my breathing, I creep through the jungle, past the trunk of a tree thicker around than the columns of the training facility, and those are a minimum of 3 yards in diameter, while its branches hang low from the thick foliage, weighed down by leaves the length of a cart. Being careful not to make any noise, I reach up and guide one of the jade leaves, which would serve better as a curtain, out of my path, ignoring the line of driver ants that crawl across the branch and up the tree, forming their own spiraling staircase. A trickle of wind sneaks inside this dark dwelling, brushing my flushed and moist cheeks, warning me of a change in the weather. Glancing up through the dense foliage above me, I manage to spot bulbous slate-colored clouds building in the sky. The wind changes, bringing with it an increase in humidity, which means that a storm brews on the horizon, leaving me no more than 30 minutes to find shelter. It will also make tracking the barbarian difficult. Good for him, not for me. I hike the perimeter of the jungle, keeping the area where Commandant Pack and his party had gone in sight, hoping to reach it before the rain starts and ruins any chance of tracking the barbarian. Climbing over logs and raised tree roots, I navigate my way through the wilderness, using my view of the compound as my marker, not wanting to become lost in this place. I have never been outside of Arel before, but remember the warnings about the outside world well. The fear of becoming lost and dying, something that the instructors at the training facility instilled in each of us, settles in the forefront of my mind, warning me to be vigilant. A flash of lightning rips my focus away from my hike. Jerking my head upward, I realize that the storm is almost upon me. Another flash of lightning lights up the darkening sky as the wind picks up, and I turn to seek safety underneath a tangled mesh of leaves, which might prevent the threatening rain from soaking me, when I pause. Rose moss carpets the moist ground before me, but a portion of it is broken off, jagged and smushed as though someone had stepped on it while in a hurry. Kneeling, I lift the bit of damaged moss, inspecting it, trying to determine whether this had been done by an animal or a human. As I move some of the moss aside, I notice a footprint. Human, and made by a shoe with little tread on it. He did change direction once reaching the trees. Scraping more of the moss, sticks, and leaves away, I uncover more footprints. I glance in the direction they point to, deeper in the jungle. Intrigued, and not wishing to fail, I jump to my feet and follow the footprints, taking care not to make too much noise so as not to alert my prey to my presence. Silence is a skill taught to all recruits at the training facility, and I utilize mine to its fullest extent, avoiding sticks and rotted logs, doing my best to step on solid ground. A bent orchid catches my eye, its white petals contrasting well against the dark green backdrop. I stop next to it and check it, noting that its petals are not wilted or dull in color, but still elastic and vibrant. A drop of rain dots my jacket. Undaunted, I continue, following his tracks and find more in the ground, unhidden, exposed for all to see. I jump onto my good fortune and follow them, charging through the trees, allowing the tracks to take me where they will. Some are close together from when he walked, while others are a little more spaced apart from when he ran. Underneath the lightning sky and the thunder that rumbles overhead, I chase after these tracks, expecting to find the barbarian any second when I stop. A cliff drops away in front of me, having almost tricked me into charging over it and to my death. Panting, I stare down its precipice, considering myself lucky to have stopped in time and wondering where he could have gone or if he had fallen to his death.
I'm such a fool!
Those tracks were too exposed and easy to spot. The barbarian had tricked me. He wanted us to think that he had gone over the edge and fallen to his demise, but, assuming he knows this area well, he would know better. More drops of rain pelt my shoulder as another roll of thunder warns me to seek safety. I ignore it. Angered over having been deceived, I want to find this barbarian and teach him that Arelians are not to be trifled with. I go back to one of the tracks that has led me here, dropping to my knees, skidding in the dirt as I do so, and re-examine the footprint. I notice that there seems to be two, one placed over the other. He had backtracked by walking backwards and re-stepping in his original tracks. To the unsuspecting person, it appears as though he had continued onward when, in fact, he did not. I changed direction and retraced the tracks, following back to where I had first discovered them, hoping to learn where my prey had gone. A burst of thunder strikes above me, releasing a downpour that soaks my clothes within minutes. The hounding rain fuels my rage, and I charge ahead, forgetting to conceal my own presence within the wilderness, not caring if he knows that I am in pursuit, as he appears to already be aware of it. My left foot stomps upon a cluster of moss and slides on the muddy ground, threatening to impede my efforts, but I regain my balance and continue. Dark lines of rain fill the void in front of me, making it impossible to see where I'm going. My foot smashes through a rotted log and I fall face first into the brown mud. Coughing and lifting myself onto my elbows, I wipe the muck from my eyes and blink several times in an effort to clear my vision, and stop. The mud looks to have been disturbed, as though someone has slid and fallen, much like myself. I crawl through the slick ooze and scrutinize my finding, spotting the broken branch of a nearby bush with a mud stain smeared on it. This new set of tracks is different. The uneven spacing and more indented nature of one footprint over the other means that the barbarian has injured himself and is limping. I haul myself to my feet, allowing the rain to wash some of the mud from my uniform, and continue my pursuit. My boots squish in the mud as the slime oozes between their tread, while I trek through the jungle, taking great pains to remain silent, hoping to sneak up on my prey. My scalp stings from the rain that pounds it as it pours from the sky, punishing me for being outside when it appeared. My wet hands reach for the hilt of the knife Commandant Pack had me choose, but they keep slipping every time I try to grip it. Unable to dry them, I shake some of the water from them, knowing it won't do any good in all this rain, and grasp the knife again, freeing it from its sheath and readying it for the unexpected. I hear movement. Unable to determine if it is the barbarian or the wildlife that dwells in the trees, I keep my focus straight ahead, hoping that he will not suspect I know he is here. I creep across the muddy ground, doing my best to maintain my balance, lift a bit of foliage out of my view, being careful to not expose myself, and peek around the broad leaf. A dark shape hobbles 20 yards in front of me. Brushing past the frond, I dart behind the trunk of another tree, glad that the drumming of the pouring rain masks my movements. I peer around the tree's wide base and pull back just as the barbarian turns and glances in my direction. I hope he has not spotted me. Taking 2 deep breaths, I ease around the tree and watch as the dark shape continues to stagger away from me, melding into the obscure shapes beyond us. I scurry from the tree and drop to my knees behind a thorn bush, cursing when one of its thorns pricks my exposed skin. Rain streams down my forehead, coating my eyes and causing me to blink with constant fervor in an effort to see. Certain that he is unaware of my presence, I dart out from behind the thorn bush and creep up behind him, walking on my tippy toes so as not to splash in the puddles,
holding my knife behind me with the blade pointed downward. His left leg drags behind him as he limps forward, and I notice the blood-soaked rag he has tied around his thigh in an effort to bandage a fresh wound. He pauses. The veins in my neck pulse from the adrenaline coursing through my body as I stop, mirroring him, willing him to not turn around. He stands still, his head up and alert, listening for anything out of the ordinary, making me thankful for the second time in mere minutes that the rain masks my presence. The hilt of the knife cuts into my palm as drops of water fall from the tip of the blade and to the ground, blending with the running streams that have formed in the mud, while I release the breath trapped in my lungs. A whistle breaks the terse atmosphere. I sprint the remaining feet between us just as the barbarian whips around and notices me for the first time. Despite the slick mud, I close the distance and spring for him, raising my knife. He ducks out of the way, but his injured leg impedes his agility, allowing me to catch him around the waist, dragging us both to the ground. We roll in the mud, its slime coating our bodies and making my grip on my knife falter. He knocks it from my hand. A sudden pain grips my face as he punches me with his free fist before ramming his elbow into my shoulder. Bracing my left foot on the slick ground, I push into it with all my strength and flip us over, penning him below me, a moment short-lived as he flings me to the side and we roll through the muck once more, stopping with me trapped between him and the earth and his right elbow pressing into my throat. Choking and unable to breathe, I flail my hand, scooping up a fistful of mud, and rub it into the barbarian's eyes. He jerks back, clawing at his face. Seizing my opportunity, I throw him off me, bringing both my feet up and ramming them into his stomach. He writhes on the ground, rubbing his fingers into his eyes to clear them of mud. I jump to my feet, searching for my knife. A small speck of metal glints in the torrent environment. I start for it, but notice that the barbarian has regained his senses. Changing direction, I tackle him, forcing him to the ground, but he throws me off. Staring at the sky, I see a blur of movement as his fist heads for me. I block it, seize his wrist, and wrench his arm, twisting in such a manner that I flip him over me and onto his back. I scramble for my knife. Strong hands seize my left ankle, preventing me from reaching it and forcing me onto my stomach as mud splashes around me. Before he can pen me a third time, I ram my foot into his injured leg and he recoils, crying out in agony. I dart for the knife, scrambling through the mud, a predator desperate to kill its prey. I hear the barbarian's wrathful cries as he limps for me. My hand grasps the knife. The barbarian leaps for me, but I roll out of the way, spring to my knees, and stab him in his uninjured leg. He drops to the ground, clutching his wound. Seizing my chance, I spring to my feet and kick him in the chest, knocking him to the ground before straddling him, stretching my leg out to pen one of his arms and placing my left forearm across his neck, while raising my knife for the kill strike. His unintelligible grunts fuel his fury at having lost, and he spits in my face, but I remain firm in my hold of him.
"Go ahead, you Arelian filth," he hisses.
I raise my knife higher. "You attack my village and hunt me like a dog."
I stop.
Attack his village? It is the barbarians that keep attacking us. A grin breaks across his face, exposing the missing teeth in his mouth as he realizes that I have no clue what he is talking about.
Kill me!
My knife hangs in midair. Kill me! I lower my knife. Looking into his vengeful eyes, I see a man who wants to die, while at the same time wishes to destroy me, and I am reminded of the ones I killed in the name of Aurelian justice. They still haunt me at night when I am alone, when I try to sleep. In that moment, I realize that he is correct about one thing. I have hunted him down the way any predator stalks their prey, participating in a sport that had disgusted me when Commandant Pack first mentioned it the night before. Am I no better than him?
Rising to my full height, I release the barbarian, refusing to commit murder for entertainment. I cannot give him what he wants. "Go," I say. Keeping his eyes planted on me, the barbarian struggles to get on his knees before forcing himself to his feet, standing at an odd angle to avoid injuring his leg any further. Realizing that he will not get far with his injuries, I search the ground for a stick that can be used as a staff and find one, picking it up and handing it to him. Go! I wave the stick at him.
Still uncertain of my motives, he takes the stick and backs away. Before he can turn around and take his first step, a knife shoots out of the trees and strikes him in the heart. Stunned, I reach for him, and his hand stretches for mine as he falls to the ground, plummeting down a hill to be buried in the quick mud below, with only the robotic drumbeat of the rain mourning his demise.
Harsh footsteps stomp on the rotting vegetation on the ground as they charge from behind the brush and toward me as I stand poised in the rain, with water dripping from my nose and the ends of my braid, staring at the bottom of the hillside and the lifeless body below, still grappling with the harsh reality that a man who had once been alive is now dead. The footsteps cease once they reach me. Well, Commandant Pack's harsh voice rips through the rain's drumbeat and drowns the voices of his hunting party. Where is he?
Down there, I reply, my voice hollow, aware of all the eyes that watch me.
Is he dead?
I face Commandant Pack, my dislike for him intensifying beyond the point of loathing until it reaches a point where it boils over and transforms into utter hatred. If you are so uncertain of your aim, then perhaps you should climb down there and find out for yourself. Or are you too lazy to do even that?
Why, you insolent!
He raises his fist to strike me, but just like before, his hand stops in midair held by the firm grip of Commander Vi.
I believe I have warned you before about punishing my arbiter.
Commander Vi's merciless tone causes a slight quiver in Commandant Pak's wrathful expression, but his anger at having been humiliated twice in one day by her outweighs any fear.
I saved her life and this is how you thank me? He hisses at her.
Is this true? Commander Vi asks me.
No, ma'am, I reply.
You lying.
Explain yourself, Commander Vi commands me, cutting off the Commandant.
He was no threat to Arel, I reply. Upon her questioning look, I continue. We are charged with protecting Arel from threats both within and without. This barbarian had been captured by Commandant Pack, not because he meant Arel any harm, but because he was to be used for sport.
And how did you come to this conclusion? Asks Commander Vi.
Why else would the Commandant release someone he had captured hours before? Why else are we all out here?
And your insolence toward him?
No excuse, ma'am.
There you have it, Commander Vi says to Commandant Pack while still holding his wrist in the air. She is upholding the laws of Arel, and since you have failed to prove that the barbarian is an immediate threat to our city, she had no reason to kill him. And her insolence toward a commanding officer? Commandant Pack demands.
Will be dealt with by me. Commander Vi releases his wrist and he jerks away, huffing in a manner to make his anger known. Commandant Pack takes a step back, waiting for Commander Vi to turn her attention to me, before charging her with his fists raised. She ducks out of the way in an instant and counters his movements with a punch to his left shoulder. Furious, he leaps for her, but she sidesteps out of the way, forcing him to plow into the mud. Commander Vi stands over him, as though to ask if he plans to continue this nonsense, and in answer to her unspoken question, he grabs a fistful of mud and flings it at her. She turns and dives to the ground, having expected this maneuver, and lands in a push-up position before springing back to her feet and kicking him in the jaw, while the rest of us watch, and my amazement at her abilities causes me to forget, for a moment, about the reason we are here in the first place. Stunned, Commandant Pack lies in the mud, shaking his head and rubbing his jawline, debating whether he wishes to continue, but before he can decide, Commander Vi pounces on him, wrapping her arms around his neck and placing him in a headlock.
Are you finished? She asks him.
In answer to her question, he raises both hands in surrender.
She releases him and stalks away. I do not wait for her to tell me to follow and chase after her, knowing where I belong and what awaits me once we reach the compound.